Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Note: the first few chapters will be about what the MC did leading to the main arc of the story. I won't have a schedule for uploading chapters, but I will try to post one every other day. 2. New life, new beginnings. I awoke in instant pain. It felt as if I were burning in molten lava. From the tips of my toes to my brain, the excruciating pain coursed through me. It lasted only a few minutes, but it might as well have been hours. Once the pain started to wash away, I was finally able to take my first breath of air. The air was cold and sent a chill through me, but that hardly registered with my mind as I lay there panting. Slowly, my breathing and heartbeat returned to normal, the adrenaline from the pain dropping off. Slowly, I opened my eyes. That's not right, I thought to myself. At that moment, I was staring at the branches of green trees swaying above me. Turning my head to look around, I realized that I was lying in a forest. I closed my eyes and tried to remember last night. I stayed home because there was a big snowstorm, so I was watching some random movies to pass the time. That's it. Then just blank. I slowly sat up, only to find that I was completely nude. It took me a moment, but my brain finally registered a very important fact. My member looked different, bigger. Looking at the rest of myself, I realized that all of me was different. Originally, I was about 6 feet tall with what some would call a dad bod from years of being single, takeout, and having no cares left to give in life. But now, I was probably 6'3" and had a body that would put most men to shame. Not a swimmer's build, but also not one of those protein brothers. I was a good mix of both. A lean buff, I guess, but I didn't care. I was too confused and excited to care. That's when I saw that I also had long white hair that reached my waist, though at the moment it was smeared with dirt and mud. I also had pale white skin that was as smooth as anything I had ever touched. I couldn't stop myself from looking at the rest of my new body. From the tips of my toes to my fingernails, all of it drew my attention. Damn, I said absent-mindedly as I looked myself over. After a few minutes too many of checking myself out, I looked around again. I needed to find out what was going on. All around me was nothing but thick forest, and I was anything but a wilderness survival expert. Looking around, I saw that on the ground by my feet was a woven sack. Leaning down to look inside, I found a pair of sandals and a gray tunic that went to my thighs, with a black piece of rope that I could use as a belt. At the bottom of the bag was a piece of paper with writing on it. Picking up the paper, I looked it over. From the look of it, it was a typed message that was printed off and placed in the bag. On the piece of paper, there were only a few words. Once done getting dressed, say the word system out loud. Gib. My brain came to a halt. I've read books like this where some random guy gets transmigrated or summoned to some world to fight some great foe. For the love of all that is good, please don't let me be some summoned person. I could never get into anime, so I wouldn't know the first thing about it, I thought with a pang of panic. God, I hope I didn't just get summoned by this world for that crap. I prayed one last time before conjuring the courage needed. Getting dressed quickly, I looked around once more to make sure I was truly alone. Not seeing anyone, I breathed in a lungful of air and slowly let it out. Then, using my voice for the first time, I said out loud, system. To my amazement, a neon blue screen appeared in front of me. Year, 4000 BC. Time in the world, 15 minutes 37 seconds. Name, Adam Anthony Gray. Current age, 18, immortal. Height, 6 feet 3 inches. Note: Dear Mr. Gray, it is our deepest apologies for this inconvenience. Unfortunately, you died when a quantum void we were testing lost control and accidentally swallowed you into it. The good news is that we were able to retrieve you from the void. The bad news is, well, you were swallowed into a void of nothingness. Well, it's more than that, but your monkey brain couldn't comprehend anything about it, so I won't waste my precious time trying to. As an apology, we have decided to give you a new life because of our mistake. The only thing that this system can do is track your current age, provide a world map that tells you where you are, and show the time. It will also show you areas with human inhabitants, which will be marked in blue. The darker the color, the bigger the population. It's not like those systems that are in your world's books. It won't give you abilities or rewards, it's practically worthless, but hey, you're alive, so be happy with that. As a bonus, we added Spotify to your system, which is connected to your old world for some entertainment. Now, to the good stuff. I'm sure you are currently wondering where and when you are. Well, at the moment of your death, you were watching a movie named Twilight. So we decided to send you to that world through one of our multiverse portals. The only problem is when we were able to send you there, The latest we managed to send you is the year 4000 BC. That is also the reason we gave you immortality, so you could be a part of the story. We had to grow you a new body entirely, because let's just say, your last one was pretty much, how do you humans say it, fucked up. So we moved your consciousness into this new body, which we created just for you. In my opinion, it was wasted on you, but what the higher-ups want, they get. Your new body has an increased healing ability along with a regenerative ability. If you lose an arm, it will grow back. Get your head chopped off, well, get ready, monkey boy, because your head is about to sprout legs and start growing. As long as there's still a speck of dust left of you, you will start to regrow back to a perfectly fine human. To help you survive in this new world full of sparkling danger, we gave you some upgrades that should help you out. We gave you increased speed and strength, making you as strong and fast, if not more so, than most vampires in your new world. We also added some emotional dampeners, which will help you with living forever. Because the last thing we need is for you to go nuts and kill everyone on the planet, as well as to keep you from wanting to jump in a volcano and waste the effort we put into making you. All the dampeners do is make it easier to process grief or anger. It won't take it away. You will still feel the emotions, just less of it, along with increased intelligence. You're welcome for that one, because let's be honest, you seem to have been lacking in that department. Director of Science, Gib, the Multiversal Republic. P.S. Good luck. You're gonna need it. I was slack-jawed. Wait, this can't be right, I said in a panic. My heart was starting to race in my chest. No more TV or fast food, what the fuck? And did I just get called a monkey? I had to pause at that. Was my life really that shitty? Where I thought of fast food and TV before my own mother, father, and sister. Maybe this isn't a bad thing. I thought once I got myself under control, my life was a complete waste. I dropped out of college to work a 9-to-5, all because I was too lazy to show up for classes, not a girlfriend anywhere in the near or future sight. And plus, I've watched Twilight almost a million times. It was my sister's favorite movie when we were younger, so I knew the story better than most movies. After a few minutes of rereading the message, I got my thoughts under control. I needed to find out where I currently am. System map, I said out loud. Just like before, the blue screen appeared in front of me. But unlike before, on the screen, it showed the entire planet. Using my hands, I was able to move the globe and zoom in and out, like Google Earth. It only took a second for me to see where the larger populations were, like Egypt or many small places across Europe. But my current location was around the middle of what will become Germany. So without thinking twice, I started moving south, in the direction of the biggest population, which was in Egypt, or what will be Egypt, in about a few thousand years. It took me a whole 4 months to travel to Egypt, or more correctly their predecessors. Currently, it wasn't a kingdom, it's a bunch of villages along the Nile River that would one day group up into one big city. And all I have to say about the trip was, fuck this shit. The first week of the trip, it rained non-stop, not just a drizzle. Nope, it was a full-on storm. Thankfully, when the rain finally stopped, it wasn't so bad. My new body had incredible endurance, which allowed me to walk from sunup to sundown without a sweat. I also learned how to hunt and track animals. With my new abilities, it was incredibly easy. With my speed, I could run circles around any animal. And with my strength, break their necks like twigs, making it as painless as possible. The cooking part was the hardest. First, I had to use a stick and a piece of wood to start a fire. Then I had nothing to cut my kills with. So I would use my strength to rip open the animal and put the meat on a stick, like a kebab. But with all the bad came a lot of good. Every night I would lie down by my fire and watch the stars above me. There were thousands of them in the sky, unlike before I came here. You would be lucky to see a handful. It allowed me to think about my new life, as well as think about my life before I came here. I wondered if my family was okay. I felt bad. To them, I probably just simply disappeared, never to be seen again. It was strange how I felt about it. I felt sad, but I also didn't. Like I was unattached to the feeling and was looking at it from the outside looking in. About 4 months in, I learned how to tan animal skins. My starting clothes were good, but they didn't last long, constantly getting caught on trees or bushes and tearing the fabric. So, instead of murdering my clothes, I decided to give tanning a try. It started when I caught a good-sized buck with massive antlers. I remember watching a documentary about primitive living and how bone was a very versatile tool, used for medicine to a large variety of objects. So, I found a flat rock and started sharpening one end of an antler. With my strength, I needed to be careful not to break it. So for 3 days, I sharpened an antler. Once done sharpening the antler, I put it to the test. It only took 30 minutes to find a lone deer. As soon as I caught sight of it, I moved on autopilot. In under a second, I ran to the side of the deer, grabbing it by the head and twisting sharply, nearly tearing its head off. The deer dropped, not even knowing it died. Kneeling, I used the antler knife to stab into the deer's side. It wasn't as sharp as a steel knife, but it did the job. Once the insides of the deer were outside, I carried the carcass back to my camp. Once there, I started the long process of learning to skin the deer. I must thank my unhealthy habit of watching random things on the internet, or I would have never figured it out, because it is what also allowed me to learn to make pelts and hides. The first thing you do when you have the hide is remove any flesh or excess meat from the hide. Next, you soak the hide in water for a day to remove any blood, dirt, or anything on the hide. Now that the hide had been soaking, I was able to scrape away any excess tissue that remained. Now it was time to dry and stretch it. To do that, I stretched it out and stabbed the corners into a tree with sharp pieces of wood I had managed to make with my dull antler knife. After waiting a few days, the hide was finally done. In the end, I managed to make a pair of shorts. Yup, shorts. I used my already ripped tunic for thread to tie it together into what I would describe as the hobo look. Because they were anything but pretty, but hey, I hadn't seen another living soul in nearly 5 months. So now, I only had shorts with sandals. Thankfully, it seems that I can't get sunburnt anymore, so that's good. I guess. 3. Passing Time, Part 1. Chapter 2, Edited. The First 1,000 Years. I never made it to my original destination. I didn't even make it halfway through Ukraine before a large nomadic tribe found me, or rather, they found me and tried to kill me. Something about demon spirit or something. I wasn't really listening to them at the moment because I was too busy dodging their spears. After they ran out of things to throw at me, I was finally able to speak to them. I knew that if I wanted to I could have killed them all in a matter of seconds. With my speed and strength, it would have been like stepping on ants. But I haven't lost my morality just yet, and they were more than likely just afraid of me. A strange-looking man with white hair and pale skin shows up out of nowhere. I would have done the same if I was in their sandals. I tried to speak with them, but English isn't a language yet. Thankfully an older man came from the back of the group and approached me. He was probably in his early to mid-30s, but compared to the rest of the group he was the oldest. The others were in their teens to early 20s. He stopped about 15 feet in front of me and I was able to get a better look at him. The man was only around 5 feet 6 inches with long dark brown hair, tanned skin, and a bone necklace around his neck. It turned out he was the leader of the group. His name was Yaneda. It took me around a week to become semi-fluent in their language, thanks to my better intelligence. I wasn't a genius or anything with a perfect memory, but it was like my brain could keep information better, instead of it going in one ear and right out the other. The tribe was around 120 in total. Except only around 40 of them were men able to fight. The rest were the old, women, and children. They were a nomadic tribe always moving from northern Ukraine in the summer, then they moved south during winter. The reason they tried to kill me was that they had never seen someone like me before, as in someone so pale and with white hair. Everyone in the tribe had darker hair from browns to blacks. They also had tan skin, not pale skin like mine. It made me a curiosity of the tribe's people. But after a few days of me hunting and bringing back 2 or 3 deers or boars a day, I had guys wanting me to marry their daughters. But I passed on that. Other than that, everything was great. I became a hunter and tanner of the Shoma tribe. My skills in both gave me a good amount of respect and standing among the tribe. Every now and then we would come into contact with smaller tribes, some friendly and wanting to trade, and others looking to fight and kill all the men and take the women. But with the size of our tribe, they just tried to avoid us. So for the next 10 years, I stayed with the tribe. But eventually, life started to get boring in the tribe. It was a routine that never changed, north during the summer and south during winter. Always the same trees and mountains to look at, never anything new. So I finally decided to leave before people started to wonder why I don't age and start thinking of me as a god or something. As I left, I traded the leader of the village 15 pelts for a donkey that I named Barry. And off we went, me and my donkey, from tribe to tribe and village to village. I traveled learning new languages and experiencing new cultures. Most tribes were friendly and curious about my looks, but some were hostile and wanted nothing to do with me. I didn't mind. Anytime a tribe was hostile I would simply walk away. As I traveled I would constantly collect animal hides from my kills and tan them while I traveled. With these pelts, I would trade for other items, sometimes for different pelts or in bulk for an ox, horse, or another donkey. And before I knew it I had around 4 donkeys, 6 horses, and an ox I named Eddie. Eddie normally pulled a small cart I made for my heavier items like some sparkling fool's gold rocks I found in a river and my tools. The horses carried my pelts in sacks on their sides. Barry and his new donkey friends would carry my smaller items like any carvings I made or herbs I found. Eventually, I made my way to Africa. But unfortunately, that was a very bad idea. And I mean bad, because I was the first white person that an African tribe had ever seen and they thought of me as an evil spirit coming to consume their souls. So they would try to kill me or ward me off with chance. And anytime I was seen by a tribe they would try to kill me. So me and my animals decided to head back north. And just like this, time passed with more tribes and villages I would trade with. Time just seemed to slip by. It really amazed me when I would check my system and see that years passed when it only felt like a few months. And at some point, I just stopped looking at my system and just started enjoying life and the incredible places I could find myself at. One of my favorites is Mount Everest. Seeing it in the distance so high and mighty sent shivers down my spine at the sight. I haven't climbed it yet, but I will. It's only a matter of time. And I have unlimited time. Every now and then people would join me on my travels but would slowly wither away and die while I stayed forever young. For a long time, it was hard to watch as it happened. But after Barry and Eddie passed, I just became numb to the loss and just started seeing it as a natural cycle of life. We live, then we die. Except me and the soon-to-be vampires. And for 600 years I traveled and traded. From what will become France all the way to China or to India. Letting the days and years slip by like water through open fingers. I learned every language I could, storing it away deep into the archive of my mind. Every now and then I would have to fight off some wolves or small parties of men wanting to kill me and take my goods. Any time the wolves came I gained new pelts, and any time men came for my goods, then the wildlife would eat good off of their bones. Killing men wasn't as hard as I thought it would be. Of course I felt bad most of the time I did it, but, if you chose to do bad things, expect the worst to happen to you. Most of the time when I killed them, they never even knew what killed them or that they even died at all. Snapping their necks was the easiest and quickest way to end them. I never held it against them. Most of the time they didn't have much of a choice, either they killed me, and survive off of my goods for years, or they starved to death. Most of the time I wouldn't even kill them, and instead, I would let them join me. Of course after giving them all a good beating, I would show some how to herd, and for others, I would teach a trade, showing them how to carve wood. Or I would show them the use of certain herbs and the best way to use them. Most of the time they would leave at a village putting their new skills to good use and starting new lives, while I like always move on to the next destination. 4. Passing Time, Part 2. Host. Year 2480 BC. Time in the world, 1520 years, 7 months, 14 days, 9 hours. Name, Adam Anthony Gray. Age, 18, immortal, 1538 years old. Height be 6 foot 3 inch. Over the past few hundred years, Egypt has started to grow, transforming from groups of small villages along the Nile River into a massive city. This development has provided me with the perfect place to sell my goods. Over the years, I downsized from having over 10 animals pulling carts to just one mule with a cart to carry my goods. It was a nice change of pace for me. While I traveled, I learned all that I could, from primitive fighting styles to their culture, keeping records of where I went and what I learned about their cultures in journals. That wasn't my main reason for traveling, though. I had learned the less I stuck around one area, the less connected to the people I would become. Why stick around to watch those you bond with slowly wither away with time? That's why I didn't really care about what I sold or traded away. I wasn't in the merchant business to get rich. All of that aside, it was also a great way to see the world, to see things I could only ever dream of. I didn't have a place I needed to be, and I was never in a hurry. I would get there when I got there. Every now and then, I would stop somewhere for a few years just because I felt like it, and leave when I felt like it. It's strange knowing that you're immortal. Time just doesn't have meaning anymore. A year is a blink of an eye to me now. It's surprising how much some of these people are willing to spend on wolf or tiger hides. But as long as they are willing to spend, I'm willing to sell to them, making me one of the more popular stalls in the market. Early on, I learned that with my looks, it would be impossible to sell to anyone in Egypt. Most people in these times were very superstitious, and anytime they saw my hair and pale complexion, they would think I was a spirit that possessed my body. So I took on a new look. And no, I didn't cut my hair or dye it a new color. Over the millennia, I've become too attached to it. So instead, I always wore a head and face cover, better known as a keffiyeh. It was a long piece of fabric that I would wrap around my head and mouth, only letting my eyes show. I covered the rest of my skin, not wanting them to see my pale skin either. I tried to tan my skin a couple of times, but with my healing ability, it was impossible. Of course, I still got strange looks, and my height didn't help, but I got fewer than I would if I didn't wear it. I sold animal pelts and small trinkets that I made on my travels. Today was like any other. I had a stand in a large market that I could rent for a few weeks until I ran out of things to sell, then leave and let someone else rent it out after me. It was late in the day, the sun was beginning to drop behind the horizon, and it became twilight. I was just about to start packing my pelts when I caught sight of a group of people moving through the market. All of them were dressed in the finest clothes available at the time, and all of them had gold jewelry covering them, from necklaces to earrings and rings. They didn't seem to walk but glided, and I instantly knew what they were. I hadn't seen any before, but it wasn't hard to tell what they were. The group was vampires, and just my luck, they were heading right for me. I stood and watched them move in my direction. Everyone gave them space to move, as if they knew what they were and didn't want to even look in their direction, as if just by looking in their direction, they could get killed. But I just stood there and watched them come even closer, step by step. Finally, they were standing in front of my stall, all 9 of them 8 men and 1 female. I recognized one of the men and the woman instantly. It was Ammonius and his mate Kebe, just like they did in the movies. Only Ammonius and Kebe stepped forward to look at the pelts. The rest of the men, my guess their guards, turned outwards, watching for any danger. They too were vampires, with red eyes and cold expressions. And now I was face to face with my first vampires. 5. Passing Time, Part 3. I would like to say that I wasn't nervous, but I was. I wasn't afraid of them. If things got bad, I could try to outrun them, hoping the shock of seeing me take off in a blur would give me a good head start. And if they caught up to me, I would fight. But against 8 vampires, there was only one possible outcome, me being torn into a million pieces. I had dreamed of my first encounter with vampires, anything from them trying to kill me to just seeing them from a distance. But now I had 2 vampires from the movies in front of me. And not just some random vampires, but Ammonius and Kabe, 2 of the oldest vampires in the Twilight movies. For a few moments, they examined the different pelts, from wolf to tiger, lion, zebra, and many more. Kabe turned to Ammonius and in a soft voice said, "What do you think of them, my love?" Her voice was soft and soothing, like pure honey. "I like them, especially this one," Ammonius said as he rubbed a Bengal tiger pelt. "How much for it?" Ammonius asked, not looking up. I decided to leave a good impression on them, so I said, "Please take them as a gift." Now Ammonius looked up at me, looking me right in the eyes, as if he was trying to look into my soul, searching for any bad intentions I might have. But over my 1,500 years of being a trader, I have developed a very impressive poker face. After a few moments, Ammonius started to smile, showing off his perfect teeth and slightly longer canines. But not in a threatening way. "I like you," Ammonius said, not losing his smile. "What is your name?" he asked me, looking back at the tiger pelt. "Adam. Adam Gray," I replied. "Adam, strange name. Where are you from, Adam?" Ammonius asked. "Everywhere and nowhere," I said simply. "So you are a traveler?" Kabe asked. "I am. That is how I get my pelts," I said, pointing to some Bengal tiger pelts, then the wolf furs. "These animals only live in certain areas and are hard to kill, so they are hard to come by, and I have to travel sometimes for years just to find one. And you are just giving them to us. Why?" Kabe asked. Lifting my hands, I removed the cloth covering my face, making sure that they got a good look at me so they would remember me in the future. "It never hurts to make new friends," I said with a small smile. They seemed awestruck by my looks. My pale skin, untanned by the sun, and my sharp jawline gave me quite the attractive look. They seemed stunned by this and both stared at me in wonderment. After a few seconds, they both snapped out of it and looked at each other. All the while, I grabbed one of the tiger and wolf pelts, rolled them up, and tied a leather strap around the middle. Once I was done, I set the rolled pelts in front of them. "And here you are," I said, tying the cloth back over my face. "Thank you very much," Kabe said, picking up the rolled pelts. Both of them were still looking at me with curiosity as they walked away, whispering to each other. As they were leaving, one of the guards stared me down. And I knew that look. I have seen it more times than I would have liked over the years. It was a look of murder. And lust. Then it connected. He wanted my blood. So once they were out of sight, I began packing my furs like a madman possessed, picking up whole stacks of furs and throwing them into one of my carts. Getting everything in only minutes. Once packed, I hauled us out of Dodge, looking over my shoulder for any signs that I was being followed. But there were too many people in the streets to tell. Finally, making it a few miles out of the city, I looked around again. Nothing. The moon was thankfully full, giving me enough light to see a good distance. But nothing. Closing my eyes, I let out a sigh of relief. Regular people are easy to fight, but a vampire is as strong and as fast as Minot that I would really know. I only met my first ones less than an hour ago. And I don't know the first thing about actually fighting. Of course, I have fought, but I have only fought regular people. That's like a bear against a deer. There isn't a fight, just a slaughter. As I opened my eyes again, I saw something in the distance, and I felt a sinking feeling in my gut. It was him, running right at me. I think it was. All I could see from my current location was a small, fast-moving sand cloud. Thinking fast, I dove into my cart, grabbing the first thing that could be a weapon for me. And what was that thing? A wooden mallet. Leaping out of the cart, I used my speed and ran to a small sand hill 100 feet from the cart. Once on the other side of the hill, I laid down in the sand, letting just my eyes peek over. It only took a handful of seconds for the man to appear by my cart, sending a cloud of sand up as he skidded to a halt. Being used to my sudden appearances around him, the donkey that was pulling the cart didn't react to the sudden appearance of the man, only silently blinking at him. The man didn't seem to like the fact that I wasn't with my cart and started searching for me. But me being me, I forgot it's impossible to not leave tracks in the sand. He saw them. As soon as he saw them, I decided my best bet was to attack first. I zoomed right at him. It took the vampire by surprise to see me running at vampire speed right at him. He froze, but only for a moment, before he too zoomed right at me. As I got into range, I swung my wooden mallet right for his head. But the vampire dodged my swing by leaning to the side just enough for the mallet to miss him. As soon as I missed, the vampire went on the attack, swinging his hand right at my throat. To my amazement, I seemed to be faster than him. Not by much, but enough to give me an advantage, a small one, yes, but one all the same. I dodged his hand by going under, grabbing the outstretched right arm while moving under. I jumped into the air, still holding his arm. Using my legs and hips, I managed a hard spin midair, and when I hit the zenith of my jump, I heard a loud crack and a crunch. Then the man let out a terrible scream as I landed awkwardly, tumbling head over feet into the sand. Quickly standing back up, I looked at the man who was on a knee, looking at the stump that used to be his right arm but was now just a stump of crystal. Looking down, I realized I was still holding the arm. So without a second thought, I attacked. Swinging the arm at his head, the man jumped backward, yelling, "What are you? Your heart still beats, but you have the same abilities as me." The man yelled in a panicked, gruff voice. "I'm just a man," I chuckled while swinging the arm around me like nunchucks. This only seemed to piss him off even more, making him rush me out of rage. I was a little excited now. For a long time, I was nervous about fighting a real life and death battle against a vampire. But now, with it being so easy, I was getting cocky. My guess is I had better control over myself from the over 1,000 years of using my abilities, because I might know next to nothing about fighting, but I could tell this guy used a lot of useless movements, wasting nanoseconds on a pointless shift of a body part or shift in weight, and those nanoseconds that he wasted gave me the openings I needed to do some damage. He came in low for a one-arm tackle, but that just left his head open for attack. Using his own severed arm, I swung down, hitting him hard, shattering the arm into dust and sending him face first into the sand. Wasting no time, I went for the kill. Blurring onto his back, I grabbed his head before he could regain his footing and pulled hard, breaking his head off of his neck. Once I decapitated him, I fell backward, hitting the sand and looking up at the night sky, slowly letting the adrenaline wash away. I need to learn how to better control my abilities. For too long, I was naive to think I would never fight another vampire. And I got lucky to beat this vampire, just using my better control over my ability to win. Yes, I won, but what would happen when I meet another vampire with just as much control and actual fighting experience? I'll tell you, I will be screwed with a capital S. So I decided to start a new branch in my life. Goodbye, Fur Trader. Hello, Martial Arts. 6. Passing Time, Part 4. Chapter 5, edited. Year, 2048 BC. Time in world, 1952 years 10 months 74 days 4 hours. For the next few hundred years I dedicated myself to learning and knowledge, traveling to all corners of land I could reach, learning new things and mastering them. I started with the most important thing, learning different fighting styles, spears, swords, and hand-to-hand. I was best with the short sword, making my own style where I got in close and would attack, not giving my opponent the opportunity to fight back. In other words, coming in close and staying on the offense, constantly keeping my opponent on the defense by constantly attacking, or it should. I have yet to put it to the real test against a vampire. When I learned how to fight I couldn't practice against regular people at full speed, so instead I would watch people practicing, storing it all away in my brain, then go somewhere private and away from any populated places, mostly the woods, and practice, studying it and learning from it, feat placements, how to hold the weapon, and different moves and combos, practicing it and mastering the moves, molding and improving them to better fit my speed and strength. Spending most of the years in China itself. China was packed full of different fighting styles, especially with the sword, spear, and hand-to-hand. It was very impressive to see it. My guess is the constant wars fought in those times gave birth to hundreds of different styles, and every one of them I mastered. The only problem is the current weapons themselves. They are made of bronze. Bronze is a very weak metal compared to other metals like iron or steel, and iron swords won't be made for a while and steel won't be produced for over 1,000 years. The problem was, how can I find something strong enough for a vampire? With my strength, anytime I hit something like a rock that might be as strong as a vampire's skin with a sword made of bronze, it would break in half or into pieces. So I did the best I could by mentally fighting an imaginary foe. Over the years I fought millions of imaginary enemies, sometimes multiple enemies all at once. So for about 300 years I just studied martial arts. After learning thousands of different styles I decided to start learning other things. The first thing after was medicine. It's honestly amazing what natural medicine can do. It can heal rashes, and mixing certain herbs with hot water can get rid of coughing or colds. Natural antibiotics. It really is fascinating. Then I just kept going, moving from one thing after another. Seeing Mount Everest in the Himalayas, the Nile River, the Swiss Alps, the Algarve coast in Portugal, and more in my traveling. Time skip. Year, 1000 BC. Years in world, 3000 years 8 months 44 days. I was currently sitting on a beach in the boot of Italy, watching the sun slowly drop behind the ocean as I went over the past 1,000 years. I learned to fight, medicine, and an insane amount of other things, from carving to building, cooking, languages, and all sorts of things. And I was still traveling to learn more things. But at the moment I was having a little vacation. As I was thinking, my mind began to wander. There was still one thing I had yet to do, or even attempt, and that was to find love. Since I've come here thousands of years ago, I haven't felt the urge to find love. Of course, I've been with women, but only for one-night stands. I never got attached. Why get attached when they are destined to die in a blink of an eye for me? And the last thing I want right now is immortal children. It felt like I was waiting for them, waiting to meet them, whoever they are. But who are they? I could only guess. Note: sorry for the short chapter today. 7. Note: there won't be a chapter today. I am going to take a day break. While I'm on my day-long break, please vote on who you would like the mate to be. Bella Swan, Alice Cullen, Rosalie Hale, Jessica Stanley, Angela Weber, Kate Denali, Irina Denali, Tanya Denali. Other. 8. A Start to Something New. Chapter 6. Edited. Volterra. Vultury. Sitting in the audience chamber of the Vultury's main base, Arrow, Caius, and Marcus were listening to a very interesting story from one of the vampires they had sent in search of new covens. And finally, he had returned after almost 100 years of traveling in search of more covens to add to the Vultury's numbers. But he didn't just return with information on different covens but with a very intriguing story. I first heard of this man not long after I left in search of other covens. The tall vampire named Anchali said as he kneeled in front of the 3 leaders. I started my journey by going north into the land of the savage tribesmen. In search of any information that might lead me to a coven. I also started hearing tales of a strange man that would come to their village every few decades and heal their sick or dying. At first I thought that it was a traveling healer. But the farther I traveled I still heard stories. Some villages say he has been coming to their village or tribe for hundreds of years and then would move on. At first I didn't believe them, thinking it was just a tale, but even some villages in the Far East have stories of this man saying the same thing, that he has been coming to their village for hundreds of years. Arrow sat on his throne and tapped his fingers on the armrest thinking. Turning to look at Marcus, Arrow asked, "What do you think, brother?" "I think we should find this man. Who knows how old of a vampire he is and what abilities he may possess. Perhaps it is a healing ability that can be very useful when making deals with certain humans, bring them back from death's door, or one of their loved ones." Arrow smiled and let out a chuckle. "Yes, brother, that would be a good idea. Once we have enough members with abilities we can use, we will be able to finally end the Romanian coven, then the other bothersome covens, and bring the vampire world under our rule." Kayud said in his pompous voice. "Yes, once the Romanian coven is gone the Vultury will be the ruling coven," Arrow said, turning back to the still kneeling Anchali. "I want you and 2 others of your choosing to go and find this man and bring him back." "As you command," Anchali said, standing and slowly backing out of the chamber. "And if he doesn't wish to join?" Caius asked, standing from his throne after Anchali left. "Then we will use Charmion to make him," Arrow said with a smirk, leaning back in his throne. Charmion is a female vampire with the ability to influence emotional ties and can manipulate others. This is how Arrow was able to force those to join the Vultury when they never wanted to. MC. I was currently traveling among tribes in Spain, or at the time known as the Iberians, healing and doing a little trading. Instead of the over 10 animals I used to have, I only had a horse named Buttercup pulling a small cart now while I walked beside it. I was walking down a small path that led east. While walking I turned on my playlist of favorite songs and zoned out, knowing that my horse would stay on the path and would stop when confused on where to go. It was mid-afternoon when I stopped to have lunch under a tree just off the path that kept the sun out of my eyes. "I'm so happy I made sunglasses," I said to my horse Buttercup. "I have made glass thousands of times in the pursuit of making sunglasses. The only problem is I was shit at it. First, it was finding something hot enough to melt the materials for it. Then the shaping and darkening of the glass that took so long. But I was determined to make them. And now I have a few Dunzen in my wagon as backups. Over the years I've had many animal companions. It always hurt when they died, but death is unavoidable and just made me cherish the moment that I had with them even more." Pulling out a sack of smoked meat and flatbread from the cart I set it down, then untied Buttercup and let her graze while I ate. Food in this era sucks. It's bread, porridge, vegetable or chicken stew, fish, and cheese, and different kinds of preserved meat. Yes, those are all good foods, but they're so bland. Every now and then I will go to India or other places and find places that have certain spices that I can buy, but they only last so long. I would buy spices by the pound. But I tended to be heavy-handed when it came to them and run out within a year. Making a smoked meat sandwich. 2 flat pieces of bread with smoked meat in the middle. I took a bite and chewed hard. The dried bread and smoked meat took a lot of chewing just to get down, but I do with what I have. Taking out my water skin I took a deep swig to help the bite go down without choking on it. As I'm taking the swig I hear the sound of people running fast. Not like normal people but like me when I run at full speed. "Vampires," I whisper. Standing in a flash I look in the direction they are coming from. From the sound, it's 3, maybe 4. Not wasting a second I blur to the wagon, pulling out one of my bronze swords and getting ready to finally put my fighting skills to the test. Anchali. It's been 2 years since he was sent in search of the white-haired man. First, he went north looking for any village that had seen him recently. It took 7 months to find a village he had recently been in. So following his trail we figured out he was going southwest towards the Iberian people. As they passed through the villages something piqued Anchali's interest. Every time the white-haired man came to a village no one went missing from the villages, not even the poor people that nobody would miss. That's how Anchali could track covens. Look for a village or city where the poor tend to go missing and you find the coven close by. But never did a person vanish when the white-haired man was there, making Anchali slightly suspicious. How is he surviving if not on human blood? Anchali thought as they continued their journey. It took them over a year to finally catch up with the white-haired man. It took them this long because they would need to stop and feed every time they found a village or city and would lose a day every time. Thankfully the white-haired man stayed a few days at every village or city letting the vampires slowly catch up with him. Finally, they came to a village in the southern area of Iberian. Like usual they entered the village covering themselves in black and red cloaks, making sure not to let the sun touch their skin and let the villagers see them sparkle. It only took a few minutes to get the good news. The white-haired man just left the village. Once they got the direction that the white-haired man headed in, the three took off once out of sight. Blurring through the woods, following a path through the woods, the three of them could finally see an end to this long journey of tracking down this man, and finally bringing the hunt to an end. After running for 10 minutes they finally caught sight of a cart and a brown horse grazing not far from it. Then finally the white-haired man. I got bored and decided to go ahead and write this chapter. 9. A Fight to Remember. Mac POV. Shit, I thought as I saw the three vampires stop 10 feet in front of me. It was clear to see who they were or what group they were from. The Vultury, I mumble as we stare at each other. Over the past 1,000 years the number of vampires I have seen has grown, starting in Romania where the current ruling coven is. The Romanian vampires didn't care if people knew what they were. Ruling the people with cold hearts and an iron grip. Massacring whole villages at a whim. In some of the worst times I would take large groups of villagers and guide them to newer lands. I figured the more remote the place the better, because vampires needed human blood to survive, to not be in pain from the lack of blood, so vampires wouldn't risk a long-distance travel where it might take them a month just to reach them with no villages close by. Thankfully there are a number of places for that, and I would teach them how to survive in those places, not leaving until I was sure they could survive on their own. After doing that a few times the Romanian coven got wind of what I had been doing and sent 70 vampires after me. The pompous vampires were a bunch of mentally challenged pricks, and only chased me for a few days before they got tired of it and went on a blood rampage through countless villages, killing hundreds of men, women, and children just because they could, and to crush those with the hope of a new and better life that I might have brought them, while I watched them from a distance, unable to stop the pointless killing, vowing that one day I will end the Romanian coven. And I knew just how to do that. The Vultury. Yes, they aren't much better than the Romanians, but the Vultury brought law to the vampire world, stopping the massacres and open killings of humans, hiding the vampire world from the human world. So I chose from two evils, one who killed hundreds for fun, or those who brought rules and order to this lawless world, punishing those who broke those rules harshly. It wasn't a hard choice to make. The only problem was I didn't know when the Vultury started their rise to power. But now I had what looked like three members of the Vultury in front of me. It wasn't hard to figure out. They were in black and red cloaks, the signature appearance of the Vultury. Or a cult, but if you think about it they might as well be the same. The three stopped about 15 feet in front of me, staring at me and my sword. A tall vampire with night black long hair and pale white sculpted features stood in front of the other two, clearly the leader. I stood tense, ready for any sudden movement that might signal an attack. The leader of the group tilted his head to the side, looking confused. Turning to look at one of the men behind him, he said, "It's not him, this is just some human with white hair." Turning back to me with an evil smile he said, "We weren't able to have a meal in the village because of you, so now you are our meal." Without wasting a second they attacked, moving in a blur right at me. I'm not entirely sure what they were expecting me to do. Just stand there in fear or try to run, but I can tell you they weren't expecting what I did do. They came at me in an arrow formation, the leader in the front and the two lackeys on both sides behind him. So I blurred into motion, clearly shocking them for a moment, leaving a gap for me to attack. Blurring at the leader I jumped, managing a flying kick to his chest, sending him flying backwards and crashing through a large tree. Landing on my back I jumped to my feet and turned to the other two. The other two were blurring at me, one from the front and the other from the side, trying to get me from both sides. Using my speed I run at the one in front of me. Finally trying my fighting style I get in close and use my bronze sword. But all my sword did was cut his clothes without even scratching his skin. I might as well be trying to cut a rock, I thought. So I did the next best thing. Moving faster than any normal vampire could, I shoved the sword through the bottom of his head, dropping him and my sword to the dirt. Whirling around I grabbed the other vampire's outstretched hand that was about to grab me and twist it sideways. Holding the hand I raise my leg and kick him hard in the neck. In one fluid movement ripping the hand off and decapitating him. Before the body even hit the ground I heard the sound of running feet behind me. I turned and instantly jumped sideways to dodge my own sword that was now in the hands of the vampire leader. He continued to push, slashing and stabbing, getting angrier and angrier the more I dodged or sidestepped his attacks. "What are you?" the man bellowed. But I didn't answer him. I was too busy waiting for an opening. And there it was. It was clear that he didn't know how to fight with a sword. Relying on his strength and speed he just swung the sword in hopes of hitting me. But that only made my job easier. The vampire leader went for a downward slash, allowing me to sidestep and enter his guard. Acting fast I wrapped my arms around him in a bear hug and did something I would tell stories about for the rest of my life. With all my strength I shot my knee right between the vampire's legs. I could feel his dangly bits turn to crystal dust under my knee. The vampire leader let out a blood-curdling scream as his manhood was blown off by my knee. Letting go of him he dropped to the ground, still screaming in pain. "Are you with the Vultury?" I asked the still screaming man. But he didn't answer. So I let him roll on the ground a little longer before I asked another question. Why did they send you after me? Finally, the man answered me with a stutter. They are looking for vampires with abilities to fight the Romanian coven. I let out a small smile. It's about time, I thought. You know I would have let you all live if you wouldn't have attacked me, I said, and without giving him time to comprehend what I said I stepped on his chest and pulled his head from his shoulders. I plan to join the Vultury in ending the Romanian coven, nothing more. I won't become one of their pawns to use. Putting all the bodies together I started a small fire, using a piece of wood and setting their clothes on fire. Once done with that I went back to my cart and pulled out a sack for the heads. Once done tying the sack and placing it into my cart I went back to the tree and sat down. Picking my bread and meat sandwich back up I sat there and started to think of plans for when I brought the heads back to the Vultury. 10. First meeting. Year 994 BC. Years in world, 3006. Photo of MC. After finishing my sandwich I reattached Buttercut to the cart and we continued our journey leaving the smoldering bodies of the 3 Vultury members who attacked me behind. So me and Buttercup started our journey to Volterra, the city the Vultury got their name from and called home. While walking I went over the fight in my head. First, the sword is completely worthless against a vampire. Bronze is just too weak to do any real damage. I needed to shove the sword through my opponent's head just to kill him. I guess I'll need to learn how to fight with a hammer just to do actual damage. At least until I can get my hands on a samurai sword. But other than that there was no problem. I was a complete badass who just took on 3 vampires on my own and ripped them to pieces. Compared to the first time I fought a vampire in Egypt, I was completely different. I was faster, stronger and I actually knew how to fight. I just hope that when I meet the Vultury they won't try to manipulate me. I know that when most people see me all they see is a handsome young man. But under all of that is someone who has seen all there is to be seen, learned every known language, and stuffed their brain with more knowledge than everyone on this planet combined. Seen more death and life than any breathing being. And that's my advantage. Letting others underestimate me and when they do that will be their fall. It took a little under 5 months to make it to Volterra. And to tell you the truth I was a little surprised. It was a pretty good-sized village with a larger than normal population. I walked beside Buttercup through the packed streets full of people trying to sell things to passers-by. Bringing back memories of when I used to do the same thing. It wasn't hard to find where they were. There was a building much bigger than any other in the village with 2 people in the front wearing completely black cloaks shadowing their faces. And most people avoided looking in its direction. So leading Buttercup to the front of the building I stopped her right in front of the 2 guards, pulling a few mint leaves from a pouch on my waist and letting her eat them out of my hand. All the while the 2 guards were looking at me as if I was slow in the head. But I didn't give them any thought and went to the back of my cart, grabbed the bag of heads from the cart, walked to the guards, I said in a happy voice. Delivery for the Vultury, I said, showing off my perfect teeth in a wide smile. Both guards were clearly confused so I said, look one of you go inside and tell Arrow that the white-haired man is here and he will understand, I said to the guards. It took less than a second for the guard on my left to go inside and tell his boss about the crazy man at the door. As we waited for the guard to come back I stood there with the bag in my hand tapping my foot and whistling a tune while waiting. Looking at the guard in front of me I asked, nice weather we're having today. But he didn't say anything just standing there trying to be intimidating thinking his crimson red eyes would scare me. Instead, it made him look constipated. Before I could warn him about his eyes popping out the door opened and the second guard stepped out. Follow me was all he said then stepped back inside. Following him through the corridors he led me to a large door. Pushing the door open he stepped to the side and then motioned for me to go in. Once inside the guard closed the door behind him. I could see the 3 leaders themselves. It took all my might not to start laughing at the sight. All 3 of them were sitting on raised stone thrones acting intimidating. Forcing the laughter down I moved forward. But once the 3 of them saw me they got looks of confusion. Stepping in front of the 3 I raised my right hand and did a small wave saying, I heard that you were looking for me. Caius looked over at Arrow and said, this can't be him. This is just a boy and a human at that. I can hear his heart. That is true. Ever since Ancheli left we have heard more rumors of this man from travelers who have passed through Volterra, telling tales of how this man saved their village from a great sickness. And if it was him Ancheli would be here. Marcusa said in his deep monotone voice. Oh that was his name, I said, bringing their attention back to me. What do you mean? Caius said in a voice that sounded like he was disgusted just by talking to me. Setting the bag on the ground and opening it, I grabbed the vampire leader's head and pulled it out. Is this him? I asked in a casual tone. The 3 of them froze, not saying a word. No, maybe it's one of the others, I say, throwing the head over my shoulder and then pulling out the other 2. This one or this one, I say lifting both heads. It was the first one, Arrow said, finally speaking. Oh, that guy. Yeah, we didn't really have a nice first meeting. I said, throwing the other 2 heads over my shoulders. I saw a small smile appear at the corners of Arrow's mouth. Standing up, Arrow approached me and stretched his hand out in a clear sign for a handshake. I knew what he was doing. He wanted to get a look inside the old noggin. I couldn't help but chuckle. There was no way I was going to let him touch me and read my mind. Arrow's powers allowed him to read every thought someone had ever had. and I didn't want him to know how I got to this world, so I just looked at his hand and then back up at him. "I'm not going to shake your hand," I said, putting my hands behind me. "Your friend Anshulai told me all about the Vultury before I ripped his head off," I lied. Arrow frowned but only for a second before going back to a small smile. "What are you?" Caius asked. "Just a very strong long-lived human," I said with a shrug. As I said those words I saw Arrow look behind me and nod, then I felt a strange feeling come over me. Turning to look behind me I saw a young woman with brown hair and crimson-red eyes. Before I could think my blue system screen appeared in front of me with a message. Attempted system interference detected. System defense activated. Loading new system defense program. The system is loading complete. New system setting activated. Mind shield. Mind shield will protect the host's mind from any outside interference, such as mental intrusion, mind reading, mind manipulation, etc. After reading the system message all I could say was, score. 11. Consequences. So mind shield is kind of like Bella's power, except I can't project it to others. Before I could continue down my current path of thought, Arrow spoke. "Give me your hand," he said in a soft voice. Turning to face him I saw his outstretched hand and smiling face. This little sack of shit just tried to force my will and make me his little puppet, I thought. I felt rage boil up inside me. I tried to push it down, but the more I pushed it down the more it grew. Without thinking I moved. Blurring in front of Arrow I grabbed him by the neck, picking him up and off the floor, squeezing until cracks began to appear. The shock of what I just did was clear to see on his face. "Are you stupid?" I asked, moving my face close to Arrow's. Marcus and Caius stood from their thrones ready to attack me when I spoke. "Either of you or you," I say to Marcus and Caius, then turn to the lady behind me. "Move and I will crush his neck, then the rest of you." They froze, not wanting Arrow's death. "I came here to help you end the Romanian coven, not to become your puppet or join you," I say, squeezing Arrow's neck a little harder. "I do not appreciate you trying to force me to become one of you. I am much older than any of you by thousands of years, and I will not be forced or manipulated into your collection. And if you fuck with me I will rip all of you apart," I say in a cold voice while looking right into Arrow's eyes. I could see the fear in his eyes and I knew I got the message across. Adding a little more flair to my performance I threw Arrow right into his throne, breaking it into chunks. Turning to the female behind me I say, still in a cold voice, "And if you try that again I'll bury you alive to slowly go insane from a lack of blood." Looking back at the three leaders I say, "I will return every few years, and when it's time I will fight with the Vultury to get rid of the Romanian coven. And if you even look in my direction the wrong way I will end the Vultury before it even gets started." Of course, I was lying my ass off hoping that they wouldn't push me and attack. But thankfully they just stood frozen. I knew when they got stronger they would more than likely want revenge, but when that happens I will be ready. Once standing, Arrow looked at me and dusted the rock dust from his clothes. Still, with a nervous look, Arrow said, "Very well." I turned around to walk out of the massive doors when Arrow spoke. "What is your name?" Turning to him I said, "Adam," then walked out of the room without looking back. Vultury POV. Once Adam was gone, Caius turned to Arrow and said, "How was that possible?" I could hear his beating heart. "He's just a human but has abilities that can kill a vampire." "I don't know. When he grabbed my neck I wasn't able to get any information from him, and Chelsea wasn't able to affect his loyalties and bring him to the Vultury. He must have shielding abilities," Marcus said while looking down at the destroyed throne. "What will we do about this, Arrow?" Caius asked, sitting back down in his throne. "We will wait and play nice. And once the time is right he can either join us or we will crush him under our might." "Good," Caius said with an evil smile, leaning back into his throne. For the next few hundred years I traveled watching the world grow. Every few years I would check in with the Vultury, but they were still looking for vampires with strong abilities before starting the war with the Romanians. So while they did that I went back to China and continued my studies of martial arts. In the past few hundred years China has grown exponentially in population, leading to more and bigger wars and as a byproduct more fighting styles. As I was traveling through China I passed a small blacksmith hut. Realizing that I had yet to learn smithing, I bought it from the old man who owned it before me. I paid him extra to teach me for a few years before he left to retire. I was so caught up in learning fighting styles and other things over the years I completely looked right over something that could help me make a weapon for when I fought the Romanian coven. I ended up making something akin to a godly weapon in my eyes, taking me over 300 freaking years to make. Of course, I didn't just make a sword for 300 years straight, I took breaks and did other swords or weapons, learning new things as I built them and taking what I learned to help me make my sword. I also traveled back west every few decades to see if the Vultury were ready yet, but of course, they were either too busy with political issues or still looking for vampires with special abilities. The sword I made was medium-sized and had the look of the Roman gladius. The only difference is it was thicker than a regular blade. I folded the metal over 40 times, giving me millions of layers of metal in the sword. It gave the blade a Damascus look and was as hard as titanium. A katana blade is only folded 10 to 20 times, making them incredibly hard and durable. And I just doubled it using my insane strength to hammer and mold the blade. I had to restart hundreds of times, but that's blacksmithing for you. One mistake and you could ruin it. I also went through a few hundred hammers in the process. After making the blade I tested it by cutting whole trees down in one blow, and then finding out that boulders fared the same as the trees did. To say I was excited would be an understatement. Finally, I have a blade that can do some damage to vampires. Once done testing my blade on trees and big rocks I decided to put it to the real test, against a vampire. So I headed west to Romania. Year 440 BC. Once in the lands of the Romanian coven, it wasn't hard to find a vampire. They walked in the open letting people see them sparkle, unafraid that anything can kill or wound them. In a small village just inside their lands, I saw a shorter male vampire with short black hair and bright crimson eyes. His skin sparkled in the sun for all to see. I wore a brown cloak covering my head with the hood looking like a monk. The long cloak also hid my already drawn sword, allowing me to get right up next to him and attack. Acting fast I swung the sword. With a loud boom, my sword hit his neck. Sparks flew as my blade chopped into the vampire. The vampire never even knew that he died. All this happened in less than a second. Most people in the street didn't even see me cut his head off. All they saw was the vampire's head fall off. Now that I had a usable weapon against vampires, all I could do now was wait. So I did. Building a small house in what will become Spain, I started farming, growing crops and having a few cows for meat. I lived a normal life for a while, and just relaxed thinking of what will happen when the main characters start to appear. 12. Rome. Year 400 BC. Years in world 3, 600 years 4 months 16 days. Name Adam Anthony Gray. Age 18, immortal, 3,618 years old. Height 6 feet 3 inches. System abilities Mind Shield. Once I got my fill of the peaceful life I decided to head to Rome. Over the past few hundred years Rome has started to conquer lands in what will become Italy and grow. Knowing how powerful Rome will become I decided to start making some serious money. So after packing my belongings onto a cart I headed south to Rome. The closer I got to Rome the more I saw the flourishing lands full of farmers and crops. Once the city came into view I was amazed. The temples to the gods and just the number of buildings was incredible to see. Once I got to the more populated part of the city I couldn't stop myself from looking in all directions, taking in the happy atmosphere of the citizens. As I traveled to Rome I came up with an idea of how to make a living in Rome. Of course, I had a boatload of gold in my cart but that won't last me forever so I decided to become a blacksmith. It took a few days to find a blacksmith willing to sell me the shop and tools, but he was only willing to sell at an insane price. But I would make it back in time, and I had a lot of that. The shop was in a good market district and had a lot of foot traffic, so I wasn't too upset about the loss of gold. Once I owned the shop I began to build tools or weapons for sale, pumping them out at an incredible speed. Business was slow for the first few years, only doing farm tools for farmers or tools for craftsmen. But finally, I had a soldier enter my shop looking to see if I could fix his heavily dented sword. The sword looked like it was used in battle so I asked, "Seen some fighting?" I asked, picking the blade up from his hand. "Yes, the northern Gauls are pushing south. My patrol found a group of them far into our borders. My guess is they are going to attack soon so I wanted to get my sword fixed before that happens just in case." The soldier said, scratching his head tiredly. "Well, we can't have one of Rome's soldiers entering battle with a sword like this," I say, looking at the heavily dented sword. "How long until you can fix it?" He asked me. "I can have it done by early afternoon," I say to him. "But that's only a few hours. Most smiths take days." The soldier asked in a confused but happy voice. "Yes, most smiths would take that long but I'm not them," I say, giving the soldier a smile. "How much will it cost me?" The soldier asked. "I will do it for 7 bronze. The soldier only got more confused. "But the rest of the smiths do it for 10 or more bronze. Like I told you, I am not like the rest of the smiths." Of course, I wasn't doing this to go broke. I was doing this so he would go and tell his military friends that there's a smith that does good, fast work for a lower price. Fixing his sword would only take me an hour at most. For most smiths, it would take multiple hours so they charged more for the time it would take to fix their blades and the material needed to do so. Once his buddies come I will charge them 8 or 9 bronze for things that will take me an hour, making me a good profit for an hour of work. And it worked. Before I knew it I had more work than I could handle. I ended up hiring people to work the front of my shop while I hammered away in the back. But even then I was getting flooded. So I took on some apprentices, teaching them how to forge. Of course they couldn't get as much done as me but they did get very skilled. The good thing about all that was I was making some serious money, allowing me to buy some more shops, and sending those smiths to my shops, with me only taking a 10% cut of their sales. Within 30 years I had over 10 smiths' shops. Unfortunately, Rome was taken over by the Gauls for 7 months. They massacred many innocent people and stole anything that wasn't attached. While Rome burned for the first time I used my main shop to hide civilians, my smiths, and their families while I killed any Gaul soldier that tried to enter. Only when I had killed more than 100 soldiers with ease, did they finally leave me be. Once the Gauls were defeated and left did Rome began to rebuild and so did I. Most of my shops were still intact but had been looted for any weapons or tools that were inside. But I could buy and rebuild because what else could I do? After a few months, business began to pick up explosively. Due to the fact that, my smiths and I were some of the only living smiths in Rome. All the others either died or fled and haven't returned yet, leaving a vacuum for weapons or tools that I was more than happy to fill. In just a few years things were back to normal. And once again I was making more money than I knew what to do with, so I started buying more stuff. Because the best way to make more money is to buy things that can make you more money, it's simple math. So I started buying potteries. These places made all sorts of stuff from bowls, cups, plates, or decorative pieces for the rich. My biggest seller was roof tiles, and chouzes. Then I started to buy land. A lot of land. Of course, I had to bribe a lot of officials to do that. But as long as they got paid enough they had no problem doing what I asked them to do. Once I got the land I would buy slaves and set them free, paying them to work my land. I also built them homes to live in. Happy workers, happy life, and harder workers to bring in more money. Most of my land was for regular crops, but I also paid people to start a large wine vineyard. All this happened over 100 years. Around the 40-year mark, I started to employ people to do things for me so I wouldn't have to show my face and make people curious as to why I don't age. The last thing I need is for people to think I'm a god or something. Over those 100 years I made a deal with the Roman Senate to make me the sole supplier of the weapons and armor for the Roman military, spending a large chunk of money to bribe members with a lot of sway to do that. I made the first makeshift factories to do this. I constructed a massive foundry. And I mean massive. I had over 1,000 workers all in one massive building. At one end is where the ore would come in and be melted down into bars. Once the bars were done it would move to the smiths. The smiths were separated into different groups. One group did the sword, another did spearheads, then one did the armor. The smiths that made the weapons would make them while having apprentices, giving me more smiths to add to my employ once they know how to forge, allowing me to grow even bigger. Once done with the swords they would go to the sharpeners who would use files or grindstones to sharpen the swords or spearheads. The sheaths for the swords were made by others and I bought the sheaths from them in bulk for the swords. They would every now and then try to get me to pay out the nose for the sheaths because they knew I was making massive amounts of money. But every time they would do that all I had to do was go to my good friends in the Senate and tell them their army wouldn't have sheaths for their swords because the sheath makers were charging me an arm and a leg for a sheath, making me lose money that I could be using to give them donations. It's incredible to see what lengths the officials will go to just for money. One of the sheath makers that screwed with me was arrested for violating the law because he was interfering with the Roman military, stopping them from getting their weapons. After a few times of that happening no one was willing to rip me off. After it became law that all men must join the Roman military, I had a constant flow of money. Even though I had to pay my workers above average pay I was still making insane amounts of money. Over the next few hundred years I became the richest man in Rome. I bought a number of quarries where Rome would get their stone for the aqueducts, or their massive colosseums, or homes, making me all the richer. But still every few years I would head north to check on the Vultury. Surprisingly they had begun to find vampires with abilities. Nothing incredible, just some with strength-based abilities, but still that was a start. I knew that Jane and her brother were the ones that gave the Vultury the advantage when they fought the Romanians, and they wouldn't be turned until the 900s AD, so that gave me a time period of when the Vultury would attack the Romanians. And finally, end their rule. 13. Too much gold and a new holiday. Year, 114 BC. Years in world, 3, 886. With Rome constantly in a state of war, either conquering someone or being attacked by someone, I was making mountains of money, and I mean literal small mountains. The funny thing is when the Roman government ran out of money, they came to me for money to buy more of my weapons for war. So of course I said yes, but with a 15% interest on the money. In other words, I gave them millions of gold and made millions of gold just by letting them pay me my own gold. The thing about back then was there wasn't a set amount of currency in circulation in Rome. No, it was all a matter of how fast they could make the coins. With my gold, I started another venture. Horses. I bought hundreds of horses, along with land for them. Then the horse breeders and the people to take care of the horses. Within a decade I had horses ready for the military. And of course, the Roman government needed my gold to pay me for my own herds. With interest on it, of course. I was getting more gold than I knew how to spend. I was practically Rome's piggy bank. Except every time they took money out, they had to put it back with a little extra. But hey, I'm not complaining. The only problem was, where can I keep all of it? At the moment it was all in my home, filling the rooms of my villa to the ceiling. It was cool at first to walk by rooms full of gold, but I was running out of rooms. So I decided to make a bank. And so I did. I made it underground, with massive walls surrounding the entice with a big metal gate, to keep people out. I made it about 100 feet underground with stone walls and massive iron doors that were made in my foundry. I had different size rooms for use. Some of them were as big as 50 feet across, and some of them were as small as broom closets, for people who just wanted something small. We had small lock boxes, so I turned the place to keep my gold into a way to make more, by people paying me to keep their money safe. And it was safe, because almost every Roman senator and high-ranking official stored their it in my vaults. With that, I was able to get the military to guard my vaults for free. Of course, I wouldn't trust them completely, so I hired my own guards. I picked them myself to work the inside and the military to stand outside and be intimidating. It had around-the-clock guards and we always kept records of how much gold you had and took out. It was a huge hit with the rich. Every rich person with 2 gold coins to rub together was scrambling to put it in my vaults, making me all the richer. After that, I started looking outwards to other countries, and had a great idea. I bought 11 ships and started importing and exporting goods from Rome to other countries and bringing spices and dyes to Rome. In a couple of years, I bought out my competitors, making me the only person that imported and exported goods to Rome and having over 100 ships to transport the goods. After that, I decided to stop. I was making too much gold. With all my businesses and Rome constantly using my gold to pay me, I was about to explode with gold. At my peak, I had a little under 1 billion gold coins. I remembered reading something that said Rome minted 20 billion coins over its rule. So I had a huge chunk of Rome money in my vaults. So I started a new tradition. Every year I would dress up in all red and put on a fake white beard. Sneak into people's homes leaving a gold coin in the open with a note that says from Santa Claus. I used my speed to visit most of the city in one night. And let's just say it became a big deal. People thought it was from a new god. But hey, whatever rows their boats is fine with me. I was just trying to stop an economic crisis from happening by spreading the money around for people to spend. And generate some spending. So I started Christmas all to stop an economic collapse. Thankfully it seemed to work and I didn't need to give gold away anymore. And gave me an idea. Now that the economy is stable again, why stop it? So in the far north of Italy, I bought some land and hired a bunch of wood craftsmen to build toys. I would let the toys build up until once a year I would have all the toys delivered to some of my warehouses in Rome. At this point it was too big for me to do alone, so I paid helpers to help me deliver the gifts, but only to their doorsteps. Some people were upset that they didn't get gold anymore, but they got over it. After a few years, it came out that someone paid for all the toys to be delivered to the houses. But no one knew who it was and they never did. I was just happy they found out before they started building temples to the god Santa Claus. After a decade it became an actual holiday for giving gifts, and I didn't need to give the toys away anymore, because they sold very well for the holiday of giving, accidentally making me even more money. 14. A companion. Year, 165 AD. Years in World 4, 165. I was currently on my way north on a small vacation, leaving some of my most trusted men in charge. I planned to go north to the mountains and do some hunting and camping to clear my mind. It may not sound like fun, but when you have lived in a crowded city for hundreds of years you get tired of the constant bustle and noise. I was halfway to my planned camping grounds when I was passing by a village. It was a little after dark, so I decided to camp outside the village. Finding a flat area not far from the village, I dropped my pack, and started collecting wood, from the close-by trees, making sure to grab dry wood. I quickly made a good-sized pile for the fire. Pulling some flint from my bag, I had a good-sized fire, cracking and popping in no time. Now with a burning fire, I grabbed some of my rations from my bag, dried meat, and the few remaining vegetables I had packed for the journey. The dried meat was the average affair, of bland and tasteless, while the somewhat fresh vegetables was a boost of my morale. Finishing my food, I pulled out a woven blanket made out of a rough material, and laid it on the ground, so I wouldn't be sleeping in the grass. By this time the sun had started to set, so I laid down on my back and looked up to the night sky, and the breathtaking beauty it showed. While I was watching the stars I heard a footstep behind me. Without thinking twice I jumped up and flipped over the fire, drawing my sword while flipping. Now that I was facing whoever was behind me I got a clear look at them. It was a young teen, maybe around 16 or 17, and instantly I was able to see his crimson eyes. The teen was frozen with eyes wide in shock of fear. As we stared at each other I looked him over. He was around 5 feet 9 with short brown hair and sharp facial features. He wore fine clothes showing he came from wealth. How did you do that? The boy said hesitantly. Practice, I say jokingly. Before he could speak I spoke. What's your name? Julius, Julius Augustus Manassas, he replied. I slowly sheathed my sword. How long has it been since you turned? He looked at me confused. Turned? He asked. Yes, how long has it been since you were turned into a vampire? Vaenspur, Julius said, the word unfamiliar to him. Wait, have you had blood yet? Julius only stared at me, but I could see his eyes slowly move to my neck. I'm gonna guess no. It's actually very impressive that you, a newborn, didn't try to kill me or attack the village. I wanted to ask more questions, but I could tell he was fighting himself to not attack me, so I said, you need blood. No. Julius said in a loud voice. I will not become what killed my family. I will fight it. I put my hands up in a calming gesture. I guess some vampires attacked him and his family. So thinking fast I said, you can't fight it. But you don't need to kill people for blood. You can kill animals for their blood instead. If you don't, the pain in your throat will get worse. It won't quench the thirst completely, but it will help with the pain I'm sure you are feeling right now. Julius absent-mindedly lifted his hand and touched his throat. How do you know all of this? I chuckled and said, because I've been around some vampires before. I didn't want to drop the whole I am over 4,000 years old on him just yet. He was already confused and scared enough. Follow me, I said, pulling my cloak off. then blurring into the woods. Julius didn't even register that I blurred away. His mind was too fogged up with the need for blood to care. Julius followed at a slower pace, still getting used to his newfound speed. It only took 5 minutes to find a large male deer lying on some grass in a small field deep within the woods. I stopped just inside the tree and waited for Julius to catch up. Within a few seconds, Julius appeared a few feet from me, clearly not wanting to get close to me and lose his internal battle and attack me. I pointed at the deer and said, "Let your instincts take over." And before I could continue, Julius blurred towards the deer. In 3 seconds Julius traveled the 70 yards and tackled the deer, and instantly bit into its jugular. So for a few minutes, I waited as he slowly drank the deer dry. Once done, Julius let go of the deer's neck, letting the head thud onto the earth. He had blood running down his face and covering his hands. Julius slowly lifted his hands to look at them, blood-soaked, and from where I stood I heard him whisper, "What monster have I become?" I blurred to Julius's side, kneeling beside him and slowly putting a hand on his shoulder. "You are not a monster, Julius. Monsters are the ones that kill the innocent for no reason or for fun. You are still the same person, except now you are a little different is all. A little. I am a monster that craves blood. Julius, if you were a monster, then why didn't you attack the village and let yourself fall into the blinding thirst for blood?" He didn't say anything. "Instead you fought it. Or when you came to my camp you never attacked me, even when the thirst was stabbing at you." Julius dropped his head down and began to cry. With chest-rattling sobs, he let his emotions out. I enveloped him in a hug, letting him grieve for his family who is more than likely dead, and the fact that he has become the same thing that killed them. And now he was the young man filled with emotions, scared and alone. After a few moments, Julius began to regain his composure, so I released him. "Come on, I will answer any questions you have." Standing, I walked to the dead deer. Picking up the back 2 legs in one hand, I began to pull it behind me with ease, while Julius followed. 15. Note: I'm going to spend a few days to rewrite the chapters. When I first started writing I did it to relax. Just put on some music and unwind and type away. And trust me, I will be the first to tell you that these chapters currently have more holes than an old man's underwear. And that my writing is subpar. I was rushing the starting chapters to get to the main arc of the story. But in the process, I began to make big errors in the story. So I'm going to slow down and take my time with the chapters from now on. It should only take 2 or 3 days to do the editing. Thank you, Bean. 16. Julius. I carried the deer back to my camp and started to carve the deer for some fresh food. All the while Julius stood a few feet away, silently watching. "Do you have questions, or do you just want to stand there and stare at me like a creep?" I asked, not looking up at him. "What is a vampire?" He asked. "Well, vampires are a pseudo-species of crystallized immortal beings who must feed on the blood of humans or animals to survive. It is impossible to not drink blood. The longer you go, the more you need it, until you lose all mental faculties and give into the thirst and go on a blood rampage for anything that has blood, but mostly after humans." Looking up, I saw Julius standing there with furrowed brows. "So now I must drink blood to survive?" "Yes," I say, standing to my feet. "And unfortunately you won't be able to be in the sunlight where people can see you." "Why?" he asked. "Well, when you turned, you and your insides took on crystal-like properties. So when you go into the sun your skin will sparkle. And that opened the gates." He kept asking questions. From why he didn't need to breathe to why he could hear and smell better. While I cooked the deer meat and ate the food, I answered his questions as best as I could, but Julius was a never-ending well of whys. But I couldn't blame him. I would have done the same if I was him. So I answered his questions as best that I could. All the while I learned a few things about Julius. He wasn't a killer. He disliked the idea of taking someone's life. In my opinion, it had to do with what happened to him and his family. And that he didn't want to become what killed them. And that he was a smart kid. That was clear in the way he asked his questions or the way he talked. He reminded me of Carlyle. He didn't want to kill people. And his self-control was good enough for him not to instantly kill a human. Hopefully, I can help him get his urges under control enough to bring him back to Rome with me. I didn't want to ask him about his family just yet. The last thing I'm sure he wanted was to be reminded of that right now. So I decided to wait and ask later. After a few hours, he finally ran out of questions to ask about vampires. And finally, he asked a different question. "What now?" "Well, it's not going to be easy for you to be around people right now with you being a newborn. Your thirst for blood will be a problem. Like right now, even though you just drank all the blood from a fully grown deer, you still feel the need for blood. You seem to be very strong-willed, or you might have a power that helps you with it." I say. "So you can come with me and I can help you get it under control. I'm going on a camping trip into the woods for a few months before I return to Rome. And in that time I will help you." I could tell just by looking into his eyes that he was still fighting with himself for the thirst of blood, just not as much as before. "Very well," he said. "I will come with you." "Well, I'm going to get some sleep if you want. I have this," I say, grabbing a scroll from out of my pack and handing it to him. "What is this?" he asks. "It's a play I wrote," I say, lying down. "It was a rip-off of the movie Ben-Hur. I wrote for fun." Laying my head down on my pack, I closed my eyes. I wasn't afraid that he would kill me. He had more chances than once to do so and hasn't. And well, I can't die no matter what he did, so I slowly fell asleep, hoping that I woke up in one piece and not scattered all over the place. I woke early just before the sunrise and looked around, happy to see that I was still in one piece, and wasn't drained of all my blood. I looked over to Julius. Julius was looking in the direction of the sunrise. "Are you nervous?" I asked him. Julius looked over at me. "A little." "There's no need to be, Julius." I knew he was afraid that he would actually sparkle. It was just one more confirmation that he was now a vampire. Slowly the sun rose. The rays of the sun hit his skin and he began to sparkle in the light. Julius looked himself over and sighed in resignation. After a few minutes, he looked back at me and said, "That was a fantastic play you wrote, by the way. It was a great blend of betrayal and hardship. But through constant hardships and pain, he was able to get his revenge." I smiled at him and said, "So you liked it, did you?" "Yes, I did." As we talked, I put a metal pan in the still hot coals of the fire. Once it was hot, I laid some pieces of deer meat on the pan and let it sizzle. Julius watched as I cooked. It was silent for a few minutes. The only sound was the sizzling of the food when Julius spoke. "And what about you? You seem to know a lot about vampires." "Well, it has to do with the fact that I am older than vampires themselves." Julius was clearly shocked at that, but before he could speak I cut him off. "I am over 4,000 years old, and when you have lived as long as me you tend to run into some strange stuff." "You are 4,000 years old, but how is that possible? Are you a vampire like me?" "But that can't be, I can hear your heart. And you said vampire hearts stop working, so how did you do it?" The last thing I wanted to do was tell him the truth, so I said the same as I did in my journals. "I don't know. I woke up in a forest without my memories. It took me a while to figure out that I was immortal. And well, I just can't seem to die." But, Julius said, trying to wrap his mind around what I just said. "Yeah, you must have some pretty good luck. Out of all the people to run into, you run into me." Before Julius could ask more questions I spoke. "I will answer your questions later, but let me pack up and let's get a move on before I answer them." "Oh right," Julius said in a sheepish voice. Once I packed up and made sure the fire was completely out, we started our journey into the forest, getting farther and farther away from any humanity. "Sorry, it took so long to post. I've been really sick the last few days." 17, a past told. It took us around 2 days to find the perfect place to set up camp. The whole time I told Julius my story with a few lies here or there. I also told him about the different covens and what was happening in the world of shadows. "So in other words, you are running Rome from the shadows?" Julius asked. "Kind of. Mostly I let the Emperor and the Senate run things. But if I need something done, all I have to do is pay them and they will get it done for me." "But what if they won't do something for you?" "Well, they don't have much of a choice. I have most of the Senate on my pay, willing to do anything for a gold coin. So they would use their sway to get them removed from the Senate." "That's a little scary. I've lived in Rome all of my life and I had no idea Rome was this crooked." "Well, that's how life is for normal people, Julius. For us, money doesn't really mean that much anymore. I could lose every single gold I own and I wouldn't care, because I know I can make it back. Maybe in a few hundred years or a few decades. But normal people only live for so long, and they can never make as much as us. But they are willing to do anything for gold to make the years they have comfortable." I said. "I see," Julius said while kicking a small stone. It was quiet for a while as Julius thought over my words. It only took around 15 minutes for us to arrive at a small field surrounded by trees. "This will do," I said, dropping my pack to the ground. Stretching my back I said, "Are you ready to get started?" "Started?" Julius asked. "Yeah, on your training." "Oh yes, I am." "Good. For starters, I want you to go and find yourself an animal to hunt. I'm going to be following you and watching. Once you're done, I will show you what you might have done wrong." Julius took off into the forest in search of an animal. Julius was like a boulder moving through the forest, stepping on anything that could make noise. Thankfully he used his hearing to pick up the heartbeat of some deer close by and didn't just use his sight. Moving at his full speed, Julius ran right at them. The large male deer didn't even know it died. It was lying down with a few other deers eating close by. Then darkness. Julius tackled the deer at full speed, breaking its neck just by the impact of him hitting the deer, and instantly started drinking. The boom of him hitting the deer caused the other deers to scatter. It only took a few seconds for him to drink the large deer dry and finally lift his head. "Not bad, kid. You practically decapitated the deer," I said jokingly. Julius looked down with a sheepish look. "Sorry," he said, but I could see the small smirk on his face. Once he cleaned up, I began to teach him. I started by showing him how to be quieter while moving through the forest instead of making as much noise as possible. Once done with that, I started to show him some self-defense. Thankfully Julius managed to pick up on them quickly enough, but he still had a long way to go. That night me and Julius talked. "Are there any vampires in Rome?" Julius asked. "Thankfully most vampires stay out of Rome." "Why do they stay out of Rome?" "Mostly because I won't allow it. Rome is my city and I don't want murderous vampires killing innocent people." "How do you keep them out?" Julius asked. "There's a group called the Vultury. They are a coven who rule most of the vampires in Rome's territory. They are currently making an army to fight another coven. They know that if any vampires go into Rome I will kill them, and at the moment they need every one of them to fight the other coven, so they keep them away. I'm sure if they beat the other coven they will use their numbers to move into Rome, but by then I will already be out of Rome anyway. I knew that the Vultury couldn't take down the Romanian coven until the 900s and Rome fell apart around the year 500, and by then I planned to move somewhere else. Where to? Julius asked. Who knows, probably north to Britannia, or to the land of the Franks. I have a feeling that in years to come they will become very good places to live. Very profitable places as well, I said with a bit of a smile. I looked over the fire at Julius and finally asked, what happened to you when you were attacked, if you don't mind me asking? Julius didn't say anything for a few moments. At first, I didn't think he would respond when he lifted his head and looked at the fire, and spoke. It was me, my father, and my little brother. We were going north to visit some of my father's old military comrades. We had just made camp on the second day when two men came out of nowhere. At first, we thought they were travelers who came to camp as well. They didn't even say a word when they attacked us. Julius' voice began to tremble at the memory. One of them went for my father, then the other went for my brother. I managed to get my father's old sword, but I knew it was too late. I went for the one holding my brother and swung the sword, hitting it on the neck, but it didn't do anything. Not even a scratch. I tried again, but the vampire kicked me. It felt like every bone in my chest was broken. And while I was lying on the ground he walked over to me covered in my brother's blood and looked down at me and smiled. Then everything went black. I woke up in the dark uninjured. My father and brother were dead and I was different. I didn't know what to do. I was scared. So I buried them and then started walking along the road in search of help. After a little while a pain started to grow in my throat, but I pushed on. When I came to the village, I could hear their heartbeats. And that's when I knew what I had become. The monster I now was. I couldn't bring myself to become like them. The ones who killed the only family I had and loved. So I started leaving when I saw your fire. And well, you know the rest. Julius said, lowering his head again. I didn't say anything for a few minutes, absorbing what he just said. I could feel the sadness and pain in his words and the look in his eyes. But I could also see the rage and fire that he had been pushing down. Leaning forward I asked Julius, do you remember what they look like? Looking up at me Julius said, it's impossible for me not to. I smirked at that. Then what do you say about getting some revenge for your family? I meant to post yesterday but I got caught up playing the new Assassin's Creed game. 18, Progress. I trained Julius for the next 3 months. He trained like a madman possessed. The fire of revenge fueled him onwards. During the day I would teach him the basics of fighting hand to hand. Different holds, kicks, or punches. He absorbed it all, and would spend days on end practicing, only stopping to hunt. All the while I also taught him how to control his new ability, how to touch anything with a feathery touch, or to just walk instead of zooming all over the place. After around a month and a half, Julius's eyes began to change. From crimson red they slowly began to change to a light yellowish gold. Currently, I and Julius are sparring. We were in a clearing, with the rays of the sun sparkling off of Julius's face and arms, as we blurred, trading blows with each other. Julius sent a kick rocketing for my head. Ducking under the kick, I move in close and try to unbalance him by giving him a shove. Unfortunately, it's practically impossible to do so to a vampire. So instead of falling, Julius just takes a step backward. Before he can attack again I push my quick advantage. Making sure to get in as close as possible, I send a punch to Julius's stomach, forcing him to take a few more steps back. Not relenting, I move with Julius, taking a step forward for every step he takes backward. Instead of going for another punch I go for a fight-ending move, waiting for Julius to try and push me back, or make some distance. And like planned Julius uses his speed to try and outmaneuver me. Trying to get away from me, Julius blurs to the side in a flash, leaving his side wide open for a millisecond. Blurring to his side I drive my elbow into his ribs. With a loud crack, my elbow made contact. Shooting sideways from the blow, Julius flies through the air, unable to comprehend what just happened. Before Julius could land, I blur in front of where Julius was flying towards. Grabbing him by the neck midair, I stop him dead and lift him up. Then with only half my strength, I slam him down to earth. The boom from his impact could be heard for over a mile in all directions of the fight. Of course, if I had put all of my strength into it, Julius wouldn't be anything but broken pieces. Lowering my speed and strength to match Julius to train, and not kill him by accident. It was a bit of a surprise to me, seeing that I had actually gotten stronger. It had been a few hundred years since I had really fought, vampire, or human. Living in Rome I never needed to, except when Rome was raided. But that was just regular humans and I didn't need to try. But since I started to train Julius, I noticed that I had gotten a lot stranger and faster. It only took me accidentally punching Julius over 100 feet and through a large tree and nearly killing him to figure it out. Since then, I lowered my abilities just for his safety. Looking down at Julius I couldn't help but chuckle. I had slammed him hard enough to make a decent-sized crater in the ground. I could also see the small cracks on Julius. The small hairline cracks slowly healed as I waited for Julius to get up. After a few moments, Julius finally moved. Turning over onto his back he looked up at me. Ouch. was all he could manage. Well, you're getting better. Last time you only lasted 15 seconds. Oh really? And how long did I make it this time? Julius asked as he slowly sat up, making a few pops, and cracking noises as he did so. 23 seconds, I said with a chuckle. Oh, well, then that sounds like something to celebrate. Standing to his feet, Julius dusted off the dirt, grass, and small rocks from him and then looked at me. Want to go again? I guess you hit the ground a lot harder than I thought, I said, looking him up and down. Okay, one more, then that's all for today, I said, turning my back on him. Once we were 50 feet apart, I turned back to Julius. This time go all out. Don't hold back. Let out all your anger on me. Are you sure? You're always telling me to never go all out or lose control. True, I have. But if you keep pushing yourself like this, and holding in your anger, then you are just going to end up letting it out during a real fight. And that could get you killed. So come on and let it out. Taking in a few deep breaths to prepare myself, I wait for him to make his move. And in a split second, I start my mental music to pump myself up for the fight. And the perfect song for it started to play in my head. Adelita's Way, Invincible. As the intro begins, I can see a change come over Julius's face. It was like a switch was flipped in his head, unleashing the hell inside that he held onto to fuel his hatred. In a blink, Julius was in front of me, swiping his hand at my head. I leaned backward, his hand missing me by a hair's breadth. Before I could go on the attack, Julius was already sending another attack at me. Sending a punch to my abdomen, Julius managed to connect with me, making me take a few steps back. Using the gap, I lift my leg and kick Julius, sending him a few feet backwards, and me some breathing room. Using his hands, Julius stabbed them into the earth, stopping his motion. In a crouched position, gave Julius the perfect opportunity to launch himself at me, rocketing right for me. Julius went for a torso grab. With arms outstretched, he got closer and closer. Without thinking, I jump. Just in time too, because Julius's blurred form shoots past where I was just standing. Landing on my feet, I turned to face Julian head on. Once again he was on me in no time. He was like a wild animal. No thought to his movements, just pure instincts and rage. Fist after fist, slash after slash. Julius pushed his attack. It actually amazed me at his speed and strength that he was showing, making me kick up my abilities just to stay on his level. My guess is the rage was boosting his abilities, making him stronger and faster off of pure rage. I continued to block or dodge his constant onslaught of blows. Julius went for a swipe to my head, and instead of dodging or blocking his attack, I lift my hand and catch his wrist. This gave me the opportunity to do a quick twirl around him. Still holding his arm, I lifted up, putting pressure on his shoulder blade. Vampire or not, the anatomy still stays the same. Instantly Julius bent over in pain. Alright, calm down, Julius, I say, waiting for him to calm down. But instead of calming down, he seemed to get angrier, doing something I didn't expect. Julius went completely limp. The unexpected weight made me tighten my muscles, expecting his weight. But instead, it gave Julius a split second to get free from my arms. He sends his free elbow into my ribs, which causes me to loosen my grip enough for him to get free. Swirling around, Julius kicks me, sending me flying backwards. Thankfully I was able to orient myself and jump off a tree, shooting right back at Julius. But before I could reach him, something really crazy happened. Comment on what Julius's power should be. Powers. I'm not dropping this FIC, I'm just stockpiling on the chapters to make it easier on me. So it might be a bit before I post anything on here, sorry about that. Bean. 19. Power. His power is going to be telekinesis. I wanted to do the rage, but I don't want Julius to be too OP because Julius is going to have a very important part. As I flew through the air toward Julius, I could see the earth around him start to tremble. Small rocks and pebbles start to float into the air, and his gold eyes took on a lighter gold color. Before I could get halfway towards him, rocks began to shoot towards me. Thinking fast, I used my weight to twist my body in an attempt to not get hit. Unfortunately, a small rock hit my shoulder. It was like getting shot. The small rock shot straight through my flesh and bone, shattering my bone as if it were going through paper. The pain was instant and intense. But as soon as the pain hit me, it was gone just as fast. My flesh and bones healing almost instantly. Hitting the ground, I landed on my feet and prepared for what was to come next. Looking at Julius, I could see small rocks and pieces of wood swirling around him again. Like a small tornado, the rocks swirled around him, more rocks and pieces of trees adding to it every second. And with a wave of his hand, it all shot towards me. It was like a wall of death shooting right at me. I only had milliseconds to react. There was no way I would come out unscathed or get out of the way. My best choice was to take a hit and get to him before he started picking up more things to throw at me. So putting my arms in front of my face and head, in the hope that I don't take a hit to the head and need to regrow my brains. I wasn't sure if I would retain my memories if that happened, but better safe than sorry. And began running full speed at the wall of death. It hit me like a train. I could feel the stones shoot right through me. I was hit in the chest, breaking my ribs and going through my left lung. 4 hit my arms. Once in the right forearm, the other 3 in the left. One took 2 of my fingers, and the other 2 shot through my arms and through my shoulder. Then 3 of them went through my legs, twice on the right and once on my left. On my left, they were just flesh wounds. But on my right, it hit the bone, breaking it in 2, causing me to stumble. Thankfully by my next step, the bone was healed enough for me to continue running at Julius. I was now only feet away from him when he lifted his hand again. But this time instead of him lifting more rocks he used his new power on me. I stopped dead in my tracks. It was like I hit a stone wall at full force, and I couldn't move. Julius was in front of me, his hand still outstretched, palm open. Using all of my strength I pushed hard on the force holding me. Slowly I could feel my bones start to crack from the force of me pushing my arms and legs, trying to overpower him. I could see the strain on his face. And after a few seconds, I could feel whatever was holding me start to fade away. And in a split second, it was gone. As my feet hit the ground, and so did Julius. He fell backward and hit the ground clutching his head. Julius, I say in a panic. Zooming to his side, I kneel next to him. I think you might have overdone it a bit, I say with a chuckle after checking him over. From the look of it, Julius has telekinesis. I thought. This was the first time I had come into contact with a vampire that has this kind of ability. Most vampires only had mental abilities, like mind reading, or can affect others with their mental ability. But never one where their mental strength can affect the physical world. No kidding, he says, still holding his head. After a few minutes, Julius manages to sit up and looks over at me. What was that? Julius asked, still holding his head. Well, it turns out you have a gift, I say sitting down next to him. Some vampires when they are turned awaken gifts, it's said that it's their biggest trait during their human life and that it manifests when turned, I continued, patting him on the shoulder. And what was that I was doing? I didn't even realize I was doing it at first. It was all natural, I was moving things without touching them. Julius asked me as he looked at his hands. It's called telekinesis, it's where you use your mind to move objects with your mind, I say pointing at a small rock in front of us. Try moving that, I say to him. Julius looked at the rock and furrowed his brow. A second later the rock began to lift from the ground, then 2 and 3, more and more of them lifted from the ground and started to float. Incredible, Julius said with a big smile on his face. Julius then started to do tricks with the pebbles. First, all of them lined up, then started to make the shape of a circle, then rotating it. Going faster and faster until it started looking like a perfect solid circle. Then he started to add more rocks until there were close to 100 pebbles. Then they came to a complete stop. Ack, Julius said, clutching his head as the pebbles dropped to the ground like their strings were cut. I guess either your powers have a limit or you just need some practice using it to strengthen your abilities, I said while standing to my feet. I think I just need to practice, Julius said. Well, then I think we should get to practicing, I said walking towards our camp. Every day we waste here the farther your family's killers get, and the more people they will kill, so let's kick up your training, I said not turning around. Sorry, it took so long for a new chapter. I was going through some writer's block and had a hard time thinking of a way to continue the story. That's why I started the other FIC to help me think. But it's all good, I now have a solid idea of how this is going to go. I think you will like it. It's different from most Twilight fanfic, so I hope you enjoy it. And if you want to, check out my new FIC. It's a cyberpunk fanfic. Dean, 20, a hunt. For the next 3 months, Julius trained his new abilities. And I must say holy fucking shit. Julius's power stopped growing after a month of him awakening it. But by then, he could already unroot 100-foot trees with his damn mind, and shoot rocks or pebbles faster than bullets. If he wanted to, he could pick me up and throw me around with his mind. But he quickly learned that was a bad idea. I started carrying pebbles with me, and he found out that I throw accurately when I need to. I found out that his power has a feeling to it. It's very subtle and almost impossible to feel unless you're around it all the time when he uses it. And if he wants to use it on me, I can feel it creep towards me, and that's when the pebbles come in. It only took him having to reattach one of his ears for him to get the memo. I'm not a rag doll to be thrown around. And finally, the day has come when we can leave the forest and go after Julius's family's killers. Sliding my pack over my shoulder, I look over at Julius, who just slung his pack. Are you ready to go? I asked him. Looking around to make sure he didn't leave anything, he said good to go. And off we went. I wasn't worried about bringing him into a village or town. While training his martial skills, I also trained his self-control. I would cut my hand open and smear it around our camp so he would always have the smell of fresh blood around him all the time. I know what you're thinking, gross, but hey, it worked. Sua, raspberry noise, deal with it. With his already incredible self-control, all that was needed was more training with the direct smell of human blood instead of smelling it through skin and flesh. So training under stronger smell training, I guess. What has my life become, has become a recurring thought in my head. I mean, one day a nerd and now a few thousand years later in what used to be a fictional world to me, I'm now a master shifu for a vampire kid with the ability to throw me around with his mind. Need I say more? But back to the story. Leaving our camp behind, we begin our journey. But first, we make a stop. We now stood in front of 2 makeshift graves. The 2 makeshift graves only now starting to grow grass, making them easier to find. We stood silently at the foot of the graves in respect for the dead. After a few minutes, Julius finally turned to me. I think it's time I get my revenge, he says and walks past me. And off we went. It took us another few days to reach a village. It only had a small population but it did have a few traders so I could get some supplies. Sure, fresh meat is good and all, but it's so bland. I only packed enough spices for a few months and not the almost year it took for Julius to be ready. I also had to get Julius some clothes. His clothes wore out after a few months of training and he was now using my clothes to cover any showing skin but his eyes. I really need to find something out about that. Like some sort of paint or something. I'm sure with my pull in Rome I could make it the next sensation, but if not, no big deal. We still had the royal era where nobles or the rich literally painted thick paint onto themselves for what they thought was beauty. Entering the village I bought the needed supplies and extra spices, along with a white cloak for Julius with a hood to cover his head. While we were there we asked around for any information about the two vampires. Finding an old man sitting in front of his small rundown home we asked him, "Oh, I think I might have seen two strange men passing through quite a while ago," he said in a raspy voice. "And what direction did they leave in?" I asked excitedly as we already got a lead. The old man scratched his almost bald head and said, "Oh, that was a long time ago. I'm not too sure I remember," he said. "Ugh, this old man is killing me," I thought while pinching the bridge of my nose. I knew exactly what he wanted. This old fogey wanted money for information. I know I have a lot of money and all, but what you would call a penny pincher. What can I say? Old habits are hard to kill, even though it's from my life before I came here when I was one missed day of paying rent away from living in a box. So with a defeated sigh, I grabbed a silver from my pouch, held it up, and said, "What about now?" And with no shame the old man grabbed the coin from my hand and pointed south. "They went that way a few months ago. It's hard to not remember them. They almost had all the women chasing after them with their godly looks," he said while biting into the coin. "Well, thanks for the information," I said with a fake smile and began to walk away with Julius while mumbling under my breath. Leaving the town, me and Julius headed south. All the way I told stories to Julius of my past and adventures, and he would ask questions. Every now and then we would pass through villages and ask if people had seen our vampires. And of course, they had. The biggest thing to keep people from boredom was gossip. And when two men that look like demigods or wore strange clothing pass through your village, that's some hot gossip. So it was easy to follow their track. From what we could tell, these two vampires were taking their time, and we were slowly catching up with them. And it didn't take a genius to figure out where they were heading. Rome. So that gave me another reason to kill them. And before they got to Rome. Because these two are clearly killers and didn't care about human life. Every now and then, we would come across dead bodies of travelers in resting locations along the roads, making me hate them all the more. The last thing I want is for them to get to Rome and start a coven of newborns. That thought made me turn on the afterburners. Instead of walking, me and Julius ran at full speed so we could catch up with them quickly. And within another month we had finally found them. After talking to someone in the village we found out that they had just left the village no less than 30 minutes ago. Me and Julius look at each other and then take off. Thankfully we didn't zoom out of the village and instead waited until we were out of sight before taking off, hot on their heels. Enjoy. 21. The wolves become the sheep. It only took minutes of us running at full speed to catch up to them. Both of them were in head-to-toe black cloaks with the head cover up to help keep their skin from sparkling. When we were a few hundred feet they both turned to look at us. The shock was clear to see on their faces. Me and Julius come to an abrupt stop and have a stare-off. One of them slowly lowers his cloak's hood and looks at us, all the while staring at Julius. "You," the taller one with long brown hair said with clear disgust in his voice. "You are supposed to be dead." "Clearly I'm not," Julius said in a condescending voice. This time the shorter one spoke, but he had yet to remove his hood. It seems he held on to life long enough for him to change. Turning his head to Julius he said in his deep voice, revealing only an evil smile from under his cloak, "Come to get revenge, have you?" he said with a chuckle in his voice. "I've come for more than that," Julius says, his voice cold as ice and devoid of any feeling. This was a side of him I had yet to see. This was the really pissed off Julius. "And what, you and your friend here thought you could get your revenge?" the tall skinny vampire said slowly, taking off his cloak. "Haha," I laughed at him. "I won't do anything," I say, walking to the side of the road to lean on a tree. "There's no need for me to help. Julius here can take on both of you all on his own." Both of them only give me a quick glance before looking back to Julius's cold expressionless face. The shorter one smiled again and said, "It's your life you're throwing away," he said and took off his cloak, revealing a very blocky ordinary face. With dark brown hair, almost black hair, and his deep crimson eyes. The evil smile never leaves his face all the while. "Would you like to know something?" he says, tossing his cloak to the side. "Your little brother, he had some of the sweetest blood I have ever had. It was like the nectar of the gods as it touched my tongue. The sweet savory taste makes me salivate at just the thought," he said and smacked his lips to drive the point home. Then the other vampire also with an evil grin spoke. "Then there was your father. He had a very unique taste. Oh, how should I put it? A very gamey taste. Ah yes, like the taste of those who have lived a full life with many more years to go but was destined to die at our hands," he said with a sadistic chuckle. These two were clearly unhinged and had a few screws loose. And the best part, said the shorter one, was when I looked into your eyes, that fear in them. I can see it now. Yes, I can, the sadness and hatred, I can see it, the fear, he said, sounding more insane the more he spoke. And his smile grew wider and wider, showing off his slightly longer canines. Oh, that feeling, he said, his hands slowly going down to his crotch. Ah, he's one of those guys, I thought, having to put a hand over my mouth to stop myself from puking or killing him myself. If we weren't so hungry, me and my friend here would have had more fun with you and your brother and father before killing you. I would have loved to see that fear in your brother's eyes. Oh, I'm sure it would have been blissful. The shorter vampire said, and I was close to killing them myself, but before they could continue to talk, Julius made his move. The shorter vampire, who seemed to be the one in charge, was about to speak again, now with his hand fully touching his crotch, when the ground seemed to shake. Both vampires froze, their smiles slowly dropping from their faces, at the sight of rocks, pebbles, and anything on the ground starting to float off the ground. Then one of his hands shot up in their direction, licking them in place. The shock was clear on their faces, their eyes as wide as saucers. You're going to suffer a death that will make the both of you beg for me to end your lives before I'm done with you, Julius said in his cold voice. And when you beg, that's when the real torture starts. Moving his hand down, the two vampires went to their knees, still wide-eyed. Then the show began. Pebbles began to shoot the two vampires who were now on their knees. But he didn't just shoot them with the pebbles. Oh no, what he did was way worse. He only grazed them, talking them apart piece by small piece, slowly taking them apart. Each pebble taking small pieces of them, causing them to scream in agony. And for hours he continued. And I let him, because I knew, if I was him I would have done much worse. I would have taken off their arms and legs and cooked them over a volcano for a few hundred years. The first one to break was the tall guy. Just kill me already, I can't take this anymore, he bellowed. And I saw the smile spread over Julius's face. Sure, he said. Then with both hands aimed at the tall vampire, Julius slowly moved his hands inward, slowly crushing him. After a minute the vampire started to scream bloody murder, like his flesh was being cut off of his bones. Then the creaking sound started. Crack after crack, then the sound of him slowly crumbling under Julius's hate and anger that he buried deep down inside him, waiting for just this moment to be used as the fuel to kill his and his family's killers. Crack, then a loud crack, then crumble sounded out as the tall vampire was turned to all but crystal dust, all the while his shorter friend watched on in horror. The gross part is I could see that he was hard the whole time. Disgusting, I thought, as I could only imagine how sick this man was. Your turn, Julius said, looking back at the shorter vampire. Wait, was all he managed to say before he was lifted into the air. Then in a flash, all of his limbs except for his head were torn from his body. Ah, the shorter vampire screamed. Oh, I would save that, said Julius. Like I said earlier, we're just getting started. I was starting to wonder if I should stop him, but I realized that in his current state, he would more than likely try to kill me if I tried to interfere with this. The best I could do was hope that him doing this won't affect his personality. I watched as Julius aligned the limbs back into place on the shorter vampire's body, then they started making circling motions. He's going to ground him into dust using his own limbs to do so, I thought as I watched on. Not gonna lie, I was impressed. I would have never thought to do that. But I had to put an end to this. Julius, that's enough, it's time to end this, I said, making sure to keep a good distance between us. 3 in one day, how about them apples? 22, starting a new life. Julius looked over at me, and I could see the emotions in his eyes. It was a mixture of rage, sadness, and loneliness. Why should I? They are monsters, and like you said, monsters don't deserve to live, after all the death they leave behind them. How many bodies did we pass on the way here? How many have they killed? This is the least of what they deserve. Julius all but yelled. They are monsters, Julius, but what you are doing will also make you a monster. You already tortured them. It's time to end this and get it behind you. There is something I have learned over the years, and that's that no matter what you do, the feeling of loss or rage you are feeling for your family will always be there. Even after you grind him to dust, it will be there, and you will still feel the exact same as before. I say, slowly walking up to him. Even with the dampeners on my sadness emotions, I could still feel the loss of those I've known over the years, just not fully, but I still could all the same. But that doesn't mean it won't fade to just a memory, but if you continue this, and fall into that pit of rage inside you, there is no turning back. You will live forever, Julius, and if you fall into that pit, you will live for eternity in hate and rage, and you might as well be living in hell, I say, putting a hand on his shoulder. I could see the emotions in his eyes fighting with each other for superiority. But after a few moments, one came out victorious, and that was sadness. Julius's lip began to quiver, and slowly he lowered his head and began to cry. It's hard to think of him as just a kid. Julius is smart and well-spoken for his age, but underneath that is still just a 16-year-old kid who misses his family. I wrap him in an embrace and let him cry. On a road in the forest, with a limbless vampire floating in the air screaming while he gets turned into glitter dust. After a few moments, Julius managed to regain himself and stand up straight again. Let's put an end to this, I say, patting his back. Stepping away from him, I let him finish what he started. Instead of grinding him to dust, he did something simpler. Slowly lowering him to the ground, Julius looked the smaller vampire in his eyes and said, I hate you with every part of myself, but I won't become you. The shorter vampire looked at Julius with hatred and opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, Julius lifted both of his hands and with a crack, the shorter vampire's head was twisted from his shoulders. The vampire's head slowly levitated in front of Julius, and he stared into the dead vampire's crimson-red eyes for a long moment, then it dropped to the ground like a brick. Well then, I think it's now time to head to Rome, I say, stepping up beside Julius. Looking over at me, Julius spoke. Right, Rome. I could still hear the sadness in his voice. Putting a hand on his shoulder, I spoke. You have gotten your revenge, now it's time to take a step forward down our infinite road of life. I know I might sound harsh, but your family is gone, Julius, and it's time to move on. In a small voice, Julius spoke, now looking down at the remains of the vampires. I know it's just that ever since I was turned into a vampire and met you, I have pushed down all of these emotions, and used hate and rage to push myself forward, while I locked my sadness and sorrow behind a locked door, all to push myself to get my revenge, but now that I've gotten it, all of it is coming to the surface, and I don't know what to do with it. He said, his head still lowered. Patting him on the back, I say, it will fade, Julius, just give it time, and let it all out. We live too long to hold in our emotions, because the more and longer we push it down, the harder it will hit us when it comes back up. Julius nods at my words but doesn't look up. Now let's get rid of these two sickos, I say, kicking the head in front of us. Then with a quick flick of my foot, I started to bounce the head on my sandaled foot. Then I flicked it up again and started to bounce his head on my knees. Think fast, I say to Julius as I kick the head to him. With a startled look, Julius started to copy what I did to the head. I couldn't stop the laughter that bubbled up and out of my mouth. Then Julius started to laugh as he continued to play soccer with the vampire's head. How morbid have we become, where playing hacky sack with a head became a way to release tension? I thought as Julius tossed the head in my direction. After a few more moments of fun, we got to work, moving the bodies into a pile, including the head and the dust from the vampire that was crushed. After starting a small fire, I give Julius a stick with a small flame at the tip and say, To starting anew, he copied, then lowered the small flame to the cloak of one of the vampires. In a matter of seconds, the vampires were engulfed in flames. After watching for a few moments, we grabbed our packs and started down the road, straight for Rome. 23, home at last. It took a little more than 2 weeks to get to the outskirts of Rome, where my villa was located. The reason why it was outside of Rome was because I built it on my farmland. It was a 2-story villa with large marble pillars around the villa. There are 23 rooms and an indoor bathhouse, along with areas just for large parties that I have never used or will, and also with a courtyard in the middle. And the inside was the pure meaning of wealth, with gold everywhere you looked. It was in the middle of my lands that were currently being farmed. As we walked down the long road, we watched the hundreds of free slaves now free working the wheat fields. And you own all of this? Julius asked as his head went left and right, looking around, his hood covering his head and with the sun to our backs kept him from sparkling. Yup, I said with a small smile on my face. And what do you do with all of this land? Julius asked, now looking at me. Well, I do a lot with it. Most of the land is for farming wheat and other crops, but we also have vineyards on the east side of my lands. But what brings in the most money is the horses that my farm breeds, I said while looking around. My farm is the official horse breeder of the Roman Empire, so in other words, we are the only ones who breed all of the horses for the cavalry, and for officers of the legions. But aren't you also the one who provides all of the weapons and armor for the legions as well? Julius asks with a bewildered look. That I am, I said, unable to hide the wide smile on my face. How much gold do you have? He asked with a raised eyebrow. I lost count after 1 billion gold, and since it's been almost a year since I checked, who knows, I could be broke or have almost half of Rome's money. The only problem is I can't spend it fast enough, and I'm afraid that if the emperor keeps giving me more money for weapons of war, Rome will run out of money and it could end in catastrophe, and I can't just say no to him or he will just take it for himself. The only thing keeping him from doing so are the politicians that I am paying, I said with a furrowed brow. That is a problem. Maybe I should take a look. I have always been good with numbers and I was in charge of my father's books, so I might be able to help, Julius said. It can't hurt, I suppose, I said. By now my villa could be seen even though we were almost a whole mile from it. The sun was shining off the bright white marble. Is that your home? Julius asked, slack-jawed at the sight of it. That it is. I've lived here for almost 100 years or so, I said looking at it with nostalgia. As we walked, Julius asked his questions like normal and I answered him like normal. It took another 15 minutes or so to finally arrive at the entrance of my villa. In front of the main door stood all of my employees or staff who worked for me. They were my cooks or cleaners as well as some of my head farmers and horse breeders. They were all lined up and waiting for me. In the middle of them was the man I left in charge. His name was Alista. Alista is a smart man who has worked for me since he was in his early 20s and was just kicked out of his father's estate, all because he didn't believe that Alista was his son. In the end, his father, who was a sea merchant, ran out of business when I took over all of the sea trade in Rome. He was a very smart man, good with numbers as well as people, making him the perfect person to do business for me. In other words, he was the face of all of my operations. Everyone believed he was the one who owned all of it as well, but a certain few knew otherwise, that he was just working for someone else. But now he was starting to get on in years, and unfortunately, his wife couldn't have kids, so it was just him and her. I planned to buy them a nice villa by the sea and let them have a peaceful retirement. He also knew my secret, about me being immortal. He couldn't tell the difference between that and me being a god, making him very loyal to me, no matter what I say to him. As we got closer to the entrance, all of them did a deep bow in respect to me and in unison said, "Welcome back. It's good to see all of you again, and all in good health," I said with a wide smile. Stepping forward, Alista and I shook hands. "How is everything going, Alista?" I asked him. "Everything is going well, sir." After a few more minutes of talking to my staff, me and Julius walked inside. "Incredible," Julius said as he saw the inside of my home, and I couldn't blame him. "It truly is a work of art, with works of art on the walls or status scattered along the halls. We should rest for the day, we can check the books tomorrow," I said to Julius as I dropped my pack on the ground. "If you get hungry, there are some woods a mile to the north with a good amount of wildlife for you to hunt. I would just recommend you go at night so nobody sees you," I said. "Now let me show you to your new room," I said, gesturing down the hall. His new room was the second biggest besides my own room on the second floor. It had a high ceiling with a large balcony with a good view, and a large bed with fancy drapes around it to keep out the light. "Now I think I'm going to fall into a deep sleep now. I will see you early tomorrow," I said, then left his room. I didn't even bother to change into any new clothes or wash myself. I simply undressed and then fell onto my bed naked. It's surprising how much I missed the luxurious lifestyle that I now lived. After thousands of years of living under the sky, it only took a few hundred years for me to become addicted to this. Of course, I could have lived like this long ago by becoming a king or a ruler, but that just seemed like too much of a hassle. I got to travel to every corner of the world that I currently could, but if I became a king or something, I would never be able to leave. I would become caged into the role of ruler, and I would rather be free to do what I want rather than that, I thought as I slowly drifted off to sleep. This chapter might have a few problems. I wrote it while at work during my break, so if there is any problems I'll fix them when I get home, but if not, enjoy. 24. Expanding to new lands. Year, 186 AD. Years in world, 4186. After that day things seemed to take off like a rocket and I forgot to buckle up. Julius and Alista became best of friends as Alista showed him the books with records of my money and businesses, and the two of them brainstormed a way to spread out my money. Oh, and what is that, you ask? Well, let me tell you. It was to start building a chariot arena. And not just some circular area where they go in a circle on a quarter-mile track. It was a 5-mile-long track with seats going all the way around it. With seats for hundreds of thousands of people, with suites for the emperor or nobles at the very top. With massive pieces of valerium on long poles for shade. We paid the workers an above-average amount for their work. I mean, it's not like we won't make it back when those workers come back and pay for entrance. But the entrance fee might as well be free, with how low it was. It took almost 20 years to make the arena. At this point, Alista had retired to the villa I bought for him and his wife with servants for their every need. So now Julius was in charge of my finances and loved it. He was always doing different charities for the poor and building new homes for the poor. And he was always using my money for one thing or another, making sure that it got around. All the while I wasn't sitting in the corner twiddling my thumbs. I was looking to expand out because when Rome falls and the Vultury takes over, I will be able to move somewhere I have already set up. Rome collapsed in the year 476 AD, so that gives me a good 300 years to get a plan in place. And I think I know just the place. England, or what will become England. All because in later years England will be a superpower with its fingers in every empire's pie. And where else do you put all of your gold if not in a place that was only invaded by the Normans in 1066 or small amounts of Viking invasions? Currently, England is under the rule of the Romans. So leaving Julius in charge, I hitched a ride on one of my ships to England with a metric shit ton of gold to help with my idea. Once there I started building my small underground empire. I plan to become an important part of what will become England, and how do you do that? Well, let me tell you. I started by opening a bank. I ended up naming my banks Gringotts because just like the goblins in Harry Potter, my vaults were underground and I had most of the gold in my vaults. But unlike in Rome, I made this one twice the size of the one in Rome, because I was planning for the long term. And with the Romans ruling England, there were plenty of officials and military officers who knew of the vaults in Rome and were more than happy to use my vaults. What I did with this one was loans. With the gold in the vaults, I would lend out their gold to someone and they would have to pay it back at a 3% interest rate. 2% to the person whose gold we used and 1% back to the bank. We did monthly payments, or you could pay it all in full. But you always had to put something up as collateral if you couldn't pay back what you took, like land or your home, sheep, horses, cattle. Whatever you took out, you had to have something worth as much as you took out. And let me tell you, was it popular with the people whose gold was used and gained money just by keeping their gold in our vaults, although it wasn't much because they were paying us to keep their gold safe. We also had 100% insurance on your money. Like if we were to be overrun and some king ran off with your gold, we would give you back what was taken, no strings attached. Back then your gold was always at risk of being taken, so that was also very important. Something interesting is that I had to employ a literal army of people to work for me. For starters, nobody knew how to count over 10, so I ended up bringing people from Rome to teach my new employees math, so how to count, read, and write. Those who excelled at it were put in places of management, with their own underlings to work for them. I had a department just for keeping the papers in order and up to date, as well as one for the loans, to make sure the payments were being paid on time. I also had a group of soldiers or ex-soldiers as my collectors who would go and threaten those who didn't want to pay what they owed, as well as a hidden group that I placed in each department that would tell me if people were stealing, in other words, my own narcs or snitches. Then I had the really bad guys, and I mean the worst of the worst, all in their own little department. And who are those, you might ask? Well, let me tell you. The auditors. These were the guys that I paid the big bucks just to make sure they didn't go crooked on me. Even though I had my own narc in the group, it's less of a hassle to deal with if I just pay them more and keep them honest and happy. The auditors were the really smart guys, and the hardest to find to fill an auditor position. They were like finding a needle in a haystack. Their job was to make sure everything was run perfectly, and if they found anything wrong, God have mercy on that person's soul. Of course, this was still a small operation, not even a quarter of what was in the vaults in Rome, but that was just for now. After I was done in England, I decided, like a great man once said, well, I got this far, might as well keep going. So I did. Putting my most trustworthy employee in charge, I got on one of my ships and started moving. After making a quick stop in Rome to see how Julius was doing, I went to Egypt and did the same thing in the city of Alexandria. And let me tell you, it's nice to have friends in high places in Rome. Anywhere Rome ruled, I could do whatever I wanted. After another few years there, I went to India and then the Middle East, building my banks. I hadn't gone to China yet, but that was just a matter of time. I just didn't want to overdo it. I was going to let the banks establish themselves and everything get on track, then maybe I would expand. I was making England the headquarters for all of this as well. All banks would make copies of their records and using my ships send them to England where they would be stored. So if there was a fire or something, they can request the document, where we could copy it and then send it to them, causing me to make another department just for that. By this point, it was the year 227 and I was satisfied with what I had done. My banks were now known all over the known world. This one is a bit rushed because I really want to get to the next arc of the story, so sorry about that. And sorry if there are any problems with it, I'm super tired and will fix it tomorrow. 25, moving, and a chair for the gods. Year, 300. Years in world, 4,300. The time has finally come for us to move to England. It took some convincing to get Julius to come with me to England, but with all of the new banks and England being the new headquarters for the banks, we decided it was best to be there. Originally I was going to stay in Rome until it fell, but why not get a head start in England and be there from the start? Leaving someone in charge of the Rome branch, we got on a boat and headed to England. Over the years that I've been there, I had a home built for me. It was much simpler than the villa that I had in Rome. It was just a 3-room stone building, but I liked it. It had everything I needed, a bed, a shitter, and a bath area. So I was set. But it's what's under my home that's important. Under my home, I have my library where I put all of my scrolls and journals, and things that I've collected over the years I spent traveling. So when Julius came to live with me, I had more than enough room. Stepping off the large boat and onto the dock, I turned to look at Julius as he grabs his pack and slings it over his shoulder. Come on, old man, we don't have all day, I say to him, unable to hide the smile on my face. That stopped being funny 100 years ago, he says to me in a dry tone, but I could see him trying not to smile. And you're thousands of years older than me, you should be dust, Julius said from behind me, and I couldn't help but chuckle at that. That's true, but I still look good. Over the years I would visit Julius every few months or whenever I passed by, and slowly we began to take on a brotherly connection. If he had a problem he couldn't solve, I would be there to help. If he needed some advice, I would give it. It was hard on him for a while, watching those he bonded with die. Unlike me, Julius could feel the sadness of every loss, and over time I could see it eat at him. First, he became more of a recluse to those around him and wouldn't leave the villa for years at a time. Then he put more of the work on his second in command and wouldn't try to connect with anyone around him. So I didn't give him much of a choice when I told him to come with me to England. During the long voyage, I spoke to him. I told him ways to help with the loss of people he knows. For starters, we shouldn't mourn the dead, they are dead, and unless there is a terrible accident, they more than likely had a great and full life, so we should celebrate the life that they did live and not the fact that they are gone. And so on. Over time I could see the weight on his shoulders lighten up. Now that we are in England, I lead him to my home. Getting on horses we passed through the streets of Londinium. At the moment it's a far cry to what it will be. At the moment it's practically just a fort city of around 70,000 people. But I had the patience to wait for it to grow. And why again did you decide to put the main bank here? Julius asks, looking around. Well, I have some high hopes for this place, I say. And what exactly gave you those hopes? It's just a feeling, and I've seen many dynasties come and go, and from what I can see this place has the ability to grow into something great. Right, Julius said with clear sarcasm in his voice. Hey, look on the bright side, it's cloudy here almost all the time, so you don't have to cover up. I could see Julius freeze in his saddle as he realized that he had his hood down. Wide-eyed he looked over to me, then up at the cloudy sky. We wait, Julius said, surprised. Yup, it's cloudy here almost all the time, giving you more time in the open. Of course, it's not always cloudy, it does have sunny days just like anywhere else. I could see the smile grow on his face as he looked at the cloudy sky. That's wonderful. Normally in Rome there's only 1 or 2 months a year I can go out during the day, and that's only when it rains, Julius said, still smiling. Exactly why I thought you would like it here, I said. It took us a little over an hour to make it to my new home. This is your home? Julius asked as he looked at the stone building. Yes it is, it has everything needed, as well as an underground level where I keep all of my important things. Getting off our horses I showed Julius the inside of my home as well as the secret entrance to the basement. It's conformable, I guess it's just strange to see you live in something this small. I was expecting something around 50 times bigger and grander than this, he said looking around. I chuckled at that and explained my reasoning. I have lived in riches for many years and to be honest it got boring to live like that. I'm sure in a few hundred years I'll go back to wanting to live the grand life, but for now I'm happy with this, I say taking a seat on my lazy boy that I made. Pointing a finger at my chair Julius asked, what is that? I looked down at my chair and smiled up at him. Oh, you mean this fine work of art? I wouldn't call it a work of art, but it does look comfortable. The audacity, I say in a shocked voice. This chair is the greatest thing made since the pyramids, I say in a joking manner. Standing up I point to the lazy boy. Take a seat and you will understand. Walking over, Julius lightly sits down. It was funny to see his face when the chair lightly rocked backward when he sat down, the look of surprise on his face when he felt how comfortable the chair was. And that's not the best part, I say with a wide smile. And how can this chair get any better? He asked with furrowed brows. Easy, just pull that lever on the side of the chair. Julius looked over the side at the lever in confusion. What does it do? He asked looking back up at me. Just pull the lever and you will see, I said. Tentatively, Julius reached down and pulled the lever back. As he pulled the lever the foot of the chair raised up. Julius looked down at what just happened with wide eyes and an open mouth in surprise. This is a chair for the gods, Julius all but screamed as he relaxed into the chair. I know that, but there is a problem, I said walking up next to him. And that would be, he asked, eyes closed. This is my chair, I say with a mischievous grin. Julius's eyes pop open and he looks at me. There's only one chair, he asked in fright. Yes, and you're sitting in it. If you want one I will show you how to make one, but for now you're in my spot so move it. Sorry, I haven't posted. I was out of town and didn't have the time to write. This is mostly a filler chapter, but the good news is it's getting close to the fight with the Romanian coven where some crazy shit is going to happen. There's also a reason why I wanted to bring Julius to England and a pretty big reason that will change the original Twilight story. I hope you are enjoying the story. If so please leave a comment and let me know what you think of the story so far. Bean. 26. Bandits. For the next few months, I showed Julius around. I took him to the Gringotts main bank and showed him what we were doing there and what the protocols were. After that, we went north where the wall was. The wall was a massive wall that went straight across England to protect the south from what would become Scotland. But at the moment we are nothing but a bunch of tribes that like to raid. But to Julius, it was just some wall. I figured he might be impressed with the sight, but I forgot that a wall like this is nothing compared to the great buildings in Rome. So we ended up just exploring England, going village to village, or anywhere that seemed interesting. It's truly amazing when you are immortal, you never have to hurry around, and you can truly enjoy the simple things in life. Once done with that we finally made our way home. While walking our horses along one of the Roman roads back south Julius and I spoke. I still don't know what you see in this place, even the Germanic tribes would have been a better place for the head bank, Julius said. It's easy really, for one it's not connected to the mainland, making it harder for an invasion to take over the land and our gold. Second, this land is starting to grow and it's not every day you can be with a civilization from the start, giving us the advantage of moving things the way we want easier. Julius was silent for a few moments before he spoke. Now I see why you wanted it here. I don't make choices like this without planning Julius, I know this is a downgrade from Rome but only for a few hundred years, then it will become better here, I said while pulling out some grain from a pouch from my waist and start feeding my horse. I know, I just need to readjust to this, for over 100 years I lived like an emperor and now I am living like a commoner. I chuckled at that. It would have gotten old Julius, everything handed to you on a silver platter never needing for anything, it takes away the meaning of living, it would have made you go mad. Just look at most of the emperors of Rome, most of them went mad as soon as they sat on the throne, or those that went mad trying to obtain the throne, killing in cold blood and as many as needed for it, I said while scratching my horse's ear. We live forever Julius, and sometimes it's good to humble ourselves, to keep that humanity intact. And you just finished your lazy boy a few weeks before we left, you didn't have that in the villa did you? No, Julius mumbled while picking up rocks with his mind and throwing them into the forest. After a few more minutes of walking, we could hear the sound of rustling in front of us just off the road. Coming to a stop we looked over to the noise. It was clear to both of us that it was a small group of people. A group of 5 rough-looking men came to stand in the road in front of us. They all had large beards and dirty torn clothes, with more holes than a guilty man's alibi. All of them were also carrying some sort of weapon, from swords to spears. One of them even had a bow. It was clear that these fine respectable gentlemen were bandits. Me and Julius looked at each other and then back at the group of ZZ Top lookalikes and started laughing. Out of all the people to stop and rob, they pick one of the only vampires and an immortal with the ability to crush them like grapes. The group of men stared at each other and back at us, in confusion, probably wondering if we were crazy. One of the larger men in the group stepped forward. "Give us your horses and anything valuable or we will cut your heads off and leave your body here to rot," he said in a gruff voice. Looking over to Julius I ask, "Do you want to take care of them or do you want me to do it?" He looks over at me and smiles. "I'll take care of them, I need to get a little anger off my shoulders." Without a second word Julius attacked the bandits. The tall man that spoke to us didn't even know he died. Julius zoomed in front of him in under a second and punched his fist right through the man's chest. The rest of them only had time to be startled and take a step back before Julius mentally grabbed the weapons out of the bandits' hands. All the while, I held on to our horses' leads while giving him shit from behind him. "Hey, do you know how much your clothes cost? Now look at them, you just got blood all over it." I yell from behind him. "Would you shut it, old man, we have more money than we could spend in a few thousand years," he said, not taking his eyes off of the bandits. "Pfft, that doesn't mean I like to spend it all willy-nilly," I shout back. Of course, I was just trying to mess with him. But he did have a point, we did have enough money to last us practically forever. As I was having that thought, Julius used the weapons to slash and stab at the bandits, who were now huddled in a circle trying and failing to block or dodge his attacks. "Put some effort into it," I yell. Then with a flurry of movement, all the weapons go above the bandits and go vertical. All of the bandits look up at the swords and spears in fear and astonishment. All of the weapons go still and drop right on their faces. It was quite a sight to see. The ones that were hit with swords dropped to the ground with a sword going through their heads, but the ones that got the spears still stood straight, impaled by the spear through the head chest, and out their rears, causing them to stay standing with the help of the spear being dug into the ground. I walk up beside Julius while still leading the horses. We stood there for a moment just looking at the carnage. "That's a first," I say with a chuckle. Julius looks over at me. "When did it become this easy?" he asked. I could hear the concern in his voice. I look over at him. "It doesn't get easier, Julius. Why you don't feel bad for killing them is for the kind of men they are," I say, kicking the dead guy with a hole in his chest. "These men have probably killed a number of innocent people, they didn't deserve to live, but trust me, if you were to kill someone innocent, it wouldn't be so easy." Clapping my hands together to break the somber mood I say in a happy tone, "Now enough with the somber mood, because I don't know about you, but I am missing my chair and home, so let's get moving. Please check out my other fanfic I'm working on and let me know what you think. Update. I did it, I finally did it. I figured out how the MC will get his first power. And this will segue me to the Romanian fight. I am so happy now. 27. Finding a mate. Update. Year 476. Sitting in my comfy chair by the fire, I relaxed as I felt the heat wash over me. At the moment, I was alone in my small home. I sent Julius to Rome, to protect our bank that was in Rome from being plundered. Because at the moment Rome had collapsed and I needed him there to make connections with the powers there to keep the bank safe and still in use. I knew it was going to happen, but I didn't want to change history to a point that it would change the 21st century to a point of it being unrecognizable. That's why I never went to see Jesus. I knew if I had been there I would have stopped him from being crucified. Let's just say he would have never been betrayed. That change alone would have been drastic and could have done more bad than good. Rome did it to themselves when Rome was constantly bringing back slaves. It did nothing but hurt the lower class citizens, and keep them from making money, and making them mostly reliant on slaves, causing the lower class citizens to riot in the streets. That along with the insane amounts of corruption in the Senate and crime in Rome only helped with its inevitable fall. Getting bored of just sitting in my home all day, I decided to go on a small trip to the west coast to a place I knew had some great views and fishing spots. So, packing up my horse, I headed west. It's honestly amazing to see all the changes that have happened in the last 150 years. Londinium has gone from a small fort city to a large city. Of course, it wasn't even close to what it will become, but it has grown in leaps and bounds. Thankfully my home was a few miles from the city, giving me a few decades before they started to encroach. Going down a well-used path I lost myself in a Joe Rogan podcast I had heard more than 1,000 times. Something they should have built into my Spotify was a connection with my old world so I could get some new stuff. As I walked down the road I watched the trees sway and the birds fly from tree to tree, as Joe Rogan and Elon Musk light up a doobie. At midday, I stopped for lunch, consisting of dried meat and a few vegetables. Packing my belongings I hit the road again. It took me another few days to reach my destination and make camp. Sitting by my fire I watched the flames flicker and change, the wind cascading the glowing embers high above me. It was around 10 o'clock and I was just sitting down under some of my blankets, the fire slowly losing its glow, when something stopped me dead in my tracks. Up above me hundreds of white lines streaked across the night sky. Slowly sitting back up, I watched as the meteors flew across the sky. Incredible, I said softly to myself. Over the years I had always been drawn to the simpler things in this new life I call mine. Like when I first came here I would do just what I am doing now. Look up at the night sky by my fire and watch as the stars would twinkle and occasionally see a shooting star. Even when I had my villa and more money than the emperors or kings of this world, I would come outside, in the dead of night and just watch the night sky. And a sense of being so small would wash over me as I watched. That even with this whole new life I was still just a small speck of dust on a masterpiece covered with specks of dust, in a dusty attic. A small smile spread across my face as the last of the shooting stars passed by. I might just be a small speck of dust, but who cares, I'm going to continue living this new life to the fullest, I thought as I laid back down, and continued to watch the dazzling stars above. That night I found the part of me that seemed to be gone. The part of me that had meaning and a purpose, that I seemed to have lost at some point along my long unending walk down life's path. For so long I just seemed to drift from one place to another. I tell myself it's for the adventure, but in reality, it was to just pass the time. Of course, I did enjoy the adventure. But you can only do so for so long before it's more out of habit rather than for the fun of it. Slowly I closed my eyes and wondered what another day would bring. Year 647. Would you stop that, I say, not looking away from the old scroll I was currently reading. Sigh, I heard from Julius. Dropping the scroll to my lap I look over to Julius, who was also reading a scroll in his recliner. Are you reading one of those sad plays again? I say, pointing an accusing finger at Julius. What did I tell you about those? Every time you read a new sad play you're Mr. Sad Guy for the next year. So if that's what it is I'm gonna. It's not a play Adam, Julius says looking over at me. Then what is it? I say bringing my scroll back up to continue reading. It's just how do you do it? I look over at him. Do what I ask. How are you okay with being alone for so long? He asked me as he started to stand. I raise an eyebrow at the question. Are you okay Julius? I say dropping my scroll back down. I mean has the time finally caught up with you? Have you finally gone crazy? Julius looks over at me. What he asked. You know you just asked how I'm okay with being alone for so long but you are clearly standing there in the same room as me, so I'm not alone. Julius looks at me like I am an idiot. That's not what I meant, Adam. I mean a partner. Oh, well, cough, firstly you should word your questions better, and second it's none of your business, I say looking away from him. Is it because you like men? Julius asked bluntly. What, you think, that I? Adam it's fine if you do, but I'm just telling you now, I'm not that kind of guy so. Would you shut up? I yell. I don't find men to be attractive. I snap. He raised his hands in surrender. In an attempt to change the subject, I ask. What made you ask? Julius started to avoid my eyes and play with a small piece of coal in his hands. For the past few decades, I have been craving for someone more. Someone to fall in love with, someone who will be there in my darkest days, he said, his voice getting louder with every word. Whoa, slow down there before you start going through that whole acting phase again. I said standing from my chair. So you want a mate, I say as I wrap my scroll back up and put it on a side table. A what? He asked confused. Clapping my hands together I say in my teacher's voice. Buckle up kid, you are in for a wild ride. What does a buckle have to do with this and what do you mean a wild ride? Julius asked, more confused than ever. Well, the wild and uncaring world of love, of course. People are right, lol. That last chapter sucked and brought in a whole new load of shit from thin air. 28 Jane. Year 700. I don't get it, I really don't get it, Julius said, as he sat on a tree branch of my large beech tree that was next to my home. Looking up I said, and what did you expect, that you would walk outside and the first person you saw was the one? Of course, I didn't, but 50 years, he said, crossing his arms. Julius, I have been on this earth for thousands of years, and I still haven't found a partner. There's a difference between you and me, and regular humans. We live forever, and if we pick a partner, they are the ones that we will spend the rest of eternity with. That's a very big decision. I yell up at him. The memories of all his failed, attempted courtings ran through my brain. The failed attempts and the blunder he made in his quest for love. But Julius quickly found that any woman that fell in love with him, didn't actually fall in love with him, but instead, they fell in love with the way he looked, with his perfect face and hair, his golden eyes adding to people's fascination and attraction. Thankfully next year we have a planned trip to visit some small covens I knew about and hopefully find his mate there. Now will you come inside, and stop being Mr. Emo for at least one day? What is an emo? Julius asked, looking down at me. It's a person in constant sorrow or a person that acts like it to court women. I say, trying to put it into words he would understand. Do you think that would work? He asked, still looking down at me. I couldn't help but chuckle. It only works on the crazy ones, so kind of. Julius thought about that for a minute, before shrugging his shoulders and leaped off the branch he was sitting on. Julius landed next to me, and we started walking back to my home. As we walked I saw a man running full speed towards my home. Stopping in front of my home, I waited for the man to reach me. The young man of around 20 stopped in front of me and bent over panting. After a moment, he caught enough of his breath and finally spoke. Sir, I have a message for you from Mr. Thrack, he said, still trying to catch his breath. Thrak was the man currently in charge of the main bank in Londinium. He was handpicked by his predecessor and approved by me. What is the message? I asked in a hurry. The only time they would send me a message would be if something was really wrong. Normally, if there was a problem, Julius would be the one to deal with it, not that I made him do it but that he genuinely enjoyed the whole thing. Strange men in red and black cloaks were seen getting off a ship. Mr. Thrak told me you wanted to be told if men that wore them were ever seen. I nodded at him. Yes, thank you, I said, dismissing him with the toss of a gold coin. Turning, I opened the door to my home and rush inside. Red and black cloaks, is it the Vultury? Julius asked, following me inside. More than likely, I said, grabbing my sword and strapping it to my waist. What would they want here? There is nothing here but the Gringotts Bank. Yes, but they aren't here for that. If anything, they are here for me. Julius had never met any of the Vultury, and only a handful of vampires. But he knew about them because of the trips I take every few years to check in with the Vultury. Why would they come for you? Julius asked, confused. Who knows? They are led by a man with some serious mental issues, so it could be anything. I say, grabbing my own cloak and putting it on. After getting everything I would need, me and Julius run full speed to the city. At full speed, it only took us 10 minutes to reach the outskirts of the city, and another 15 minutes to figure out that they were already out of the city. Going to Gringotts, I found Thrak in his office. Sitting down in a chair by his desk, I asked, so, some people in black and red cloaks were seen? Yes, sir, they were seen leaving a ship this morning. I had over a dozen people tell me about them, how they were the most beautiful people any of them had ever seen. And knowing that you wanted to know if anyone of such discrimination was to show up, to notify you immediately. Yes, that is true, I said, leaning back in the wooden chair. And what direction were they last seen? I asked. They were last seen going north, just leaving the city. How many were in the group? Julius asked. I believe they said 9 of them. I looked over to Julius. It seems they are not here for me. Julius raised an eyebrow. Then what are they here for? I don't know, but that worries me more. Quickly leaving Gringotts, we head north, in the hopes of catching up with them. Running north at full speed, I stretched out my senses, staying alert for any signs of an ambush. We ran for almost an hour before we ran into a small open field. In the middle of the field was a small village, with wooden huts and a muddy road that went right down the middle. I'm going to change a bit of the Twilight history here. So the reason Jane and her brother were burned at the stake was because the people of their village thought they were witches, because the people that were mean or bad towards their family had overly bad luck, but those close to the family had good luck, and that Jane and her brother were outcast among the village. What I'm changing here is that Arrow only takes the male because Jane didn't show any talents as a human, but her brother Bad showed abilities for reading people. But one thing stuck out in the village, and that was the smoke that just started to billow high into the sky. Looking at where the smoke was coming from, I saw 2 large stakes in the ground surrounded by pieces of wood. But what really grabbed my attention was the boy and girl tied to the stakes. My heart dropped. This must be Jane and her brother Alec. As I watched, I saw on the outer rim of the mob of villagers was the Vultury. They stood there as the flames began to lick at Jane and Alec's feet. Their screams sent a shiver down my spine. I have seen death more than anyone alive, but that doesn't mean I like to watch others die horrible deaths. As I was having that thought, the Vultury moved. In a group, they moved forward, pushing the villagers to the side. But something strange happened. They only went toward Alec, leaving Jane to continue screaming as the flames rose higher. Julius, get that girl out of there, I order him as we run full speed towards the fires. Julius lifted his hands and lifted the stake and Jane out of the fire. Stopping by her side, I tear the bindings holding Jane to the stake. Thankfully she was already unconscious, half of her lower body was already burned to a terrible state. Looking over, I saw the villagers running away back to the village while screaming. Standing among the fleeing people stood Arrow. Rock still he stood and stared at Julius, his eyes glinting, as if he found a new toy to add to his collection of rare artifacts. And just past Arrow, I saw one of the Vultury members lean down over Alec and bite into his neck. Looking back at Kias, I saw he was now looking at me. How strange, I heard him whisper. Without another word, and before I could do anything, Arrow and the rest of the Vultury members picked up Alec and started running at full speed away from me. I was about to chase after them and free Alec from the Vultury when I heard Julius call my name. Adam, I need your help, he said as he looked down at the badly burned legs of Jane. I stalled for only a moment before I went to Julius. Jogging over, I crouched down and checked on Jane. Why didn't they help her as well? I thought. Is this world different from the movie, or did I change the course of this history? I thought as I looked at the burns. I could help her with the burns and keep the infection away, but she wouldn't be able to walk again. The tendons and muscles took too much damage for me to fix. But that's not what I wanted. Jane's ability was too strong to go to waste. Looking up to Julius, I say, only you can save her now, Julius. If there are any problems with the chapter, please let me know. I wrote this one half asleep and extremely tired, so please leave a comment if you find anything. Thank you. From a very tired, Bean Dash. 29, Blood Rage. Putting the Vultury to the back of my mind for now, I looked at Julius. You need to change her, or she will die. I say in a rush. But why? She could survive the burns. Julius asked. Yes, she could, with my help, she can heal, but she will never be able to walk again. The fire burned too much of her leg muscles for her to ever walk again, so we might as well kill her now to end her suffering. I say, looking into his eyes. Are you ready to kill this innocent girl, Julius? I asked him. He looked down at Jane as she lay unconscious, with a furrowed brow. I felt a little bad about making Julius do this, but if she had the same powers that she had in the movie, she would be of great help, and it would take away an asset from the Vultury that they missed. What do I do? He asked. You need to bite her. The venom in your saliva will get into her blood and go through her body, changing her, but that's the easy part. The hard part is when you bite her, her blood will get in your mouth, and that's when you either kill her or save her, I say, still looking him in the eyes. This will be the hardest thing you may ever do, and as soon as you start, I won't be able to stop you unless I break your jaw off. I could see the nervousness in his eyes as he readied himself for what he was about to do. Julius, I say to him. He looked up at me. You have a will stronger than anyone I have ever seen. If there is one person who could do this, it's you. I say in an attempt to bolster his courage. Julius nods his head, and slowly, he grabs Jane's arm and raises it to his mouth. Posing for just a moment, Julius bites down on her wrist. I saw as his eyes went wide and the taste of human blood flooded his mouth. The yellow in his eyes slowly changed color, going from the golden yellow to crimson red. Julius, that's enough. I said to him as I watched his eyes change. But he didn't listen to my words. He was floating in a sea of bliss he had never felt before. A whole new energy filled him the more he drank the sweet bright red blood. Julius, I say in a stern voice. I saw his eyes slightly widen for a split second at my words, but only for a second, before his eyes glazed over, and nothing but the need for human blood filled his mind. You're killing her, Julius. She is going to lose too much blood if you don't stop. I yell. My words seemed to reach him this time, because in a flash he looked right at me, his eyes wide and clear. And with great force Julius opened his mouth, and leaned away from her, but just for a split second before a look of rage came over his face, and in an instant Julius dove for Jane's neck. Acting fast I grabbed him by the neck, and held him in place, but only for a second before Julius sent a wave of telekinetic force at me in an attempt to launch me from them. But what Julius didn't count on was the strength of my grip that I had on his neck. Keeping a hold on Julius, we both went flying back and away from Jane. When the force hit me, it was like being hit by a truck, the pain washing over me for a split second before it numbed. With Julius still in my grip, I turned my body, placing Julius under me and facing away from me, so when we hit the ground he would hit the ground first, and hopefully get him out of his blood rage. What I didn't count on was Julius using the same telekinetic wave he used on me on the ground to launch us back into the sky. Flipping around in the sky at around 50 feet from the ground, Julius grabbed the hand that I still had on his neck and squeezed, breaking the bones in my hand, and pulling my hand away from his neck. Julius, you need to get a hold of yourself, or I won't have a choice and I will need to hurt you, I yelled into his ear. Shut up. Julius roared, and in a flash Julius raised both hands behind his head and grabbed onto my tunic, in an attempt to throw me from his back. Knowing what he was going for, I wrapped my arms and legs around his waist and torso. When Julius pulled, all he did was rip off the top of my shirt. Looking over Julius's head I could see we are only 30 feet from the ground now, and plummeting back down fast. Wanting to end this now, I grabbed Julius's arms. Holding him with my legs wrapped around his waist so we don't separate mid-air, I grabbed his arms, which were still trying to grab me, and placed them to his side and wrapped my arms around him and clasped my hands together so he can't get loose. Then moving our weight around, I angle us straight down, then as fast as I can, I separate my legs from his waist and put my hands under his arms and pushed him as hard as I could, launching him head first to the ground. By the time I launched him, we were only a few feet from the ground, not giving him time to build up his telekinetic pushes. Julius hit the ground hard, a small boom echoing out, when he hit. Flipping around, I put my feet under me and landed a second later. I had to wait for my legs to heal back up, before moving again. Once I felt the pain wash away, and felt that my legs weren't in pieces anymore, I stood and ran to Julius's prone figure. Stopping next to him, I looked down at him. Cracks ran down his face and neck, and his arm was at a weird angle. Slowly Julius's eyes opened and slowly he looked around, then at me. Adam, what happened? Julius asked as he looked down at his cracked figure. I crouched down and smiled at him. You, my friend, went through something called a blood rage. I figured that out on my own, but what about Harris, is she dead? Julius asked me, now looking away from me. Looking back I saw Jane still laying still on the ground, her chest no longer rising and falling. Well, of course she's dead. I say to him with a chuckle. Julius's head whipped around, and he looked up at me, his eyes wide. I killed her, he asked. Yup. I say, trying my hardest not to laugh at him. Julius's eyes go wide in panic, as he slowly sits up. I killed an innocent girl, he stammered. Not able to hold it in anymore I burst out laughing. Julius, you dope, you need to die to become a vampire. The venom stops the heart, then the rest of her will change. I say, bending over just to breathe, as tears roll down my face. Getting a hold of myself a few moments later, I put out a hand to help him stand. Once Julius was standing, I helped him put his arm back in place, then looked over my shoulder. I could see some of the male villagers standing at the edge of the village with spears in hand, ready, if we were to attack them. I'm sure there was more at first, but after they saw me and Julius fight, more than one probably ran away, leaving the bravest behind. We should get going, these villagers have seen enough crazy shit for the day. Yes, that's a good idea, Julius says as he dusts himself off. Oh, and Julius, I spoke as we started walking towards Jane. Yeah, Julius asked. You're paying for my tunic, I say, looking down at my shirt, which was now around my waist. Julius looked over at me, and said, You are such a cheap person. He said, shaking his head. No, I'm responsible with my money, you tore it, so you're paying for it. If I tore it I would have paid for it, but I didn't, so you're paying for it. You have over 80% of the world's money in your banks, making you mountains of gold, but you're not willing to pay for a simple tunic. Julius said, shaking his head. Digging into his money purse, Julius takes out a good coin and hands it to me. Why, thank you very much, sir, for your kindness, sir, I say, doing a playful bow, as I took the gold from his hand. Happy Thanksgiving, everyone. Sorry if there are any problems with it, I had to rush this chapter to get it done before the rest of my day is busy, so please let me know if there are any errors. Bean. 30, a talk and a wake up. We ended up stealing a small cart and a horse to transport Jane back to our home, or I wouldn't call it stealing. I left a small pouch of gold for the horse and cart, well over the price originally paid for it. Why I say steal is because I didn't ask, I just took it. As we traveled down one of the old mud and dirt roads, Julius decided to speak for the first time since we left. What was the Vultury doing here? I know they try to avoid you, but for them to come all the way here, and then take a boy being burned at the stake, it just doesn't make sense. Julius said as he led the horse on. Standing on the other side of the horse, I answered his question. I don't know, I think the only one that can answer that question is her, but still that was a big overstep on their part. And it's not a good sign either. If they are willing to push on my boundaries I have set with them, that means they are getting confident, and that might make them do something stupid. Of course I knew why they came here, and that was for Jane and Alec, but what I didn't know was why they only took Alec and left Jane behind. I'm certain they came here for the one thing the Vultury's leader Arrow loves more than anything, and that's to add to his collection of unique vampires. Julius looks over the horse at me, but neither of them were vampires. That's true, but there is a chance they had abilities before they were changed. Arrow probably got wind that certain individuals here had unique abilities, and came to investigate himself, but when he got here he saw they were being burned alive, so taking a chance he took one of them and changed him in the hope that his abilities will be useful and powerful when he becomes a vampire. I said, grabbing a stick that was on the side of the road. So he was willing to come all the way here and fight you, just for someone with abilities? Julius asked me. Of course he was. Did you see how many vampires he came with? There were over 12 of them, and if I had to guess, they were some of his strongest ones, but what he didn't count on was you. I said, looking over at Julius. Me? He asked. Yup, he knows I'm strong, and that I have been alone for over the 1,000 years that he's know of me, and out of nowhere I now have a companion. The odds that you are very strong is a certainty, and the facts that you have gold eyes, probably threw him off, and made him rethink attacking me when he saw me. Is that why you never wanted me to meet them, and keep me away from them? Julius asked. Yes, Arrow is a person who seeks power above everything, and he sees the way to power is to have the most powerful under his command or at times control, and if he knew what your power was he would go to great lengths to have you. But that would never happen, they are cold-blooded murderers. Julius said. The disgust was clear in his voice. I look over to him. Julius, you are strong, probably one of the strongest living vampires, but there are vampires that have abilities that can mess with your mind, and you would never even know it. They can alter your loyalties, making me the bad guy and them gods in your eyes. He looks over at me, a worried look on his face. The first time I met the Vultury, they tried to do that to me. The only problem is, it didn't work, but it would work on you, or I think it could. You are very strong-willed, so you might be able to fight it, but I'm not sure. I said, swinging my stick at the shrubbery on the side of the road. Why do you even tolerate them? You could have killed them all when you first met them. Julius asked me. The vampire world needs rules, and that's what the Vultury bring to the vampires. That's why I hate the Romanian coven so much. At the moment the Romanian coven is the ruling vampiric coven, and they let their vampires murder entire villages with no consequences, no rules, murdering hundreds or thousands because they think they are gods among men. But the Vulturithae have rules, like keeping the vampire world hidden from regular humans, and to only drink and kill those who nobody will notice if they went missing, or were found dead on the side of the road. A necessary evil. I finished. After a few more hours of travel we finally arrived at my home. The small stone structure, a comfort to see. Parking the wagon by the front door I pick up Jane from the back and bring her inside, laying her on my bed. I cracked the door open and walked into my sitting room, and did as the room's name implies, and sat down in my lazy boy, letting out a groan of comfort as I fell into the comfortable chair. A moment later, Julius comes in and sits in his chair. The room fell into silence for a few moments. What now? Julius asked. I look over at him. What do you mean? I asked. I mean, what do we do about the new member of our group? He asked. I sat for a moment, thinking of what to do. I knew that Jane would be different than Julius, her hate for humans could be a problem, and that it would be harder to get her to drink animal blood instead of human blood. I think we will do the same thing I did with you. I say, pulling the lever on the side of my chair, and bringing up the leg part of my chair. As soon as she wakes we will take her north and away from any village or settlement, and get her on animal blood, but that may be harder to do, than it was with you. I say. Julius looks over at me. Why would it be harder? Well, let me ask you this, if you and your little brother were being burned at the stake, would you have a problem with humans? Julius raised an eyebrow. I see where you're going with this, and I can see how she might have a hate for people. Julius said. All we can do for her is try and help her, get her to change her view of humans, that not all of them are like that. And plus, all of them will be dead within the next 40 years. But before I could finish speaking, creak boom. Standing to my feet, I only had seconds to avoid a blurring figure that was heading right for me. As I moved to the right, the blurring figure of Jane crashed right into my lazy boy. Pieces of wood and animal furs went everywhere, as my most beloved possession was destroyed right in front of my eyes. My mouth was agape as I stared at the pieces of my chair that lay scattered everywhere. Looking up I had to dodge the blurred arm that was launched towards my head. But instead of dodging, I grabbed the arm mid-swing, my other hand shoots out and grabs Jane by the neck, and I lift her off the ground, my 6'3" figure dwarfing Jane's 5'4". Do you know how long it took me to get that chair perfect? I yelled at her, her eyes now wide with fear, as she stared at me, and tried her hardest to get out of my grip. I mean really, I just got a perfect but imprint and everything. I yelled, shaking her hard enough to break a normal person's neck. I don't think I had been this mad in almost 900 years, and I was ready to end Jane now, her powers be damned. Adam, calm down, you can make another one, it's not like you don't have forever to do it. Julius said, grabbing my arm. I look over at him. But Julius, it was perfect. I whined. He looked at me, like I was stupid. Let her down, you geezer. He said. I stared at him for a moment, going over the idea of just breaking her head off, then reattaching it for payback for breaking my chair, but after a moment I figured it wasn't worth having Julius nagging at me. Fine, I said, letting go of her neck, causing her to fall to the ground like a sack of potatoes. Let me know if there are any problems with the chapter and I will fix it. Dean, 31, what am I? Stepping away from Jane, I crossed my arms, and tapped my foot, as she sat up, and looked up at me and Julius, her eyes blood red, and the snarl on her face feral. Would you relax, we're not going to hurt you. I say, the bitterness clear in my voice. Who are you, the both of you? She practically yells out, causing her to cover her ears at her loud voice. What is happening to me, she says loudly, just not a scream like before. I look over at Julius with a raised eyebrow. You should tell her, I say, gesturing with my hands at Jane. Why should I do it? You are the one that told me to change her. Holding the bridge of my nose I let out a long sigh. Fine, I say, annoyed. Looking back down at Jane who was still sitting on the floor, I say, could you stand up, I need to clean up the mess you made out of my favorite chair. I said while waving a shooing hand at her. Jane looked down, at the pieces scattered around, that used to be my chair, then back up at me. What happened to me? Jane said, ignoring my request. I sighed again. When did people start to get so annoying? I mumbled under my breath, but forgot that no matter how softly I spoke, both Jane and Julius could still hear me. Adam, you can't blame her, she has no idea of what has happened to her, it's only natural that she would be confused and afraid. Julius said, from behind me and to my left. I took in a deep breath and held it for a few moments, before puffing it back out. You're right, I'm just upset about my chair. I said, turning my head to look at Julius. Turning back to Jane, I crouched down and looked her in the eyes. First, what's your name? I asked in my best customer service voice, even though I knew what her name was I didn't want to magically know her name and make Julius suspicious of me, which I constantly have to do nowadays, because I constantly forget that Julius might look like a 17-year-old, but in reality he's almost 500 years old, and had a knack for picking up on my words. After the split second it took me to run that through my mind I came back to reality just in time for Jane to speak. My name is Jane, she said, now seeming to have calmed down a little. Putting my hand out I say, hello Jane, my name is Adam Gray. I say, with a small smile on my face. Tentatively, Jane puts her hand in mine, and we shake. Pointing over my shoulder at Julius I say, and he is Julius. As we shake hands I see Jane's eyes move from my eyes to my neck, where she stares at the pulse on my neck, causing her to open her mouth and move closer to me, instinctually. Using my free hand, I bring it up in front of her face and snap my fingers a few times, to break her out of her bloodlust stupor. Blinking a few times, she looked back up at me, as we removed our hands. Before anything, you need to feed. I say standing to my feet. Looking over to Julius I ask him. You should lead us to your normal hunting grounds, and away from any people, the last thing we need is for her to go after some lost villagers. I say as I walked towards the door. As I reached the door, I looked back over my shoulder, and saw Julius help Jane to her feet, the both of them staring into each other's eyes. His mix of gold and crimson red and her pure blood red. Turning around to face them, I clapped my hands together, loud enough to break them from each other's stare. Let's get a move on, I said briskly. I would like to get her back before daybreak. I say, staring at Julius. Last thing she needs is to run into a regular human, and for her to get a taste for human blood. I thought, as I turned back to the door, and opened it. Stepping outside, I looked up and at the night sky, as Julius and Jane stepped out after me. What is this pain in my throat? Jane asked, as she put a hand to her neck. Before I could speak, Julius cut me off. It's your thirst, he said. Looking down I looked at Julius. What happened to, you told me to change her so she's your responsibility, I asked Julius. Julius just shrugged his shoulders, and smiled at me. My thirst? Jane asked. Yes, you need blood. Julius said as he looked down at Jane. Blood? Jane asked, with furrowed brows. Yes, blood, Julius said, not explaining more. We will explain everything after you feed, it will help focus you, and keep you from being distracted while we explain everything to you. I say, turning to Julius. Which way? I asked him. Julius pointed north. About a 5-minute run north, there is some thick woods that has a good number of deer and other animals. Good, I say, as I turned back to Jane, who was standing barefoot, next to Julius. I didn't even see her get close to him. When we came out she was at least 3 feet from him, but now was standing inches from his arm. I stared at her for a moment, but decided not to say anything, and instead decided to just watch them closely. Not that it was a bad thing, in fact if they became mates that would be great, but not this soon. Because at the moment Jane was still in a sort of euphoria, from the human blood still in her system. But as soon as she is out of it, she could be a completely different person. Images of the cold, and uncaring version of Jane that was in the movie came to the front of my mind. The one that hated humans with every fiber of her being. If Julius was her mate, he might be the counterweight for Jane, the one who keeps her on the right path, I thought. I'm sure at the moment she hates humans for what they did to her and her brother, but not as much as was shown in the movies. Because I'm sure, without a doubt, that the Vultury helped add wood to her fire of hatred. And hopefully, without their influence on her she might become a different person to the one in the movies. All of these thoughts ran through my mind in seconds. Breaking from them, I looked at Julius. We will need to take it slow, she is still getting used to her new strengths. I say. Looking at Jane, I say. You feel different, don't you? I asked her. Jane nodded her head at my question but didn't say anything. That's because of what we had to do to you, to keep you alive. I say, gesturing to me and Julius. I don't understand, Jane said, looking between me and Julius. That's understandable. I say with a chuckle. My words and chuckle only caused Jane to furrow her brows. Jane, you are no longer human. I say, looking Jane in the eyes. What? She said. Have you noticed since you woke up that you no longer have a heartbeat, or a real need to breath? I asked her. Jane froze for a moment, as she brought her hand up and placed it on her chest, in search of a beat she wouldn't find. Or how you were able to do what you did inside of my home. I continued. You ran through a wooden door, then in a blur of speed, you ran at me and destroyed my chair, which was made of thick wood, and you didn't even feel a thing. I added. Could a regular human do that? I asked her. Jane was frozen in place as the memories of what she did ran through her brain. After a moment, she looked up at me and asked the most important question. Then what am I? She asked. With a smile on my face I say. A vampire. 32. Lost in thought. Sitting by my small campfire, I watched as Julius and Jane exchanged blows in their fast-paced fight. The both of them moving faster than any human I would be able to follow. But my eyes didn't miss a thing, from any wasted motion, or mistaken foot placement, my eyes could see it perfectly. As I watched, my mind started to drift. It had only been a month since we turned Jane into a vampire, and let me tell you, holy shit. The girl was a firecracker, with some serious anger issues, mostly towards humans, and the Vultury. Human because of the fact that her village almost burned her and her brother to death for the simple fact that they thought they were witches. I know, how medieval of them. But to be fair, witches and demons were a real fear in our current time, causing people to do some pretty stupid stuff while in a state of mass hysteria. Second, she hated the Vultury for leaving her to die, and taking her only living family. And I didn't even need to try and persuade her into hating them. She hated them for the fact that they left her behind when they had the chance to save her as well, allowing me to mold her into a better person, and to add wood to her fire of hatred she had for the Vultury. Even though she still had some serious issues with humans, I try my best to show her the best in humanity. Even though our current time isn't the best era to try and show someone the good in humanity. I mean, if I was to go to any village or city, the odds of finding a starving person on the side of the road begging for scraps was very high. Oh, and just finding a dead body on the side of the road was also high, so yeah, not the best time. And the fact that England was in constant wars with itself, with self-proclaimed kings, I think 7 in total, who massed armies, to go to war with each other on a yearly basis as proclaimed kings chosen by God, causing the death of thousands of people every year, which also didn't help. So yeah. But I was working on it, because even in the worst of times, there is still good. At the moment Christianity was starting to grow in England, slowly becoming the biggest religion in England, causing people to become more caring to the less fortunate, but only slightly. Just then Julius landed a hard kick to Jane's chest, rocketing her back, where she hit a tree, causing chunks of wood to break from the tree. Clapping my hands together I say, "Nice hit Julius, go check on her, I think we've had enough for today, once she's up, take her hunting." Julius nods his head at me, then zooms to where Jane landed, and is now slowly sitting up. As Julius helped her to her feet, they began to talk. I ignored their conversation, and delivered back into my mind as I waited for them to come back from their hunt. Something new that also happened, was that Jane and Julius became almost inseparable. They were constantly in each other's company, either talking, reading or just enjoying each other's company. Which I guess is good. I'm just happy that they were taking it slow, because I knew from that first day when they were locked in each other's eyes, that they were destined to become each other's mate. I had a few conversations with Julius about his feelings towards Jane, and all it ended up doing was making him blush and avoid the question. I didn't even know vampires could blush. But just the way they talked or looked at each other told me their feelings for each other quite clearly. The only guess I could come up with for why they weren't already together was because of the fact that Jane was still trying to get used to her new life as a vampire. And knowing Julius and his compassionate side, I knew he was willing to wait forever for Jane. Often when seeing them together would send my heart to aching for the lack of love I felt. Of course me and Julius care for each other like brothers, and that helped numb the longing I felt, but it could only do so for so long. But something told me, just a little longer. It was like a voice in the back of my head, that would whisper those words, whenever the feeling would bare its head, helping me manage the feeling, pushing that train of thought to the back of my mind, before I got consumed by it. I started to think about my next move. Now that the Vultury had Jane's brother Alec, they should be ready to finally fight the Romanian Coven. With Alec's abilities and the army of vampires with abilities under the Vultury's control, they would be getting ready to fight. The only thing keeping them from doing so now, was that they still needed to train Alec in fighting as a vampire and how to use his abilities. Just like what I was doing for Jane. Something I found out about Jane was her affinity for combat, which surprised me. In the movie, she only relied on her mental ability to cause extreme pain to others, but from what she has shown in her fights with Julius was that she could fight, and fight well. Of course she still couldn't beat me or Julius yet, but she was getting better every day that her and Julius fought. In her training I had given Julius the lead, allowing him to train her in most aspects, from fighting to self-control lessons, with me watching from the side to give him instructions on what he could do better, or what he should teach her first. Me doing this also caused Jane to underestimate me. In the first week, Jane thought it was a good idea to challenge me to a fight. I can't blame her for her confidence, which she seemed to lack none of, causing her to be overconfident. To her I was just a human with certain abilities like my ability to run as fast as a vampire, which at the time was the only ability she had seen me do when I went with her the first time she went hunting, but she also saw my need for human food, as well as sleep, and she could hear my beating heart, causing her to think I would be an easy opponent, that could just run fast. I guess the idea of a human with abilities wasn't that outlandish, in a world where vampires exist as well as the shapeshifters. To her great dismay, it only took me 2 moves to nearly kill her, which also surprised me. All I did was kick her in her side, causing her to go flying, then unconsciously, I chased after her, catching her mid-air then throwing her to the ground. My kick and my unconscious actions nearly broke Jane into pieces, surprising me and Julius. Never before had I done something I didn't consciously do, as well as the power I had put behind my kick and throw was stronger than I even thought I was capable of doing. But I also remembered that I was getting stronger the longer I lived, and the last time it was obvious was almost 500 years ago. By my guess I was a little over 2 times stronger than a regular vampire, maybe as strong as 3 vampires, making it hard for myself to train with Julius. It was no longer a challenge to fight him, because now he seemed to move slower to me, allowing me more openings to hit. Switching subjects in my mind, I thought of Jane's powers. It didn't take long for Jane to use her powers for the first time. It was actually on the first day of being a vampire that she used her powers. It was by accident, when she was telling us the story that led to her and her brother being burned alive at the stake, and the pain she felt. When she said the word pain and the memory of the pain she felt ran through her mind, she was looking right at Julius, and the pain hit him hard, dropping him to the ground, writhing in pain. The feeling of being burned alive washed over him. It answered a question I had, and that was that she had the same powers that she had in the movies. For the next week we tested her powers, on a few really bad guys me and Julius kidnapped to be our own little test mice. We never killed them, but by the time we were done, they were nothing more than shells of their previous selves. It might not have been the most ethical thing to do, but we took the worst of the worst that me and Julius could find, which made it easier when we made them live through a mental attack that felt like you were burning alive. It was also a way to help Jane deal with the anger she felt towards humans. But if me and Julius weren't there to keep her from killing them, every last one of them would have been torn to pieces, because of her pure bloodlust she still had when around normal humans and just her pure hate she currently had for humans. Something we found out is that Jane's power doesn't work on me. My guess is that any abilities that are supposed to mess with my mind won't work on me, just like when the Vultury tried to make me loyal to them by using mind manipulation that one of Arrow's vampires can do. Any mental ability that might mess or interfere with the computer chip that was embedded in my brain by an alien civilization that travels different multiverses wouldn't work. The chip blocks any interference from mental intrusions, like Jane's mental fire, or any abilities that mess with the mind. And it should also be able to block Jane's brother's ability, which should be some sort of sensory illusion, where he can take away all of your senses, like touch, smell, vision, and hearing, making you a perfect target to attack. Just then I could hear the fast footsteps of Jane and Julius returning for their hunt. Looking up from the fire, I had been staring in while lost in thought. I saw the both of them joking with each other, and for the first time since I had met her, Jane had a smile on her face instead of the cold look she tended to have. The both of them walked side by side to the small fire I was sitting at, where they stopped and looked at me. "Are you ready to go or what?" Julius asked me. I looked up at him. "Not yet," I said, as I used a stick to move some of the burning logs around in the fire. Not looking up at them I say, "The both of you should take a seat, I need to talk to the both of you." Looking at each other, Julius just shrugs and takes a seat on the other side of the fire from me, Jane following a second later. I didn't say anything for a moment and continued to stare into the fire. After a few more moments, I look up at the both of them and say, "I think it's almost time that the both of you come with me to meet the Vultury." 1974 words. Longest chapter so far. Let me know what you thought of it, and if there are any issues please leave a comment and let me know. 33. Anger. "Wait, you want us to meet the Vultury?" Julius asked. "Yes I do, but not yet, maybe in a few months to a year, preferably when Jane has more control over herself," I say, pointing the stick I was using in the fire at Jane, who just raised an eyebrow at me, her smile gone, and the cold emotionless mask back in place. "Why now?" Julius asked. "Well, if the Vultury were willing to come here, where they knew I lived, and practically take a shit in my garden while looking me in the eyes, then run away, means they are getting bold, and if they are getting bold that means they are getting stronger, and are at a point in power where they believe they can start applying their power to do as they wish, without the fear of repercussions, which means they are about to get ready to fight the Romanian Coven." Julius slowly nodded his head, with a thoughtful look on his face, as he went over my words. Julius opened his mouth to ask a question, but was cut off by Jane. "The Romanian Coven?" Jane asked. "Yes, the Romanian Coven," Julius says in an offhand manner. Then he opened his mouth to ask me another question, but was cut off again. "Who is the Romanian Coven?" Jane asked, this time looking at me. "The Romanian Coven is the current ruling vampiric coven." "Vampires have rulers?" Jane asked, tilting her head to the side slightly. It was my idea to keep Jane away from the political world that the vampires have, in an attempt to keep her mind more focused on her training, because the first year of being a vampire, they tend to be very unstable, mentally, and in their ability to control themselves around humans and their blood. Things were starting to move in the vampire world, and fast, and now I had a choice either to tell her or not. Of course I told her about the Vultury, but I didn't tell her about the other coven spread across the known world. And now that the war with the Romanian Coven seemed to be coming closer, I had no choice but to tell her, to prepare her for what to expect and what will likely happen. Yes, the vampires have ruling covens, at the moment it's the Romanian Coven, and the Vultury are about to go to war with them in hopes of taking the throne for ruling coven. Jane looked past me, with a thoughtful expression on her face at my words. "The Romanian Coven are the worst of the worst, they kill humans in cold blood and for no reason, other than the fact that they think that they are gods among men," I say, looking back down at the fire in front of me, the memories of the people I tried to help flashing through my mind. "The Romanian Coven doesn't sound like such a bad coven to me," Jane said, in an uncaring tone. Julius froze at her words and so did I. Julius's eyes flashed to me as he watched me, looking to see if I would do something to Jane. The anger her words caused in me was like an ocean of hate and rage, unleashed from the depths of my mind where they laid chained, to break free and come flooding to the surface. They didn't even see me move. Unconsciously my body reacted, and before I or the others knew what was happening I had Jane by the neck, and lifted almost a foot off the ground, by the neck. I stared Jane dead in the eye, the normal jovial spark to my eyes was gone, now they were as cold as ice, as I looked into her soul. "How heartless have you become?" I said in a cold tone. "We're the people who murder innocent people doesn't sound so bad. I asked Jane, daring her to answer. "They have killed untold thousands of innocent people, for the fact that they wanted to. Entire villages, massacred to the last infant, because a group of vampires wanted to," I said, my voice slowly rising, as my grip grew stronger on her neck. "You hate humans for what they did to you and your brother, and you have a right to hate people, but only hate the village that tried to kill you, not the entire species, because of a group of people who will be dead in a few decades while you stay the same," I yelled at her. Jane's eyes were now round in fear, as my anger increased. "I tried to save some of them once, you know," I said, now in a quieter voice. "And I managed to do so a few times, moving a few villages to the far north, but once the Romanian coven found out what I was doing, they amassed a large group of vampires to track me down and kill me. There was too many of them to fight, so I ran. Of course they couldn't catch me, but they made me pay for my actions by killing a whole village of innocent people as I watched from a distance. Back then I was weak and afraid, and I couldn't save them because of it, and even now there is only so much I can do on my own. That's why I need the Vultury. But for you to say the death of innocent people is okay is disgusting and so hypocritical, it make me sick, I said to her. You stand on your high ground, acting like they were in the right for killing them, like their lives never mattered, because your life almost came to an end by a group of villagers who were afraid, which you thought gave you the right to hate every breathing person to exist. Adam, you need to calm down, Julius said, zooming to my side and placing a hand on the arm that was holding Jane up. I looked over at him, causing him to flinch at what he saw. What he saw was the part of me I was able to push down, far enough to forget. Using my emotion dampeners, I was always able to push them down and away, but never able to destroy them. With Jane's words, she was able to bring them to the front. And now I looked at Julius with the eyes of a person who has seen more death than any living being alive, a man who has seen the collapse of nations, wars, plagues, and the constant death of his friends, one by one. The real immortal. Julius took a step back at my stare. He knew, if I was to attack him, I wouldn't hold myself back like I normally did. Looking back at Jane, I saw the fear in her eyes as she stared back at me, with her half golden red eyes. You have more than a right to hate that village for what they did to you and your brother, but that doesn't give you the right to hate all humans. I am thousands of years old and I have seen the darkest side of humanity more times than I can count, giving me more of a right to hate them than you, but I have also seen the good in humanity as well. I say, my voice almost a whisper. By this point I was able to get my emotions pushed back down and under lock, at least enough to where I wasn't going to kill the both of them. And after taking a few more calming breaths, I slowly lowered Jane back to the ground. And something happened to me, for the first time I could remember since I came to this world. Tears began to slowly fall from my eyes, and run down my face. At first I was a little shocked to feel them fall. Bringing my hand up to my face, I wiped away the tears that continued to fall freely. Alert. Recalibration of emotion inhibitors needed. Self-diagnoses activated. Loading error. Overload of emotional dampeners detected. Said a robotic voice in my head. Recalibration needed. Loading new parameters for recalibration. Loading error. New parameters for emotional overload not found. Self-calibration activated. Activation of basic self-AI readjustment parameters activated. Starting adjustments now. With those last words, everything went black and I became weightless, floating in a black abyss. This is where Jane is going to change from the cold, uncaring person to a real person with compassion. Let me know what you think of the chapter. And if there are any problems that need fixing. 34. Talking, Part 1. Floating in the abyss was a strange experience. It was like I was floating in a completely dark piece of space, with no stars to be seen, just a completely dark space, with no ability to move, see, hear, or feel anything. So, while floating aimlessly, I thought about what I had just done. I had let my emotions take control of my actions. Of course it was a reasonable response to what Jane had said, but since I had come here, to this world, I had never had such a reaction to something. No matter how angry or sad I got, I was always able to stay calm and reasonably in control of myself. In any situation, I could act how I wanted and not on pure emotions. But from what I gathered from the system, was that the full attack of all of my emotions at once overwhelmed the dampeners, bringing the full brunt of my emotions at once, to the front. Emotions I only felt a quieter of before, I had felt it all at once and in full. I had finally pushed down too many bad memories, that my emotional dampeners couldn't dampen them all when they came out, and when they came to the surface, the dampeners were overwhelmed. Which didn't surprise me. The memories of massacres, and the death of untold amounts, that I had seen, and pushed down, had finally come to the surface in a wave of force. Normally, only 1 or 2 bad memories would come to the surface at a time, which was manageable, but this time, every single bad memory I could remember, rushed up and out of the dark corner I hid them, overloading the dampeners. As I had that thought, I got the sensation that I was moving. Unable to see anything, or do anything about it, I just went with it. The sensation of moving got faster and faster, until eventually it felt like I was moving at light speed. Then with a jolt, it came to a complete stop, and the feeling of weight came back to me, as well as the rest of my senses, all at once. Jolting upright, I looked around, and found myself in my room. I was panting hard, and a cold sweat glistened on my forehead. I was in my bed, which was surrounded by scrolls, shelves full of hundreds of scrolls and texts I had collected over the years. Next to my bed was a lit candle on the side table. The candle was half burned out, with its flickering light casting a warm and radiant glow, to gracefully dancing on the walls. Looking down at myself, I saw, I was only in my trousers, my tunic and shoes were gone. Standing from my bed, I walked to the latched window that was on one side of my room. Unlatching the piece of wood that held the wooden shutters closed, I opened the shutters. Once open, I could see the night sky, with sparkling stars and the moon hanging high in the night sky. I guess I'm back to normal, I thought as I checked my mental state, and couldn't feel anything out of the ordinary. I even checked my system screen, but didn't find any message or note to tell me if I had been fixed. Closing and relatching the shutters, I went to my door and opened it. My bedroom was connected to the main sitting room, where the large fireplace was, as well as my chairs. Peeking my head out of the door, I saw Julius sitting in his chair reading a scroll. When he heard the door open, he looked over and saw me. In a flash, Julius was out of his chair and in front of me. "Adam, are you all right?" he asked in a rush. I nodded my head at his words. "I'm fine, Julius. How long have I been out?" I asked him, cutting him off before he could ask any more questions. "Only a few hours. You fainted in the woods, so I had to carry you back here," he said, a look of concern on his face. Looking past Julius's and around the room, I didn't see Jane, which was strange. Normally I could always find her close to Julius. Looking at Julius, I asked him, "Where is Jane?" Julius let out a small sigh. "She is out front. I tried to get her to come inside but she refuses to come in," he said, looking at the front door. "My guess is that she feels ashamed for what she said today. It took you nearly killing her and telling her the hard truth which we had been avoiding doing until she was on a more stable mental ground to do so, to finally realize how morbid and cold-hearted she had become," he said, looking back at me. Slowly nodding my head, I asked him, "Has she said anything to you?" Julius shook his head. "She won't even look me in the eyes, let alone talk to me," he said. "I'm going to go talk to her," I said, taking a step back to enter my room. "I don't think that is a good idea," Julius said, as he followed me into my room, as I put on a new tunic, then my shoes. "And why is that?" I asked him, while putting my shoes on. "Adam, you scared her today, you scared me as well," he said, his voice becoming quieter. I looked up at him, stopping what I was doing. "That look in your eyes today, it was a look I had never seen before, a look as cold as ice and as deadly as death itself," he said, not looking me in the eyes. "Julius, look at me," I said, in the quiet room. Slowly, Julius looked over at me. "That part of me, Julius, is the part of me I buried deep down, and tried to forget. I'm sure you yourself have seen things that you have buried in the back of your mind, to be forgotten," I asked him. Julius slowly nodded his head at my words. "That's the downside of our lives, our never-ending lives. It's that we will see things that scare us, people we know dying, wars, plagues, all of it we must watch while we stay young for the rest of eternity, unmarred by the passage of time, without the fear of death, but covered in mental scars that can run as deep as the ocean," I say, standing to my feet. And today, the thousands of years of scars and bad memories I buried, came to the surface. Julius now looked me in the eyes. "I'm sorry, Julius, for my actions today," I continued. "I guess her words brought up some bad memories and I acted on the rage they made me feel. They were the catalyst that unleashed all of my buried memories," I said softly. Julius stared at me for a moment before a small smile crept onto his face. "I forgive you, old man," he said, giving my shoulder a small punch. Patting him on the shoulder, I finished getting dressed, before speaking to him again. "I'm going outside, do you want to come with me? I think you, being there, will help her with what I need to say to her." Julius nodded his head. "Yes, I will come with you." Stepping past Julius, I walked to the front door, with Julius right behind me. Opening the wooden front door to my home, I took a step outside, the late night cold air, brushing its cold breeze on my face. As soon as I stepped out, I was able to see Jane sitting under the large beech tree that swayed in the night air by my house. She sat there in the dark, staring up at the stars, overhead. She never looked down, as me and Julius walked towards her. Stopping a few feet from her, I didn't say anything, and sat down in front of her, while Julius sat next to her, close enough for his shoulder to almost touch hers. Looking up at the night sky, I spoke. "It's a beautiful night, isn't it?" I asked her, my soft voice loud in the quiet night. Jane slowly lowered her head, avoiding my eyes. "Jane, we need to speak," I said softly. Jane again didn't say anything. "I'm not mad at you," I said, my words like thunder, in Jane's ears. Jane's eyes snapped to my face. And as her eyes met mine, I could see the fear in them. The same fear I saw, when I was ready to snap her neck into dust. The vulnerability, the regret, and the sadness she held inside. It made me feel ashamed for my actions. Yes, her words were anything but right, but at the same time, she also had scars from her human life, where it was only her and her brother against the whole village who thought they were witches, and the same day their mother died, the villagers tied them to poles then set them on fire. "I need to apologize for what I did today," I said. "Of course we both made mistakes today, but I should have handled it better, and never put your life in danger like I did." Jane shook her head, at my words. "No, it's my fault, I should have never said what I said. You were right, I have no right to hate humans, and that the death of innocent people is a terrible thing. I am just so confused on how I should feel," she said, looking back up at the night sky. "I want to hate them so much, every last one of them," Ori did. Jane looked back at me. "But what you said was true, I shouldn't hate them all, just the ones from my village. It's just any time I think of regular people, I think of them, and I fight with myself, trying not to hate everyone." I nodded my head at her words. They hated us for the fact we were different, made it impossible to survive, where nobody was willing to give us jobs, and when our mother got ill, nobody would help us. She said, her words getting angrier. And then the same day she died, they came for us, and tried to burn us alive, for the simple fact that we were different, they didn't even let us bury her. She said with a sob. Julius slowly lifted one of his arms and put it around Jane's shoulder. Jane all but clung to him, her sobs echoing, in the now still night air. We were quiet for a few moments, before Jane spoke again. And when I woke up, I found that my brother, one of the only things I had left, had been taken by a group of vampires, and that they left me behind to be burned alive, even though they had a chance to save me as well, and that I am now one of them. I just couldn't handle all the emotions I was having, so I turned it all to hate. Jane finished, and never once moved away from Julius. It's natural to feel anger, I told her, but it's important that you don't take your anger out on others, like I did today. I said, scratching my head sheepishly. It only ever ends up doing damage to the undeserving, and yourself. I said, there is never a winner, only losers. 2013 words. Please let me know if there are any problems, and please leave a comment and let me know what you think of the chapter. And I have a question, is it so hard to believe that someone who has the knowledge to rule the world doesn't want to? I mean, what if the MC just wants a peaceful life, where he doesn't want to rule people, or control everything? 35, Talking, Part 2. With my words, came a gust of cold air that made the beech tree sway with the wind. The sound of its leaves sounded louder than normal, while sitting under it. After a moment to let the leaves quiet down, I spoke again. You may be something besides human now, but you still have human emotions, you still feel happy, you can feel sad, and you can feel hatred. There are things you will see, that will make you feel those emotions, from the pointless death of people, who did nothing but try to survive, but died, because of someone's idea of peace, by taking over the land by war. Or the greed of mankind, where people will do anything for gold, or anything that they want, and it might make you a hard person, who only sees the worst in humanity, but there is good in this world, people who have compassion for the less fortunate or those who try their hardest to provide for their family, even if it kills them from exhaustion. I said, looking at Jane, who was now leaning into Julius, who had both of his arms around her. We will be here for a very very long time, if not forever, and something I have learned through all the time I have lived, is that living with hatred in your heart will never let you truly experience the joy we were given through the gift that is our immortal lives. There are things I could have done to help humanity, things I could have made, that I knew would help the world, from medicine, to better weapons for people to defend themselves, or I could have become a king chosen by God, and ruled a kingdom, but I knew that the greed of humans will never change no matter what I did. The medicines I made would have been taken by the greedy and traded to far lands, to be sold for mountains of gold. The weapons I made would be taken and reproduced by others, to be used for wars, by self-proclaimed kings, and if I became a king, those surrounding me would become jealous of what I created and would wage wars for it, all of it causing pointless death to the undeserving. And of course I could stop them from doing it, but how many times will I have to do so? Once, twice, over and over again. I will get rid of them, but there will always be someone else to take their spot. So I decided long ago, that trying to change the world would be a constantly losing battle. So I'm not going to try and change it, and I'm just going to let time run its course, and to just enjoy the gift I was given. How do you do it? Jane asked, from within Julius's arms. I looked at her in confusion. Do what? I asked her. You have seen the dark side of humans, the worst they can become, but how do you not hate humans? She asked. I sat for a moment as I thought about her words. After a moment, a small smile crept onto my face. I don't hate them, because I know what they are doing is human nature. Emotion is a natural feeling in all of us. There are a lot of things in us that we can't control, because it's human nature. All the bad and good emotional characteristics in us, we take on through life, and let's be honest, in this point in time, there is a lot of bad happening, making a lot of bad people. It's the circumstances of our lives, and the world around us, that make us who we are, and who we become. If you were born poor, you could be greedy, selfish or jealous. If you are born rich, you could be arrogant, lazy, cruel, and ignorant. I said with a shrug of my shoulders. But that doesn't mean all those people born in those circumstances take on those characteristics. I said, raising a hand, and pointing at Julius. Take Julius for example. He was born into a rich family, his father was a successful merchant, he had everything he could want growing up, but his father instilled in him good characteristics, like empathy, generosity, humility, and integrity, when he could have been cruel, ignorant, and greedy. Then pointing at myself and twisting some words, I said, and myself, I came into this world with no family, and lived in a nomadic tribe that hunted for food, and where wealth wasn't even an idea in anyone's head. With my abilities I could have taken over the tribe, for my own benefit, just because I wanted to, or because I could, but I didn't, because those people put in me a good set of standards that I stand by and still use today: honesty, humility, and love. But not everyone has good people to guide them in the right direction, some none at all to guide them, and there are some who no matter what you do, or the circumstances they were born into, they can still take on good or bad traits. It's life, personal choices, the people and the family, who guide us, and the circumstances that we are born into, all of that is what will carve out who we will become because it is human nature to take on the characteristics of those around us. Julius looked at me with furrowed brows, and asked, "Then why do you hate the Romanians?" I let out a sigh. That is for self-redemption. I tried to help them but my actions caused the death of a lot of innocent people, even though I saved some, I indirectly killed a lot more. And I'm hoping that after taking down the Romanian coven, that it will allow me to wash some of the blood off my hands, I said, unconsciously rubbing my hands together. After a moment of silence I spoke again. I guess what I'm trying to say with all of this is, there is no point in hating people for human nature, like with you Jane, it's human nature for people to be afraid of things they don't understand, and they didn't understand you and your family. I'm not saying it's right, what they did, but just keep that in mind when you think about it, or when you also see the bad part of humanity. Jane nodded her head. And I mean what I said, Adam, I am sorry for what I said. Jane said. I smile at her. I am also sorry for what I did, so now that that is out of the way, and behind us, I think it's time to bring up the Vultury. I said, clapping my hands together, and in a happier voice in an attempt to clear the sad air. Super rushed chapter. But what I'm trying to get across here is that, the MC is letting history unfold, without his direct interference, because he fears that his interference could cause ripples in time that could cause the indirect death of many more if he did get involved. Kill a tyrant king to stop a war that could have killed a few thousand, but indirectly kill 10,000 because of a civil war for the throne. There will be times the MC will get involved but for the most part, he is just going to let everything play out. Let me know if there are any problems with the chapter. It was super rushed and I could only read it once, so fingers crossed. 36. High seas and a plan. 5 months later. Year, 701. Age, 4, 701. The rock of my ship swayed me side to side, or I should say through me, side to side. From the start of our journey, it had been nothing but bad weather, the whole time. And on a ship, bad weather means bad seas, and when there are bad seas, that means a terrible trip. I was currently on the main deck of one of my trading vessels, that I commandeered for my own use. It was one of my middleweight ships, that traded spices and fabrics, from the Far East to Europe. I was standing by the steering wheel, where the captain stood, and navigated the large waves as they bashed into the ship's hull, like large hammers. Thankfully the rain had finally stopped for the moment. After a few minutes of the salty sea air, I went back under and to my small cabin. Inside the blackened room were Jane and Julius. Stepping into the small room only lit by a small candle, I could see them reading books, at a small table and bench that was nailed down to keep the user or the table and bench from flying across the cabin, along one side. Taking off my coat, which was now soaked with seawater, I hung it on a small peg that was placed by the door, for this very use. Julius looked up from his crudely made book and asked, "What did the captain say?" Sitting down next to him I said, "We should be there tomorrow by midday." All of us couldn't wait to finally be back on dry land, where we weren't constantly being thrown around by the ocean, and the smells of a ship didn't help with our senses. A bad smell for regular humans is worse for us. And the wooden cages of small animals we had prepared for the journey stank as well. Before the voyage, we had prepared a few wooden cages for rabbits, me and Julius had caught, so when on the voyage, we wouldn't run the risk of them getting thirsty before we reached land, and needed to find something else to fill the thirst. Just then the ship rocked backwards then forward. The cages that held the rabbits slid along the floor, with their inhabitants inside. After a few seconds, the ship went back to its natural heavy sway. Grabbing one of the scrolls from one of my bags, I read through its contents. Once I read through the scroll and about a medical theory, where it was believed that removing the pinky toe could cure kidney stones, my mind went over how I obtained this scroll and most of the others I owned. I took them from the Library of Alexandria before Julius Caesar accidentally burned it to the ground. In the chaos, I may or may not have led a wagon train of empty wagons to the library's main door. And while everyone was running away from the approaching threat that was Julius Caesar and his fleet of ships, I at full speed emptied a large chunk of the library, before the fire from the docks spread to the library. Once I filled the train, with as much as I could, I headed back to Rome and put them in my villa, but over 90,000 scrolls take up more space than you might think, so I ended up placing them in my banks for safer storage, and once I moved to England I had them carefully moved to the main bank, where I would go every few weeks to exchange the scrolls. The scrolls were made up of different types of materials, from papyrus, leather, parchment, and rudimentary types of paper, which could be hard to keep in good condition. The good thing about my banks, where I store the scrolls, is that deep underground is the perfect place to preserve objects. It's not too hot or cold, and away from the elements. Once again the ship rocked forward then backward hard, sending the cages sliding across the ground again. But this time when one of the 3 cages passed I swear I heard one of the rabbits screaming. Or maybe that was just my imagination. I have never been good at being cooped up in small places. Once the ship settled, I decided to get some sleep, to hopefully make this hellish trip go faster. Standing up, I walked to one of the hammocks and got comfortable. As I swayed with the waves of the ship, I went over the plans that me, Julius, and Jane came up with. The most important is to find a way for Julius and Jane to be able to combat Chelsea's mind manipulation, because I knew for a fact that as soon as Arrow found out or saw what their abilities were, he would go to great lengths to get them on his side. Julius alone might be one of the strongest vampires to ever live, which made me wonder what happened to him in the movie. Someone with his alignment and belief to not murder innocent people for their blood would have made him perfect to be with the Cullen family, so what happened to him? This is a quandary I have thought about many times, and over again I came to the same conclusion, and that is that Julius probably ended his own life, rather than kill humans. And that conclusion stemmed from Julius's biggest fear, to become a monster. At first, Julius thought he had become a monster. The call to human blood he felt confirmed it to him. But when I showed him he could survive on animal blood, it showed that to be otherwise, kicking my brain back on track. We weren't sure how we might be able to shield their minds from the mental abilities that Chelsea possessed, other than a vampire who might possess a shield ability. I thought about giving them my blood, but I realized that it's the chip in my gray matter that protects my mind from mental abilities and my blood wouldn't have the same effect. So the plan we came up with was to find an old friend of mine, an Egyptian named Ammonius, who I'm sure at the moment is very angry at a group of vampires who killed his whole coven in front of him. We weren't sure if he would even have anything or know something that could help us, but he was the only vampire that I really knew besides the Vultury, Romanians, or Julius and Jane. Of course, I knew other covens existed across Europe and Asia, but I never had any contact with them. I was always happy to let them do their own thing as long as they left me alone to do mine. And I'm currently hoping that Ammonius might still be angry at the Vultury for what happened, that he would be willing to help. But I also wasn't optimistic either. From what I remember, the mental scars of seeing his coven torn to bits made Ammonius incredibly afraid of angering the Vultury, and sending him and the surviving members of his coven into hiding, not even shadows of their previous selves. I was also hoping that they would still even remember me. It had been a few thousand years since I last came into contact with them, so the probability that they still remembered me was slim, but hey, we can hope, right? Slowly, with the gentle sway of the ship and the hammock, my eyelids slowly drooped, until completely closed and I was asleep. 37, Alexandria and a heart attack. It took another week before we finally made it to Egypt. Thankfully the last few days, the weather had settled down, and made the trip a little more bearable. The ship docked in Alexandria. As the ship was tied to the docks, I looked around at the busy dock area, where thousands of people could be seen wandering around the docks. At the moment Julius and Jane stood beside me, both covered in long, lightly colored cloaks that covered them from head to toe, only leaving their faces exposed, but covered by a shadow that was made by the hood of their cloaks. While I, on the other hand, I wore a dark green tunic that went to right above my knees, with a fine fabric as my belt that went around my waist, and dark breeches, with knee-high deer-skin boots, what I normally wore every day. The only thing different is the fact that I had my hair tied up, and hidden under a piece of fabric that I wore over my head, to keep my hair out of sight, as well to help keep the sun out of my eyes. Normally I would wear my sunglasses, but I was trying to blend in with the crowd, not stick out more than I already will. In England or other European areas, people might think my hair is just really blonde, to the point it looks white or silver. It's been known to happen, but here the sight of white hair could become a problem. I'm just thankful I no longer need to hide under long clothes to hide my pale skin. With the occupation of Rome in Egypt, it became common to see pale people here. Of course I still got stared at for my overly pale skin and height, but a lot less than I would have gotten a few thousand years ago. Stepping off the ship, we merged into the large crowd of people, and headed to my bank, which was placed in the middle of the city. Rome had been forced out of Egypt a little over 600 years ago, but thankfully I got word of the trouble that was taking place, and sent word to the Alexandria bank head to get in touch with the leaders of the forces that were kicking the Romans out, and to make a deal with them, offer them 20,000 gold, for leaving the bank alone. Of course we also told them what would happen if they didn't. It was the usual: we can destroy your country with the pure amount of money we have, by paying whole countries to go to war with you at the same time, to the point you are surrounded on all sides and have nowhere to go, or that we can hire assassin groups to go after you every day until one of them is finally successful, or you back off and leave the bank alone. Or that we can sink your entire country by pulling the bank out of your country while Roman soldiers still hold a majority of Egypt's cities, by pulling back all loans in full all at once, with a 10% interest, taking a large chunk of your country's wealth with us. And of course they would say something along the lines of, we will take your banks first before the rest of the cities, in the hope of securing wealth for themselves and the country. And we would say, you could do that if we had gold in our bank, but most of the gold is moved between the other banks. When there is conflict in a country where a bank is, the gold is transferred to one of the other banks, where it is safe, making it a moot point. But after we showed the stick, we showed the carrot, where with our far reach, we can help with trade agreements, we can help with your economy, and us just being in your country is a boon, that will draw traders. But as soon as we are gone from your lands, no country will want to anger our bank, and risk us taking away the boons we give them. So they won't trade with them, and avoid any contact with the country that angered the Gringotts bank. I'm really happy Julius implemented that rule recently. Wars had been a worry to me for a long time, but now any time a country is under attack, or a state of conflict, most of the money in the banks is transferred to other banks. I had forgotten how much war and conflict there was in this period in time. I was used to the 21st century, where war didn't involve conquering, and just involved blowing stuff up from a distance, then once everything was destroyed, we left. But now, in the time of kings, war was the only option for most monarchs, to expand and grow, to support their subjects as well as to add to the ability to bring in income. As we neared the bank, I looked at the building that was built on top of a large hill that rose above the city. The building was built in a mix of Greek and Roman, made out of white limestone for the walls. The large pillars that went around the building were made from marble, like what you would see in Greece. But it also had its Roman flair, with statues on the roof, at all four corners, as well as intricate art built or carved into the limestone and marble. Walking up the 12 steps and past the massive pillars, I came to the main door. The main door was made out of 6-inch of steel that could be locked from the inside, and with a foot of limestone as the walls, it would be extremely hard to get in, if not impossible to get in with the door closed. But what caught my eyes was what was above the door. In gold the word Gringotts was displayed, and I couldn't help but chuckle at the historians explaining all of this. In later years, during the day the large metal doors were left open, with 8 guards standing outside the door. The guards all wore polished Roman-style armor, with helmets and purple capes and tunics under their armor. The purple was my idea for the bank's color, which I chose to be royal purple. From the look of them, the guards were ex-Roman legionaries, who found our pay better than their military pay. The guards' eyes glanced at me for only a moment but slid off me a second later, when they didn't see anything dangerous about me. They did linger on Julius and Jane, but only for a moment before looking for other threats. Stepping inside the massive building of opulence and wealth that was my bank's, the floor was polished marble with intricate art on the walls and ceiling. Candles lit up the inside, from where they were placed on the walls and hanging from the ceiling above on large metal chandeliers, all of which had gold inlays added to them. Inside the bank, there were more guards inside the main area, all standing to attention, off to the side, where they would be out of sight unless you looked right at them. The massive open room was cut in half, by the reception areas, which is where you go and talk to a person who will help you. Behind them, is the office area, where you could see people hard at work, with paperwork, and other duties. Stepping up to one of the areas, I handed the middle-aged woman a small thin piece of gold that was shaped like a credit card. The woman looked at it in confusion, but she did take it from me, and glanced at what was on the gold card. As soon as she saw it, her face went pale, and she looked up at me in shock. Her reaction brought a small smile to my face. In a rush, the lady pulled a deep red cord that hung beside her. The cord went to the ceiling, and along the top, to the back wall where it ran along the wall to where I could see a large desk with a man sitting behind it. The man looked at the bell that was ringing non-stop on the wall by his desk, then over at where the lady pulling it was. All the while the lady continued to pull the cord while giving me a wide smile and said, "Just one moment, sir, the head man will be right with you." All the while, continually yanking the cord. The small bell echoed through the building, drawing people's attention to the spectacle. The man that was sitting behind the desk must have figured out something was going on, so he scurried over, as fast as his legs could carry him. As he scurried between the desks and the people working, I watched his approach. The man was no more than 4'7" with a bald head and a massive mustache, and gold rings on all of his fingers, and the nicest clothes money could buy. The money and clothes weren't a surprise to me. My bank heads must circulate with kings and the rich, and you must look and act like them for them to even listen to a word you say. Of course they were watched carefully to make sure they don't get greedy or make any bad decisions that could hurt the bank, in any way. Those who did, tended to go missing without a word, then to be replaced the next day. Turning to look over at Julius and Jane, I gave them a quick wink, then turned back just as the short man arrived. The look of awe on Jane's face almost made me burst out laughing. When I saw her, unlike Julius who has seen my banks many times before, Jane was open-mouthed, in awe, and shock, from the amount of wealth that was clear for all to see. As the man arrived, a warm smile spread across his face as he stepped onto a small stool so he could look over the marble divider teller's desks. Then he looked at the lady who finally stopped pulling the cord that rang the small bell. "Yes, Heba," the man said to the lady. The teller handed over the gold card with a shaking hand. Taking the card from the lady, the short man looked at what was carved delicately into it. And nothing happened, or well, something did happen. The man froze completely, and for around 30 seconds he stared at the card and the seal punched into the middle of the card. The seal was something only the heads of the bank knew about. Each of the head bankers had had one seal press for messages that they sent, and as a symbol of their position in the bank. But what was different about my seal was the crown over the seal, signifying me as the head of Gringotts. As I was starting to worry about the man kept out a yell, grabbed the right side of his chest, then fell backwards, off his small stool and onto the hard marble floor. Leaning over the desk, I could see the small man holding onto his chest, all the while, still staring at the card in his hand. Words 1-950. Rushed chapter done on a lunch break, so please let me know if there are any problems with the chapter. 38. Long time no see. It turned out that the man didn't have a heart attack like I had originally thought, but instead a panic attack. Not because he had anything to hide or did anything wrong. I would know if he did. But out of panic of meeting me, because over the years I had become such a mystical person to the bank heads. Never before had any of the living bank heads besides the one in England seen me before, making me someone that the bank heads could only imagine in their heads. They didn't know I was immortal or anything, but to the bank heads the owner was a shadow that none had seen before. After the man woke up, and was no longer hyperventilating, he was given some water, so he could calm down. After a few more minutes the man was finally able to talk, and move. He guided me, Julius and Jane back to his desk, where he asked me to sit at the desk where he would have sat. Waving him off I said, "That is your chair not mine," I said, waving his request off, and taking a seat in one of the nice wooden chairs that sat in front of his desk. Once the man sat down, so did Julius and Jane. Once we were all seated I began talking. "Ah, where are my manners?" I said as I stretched an arm over the desk. As he shook my hand I said, "My name is Adam Gray." "Ah yes, my name is Thoth Bichet," he said as my large hand practically swallowed his small hand whole. "It is nice to meet you Thoth, I have heard good things about you," I said, as we separated hands. Thoth smiled at my words, and said, "I try my best sir." I chuckled at his words. "I am sure you are wondering why I am here without warning," I said, with a small smirk. Thoth nods his head. "I will not lie, it is a shock for you to come here, but I am always happy and ready for your arrival," he said in a chipper voice. I smiled at the man, his happy attitude seemed to radiate off him, and fill the large room. "That is kind of you to say Thoth," I said with another chuckle. "The reason I came was because I'm looking for someone," I said, leaning back in my chair. Thoth sat forward in his chair, and looked me in the eyes, and said, "Of course sir, all I will need is a name, then a family name," he said, pulling a piece of parchment from his desk, then grabbed something to write with, ready for my words. "His name is Ammonius, I don't know his last name, but whoever has that name with the most gold in their vault is them," I said. Thoth wrote down the name, then said, "I will be right back with the information for you sir," he said, getting out of his chair then scurrying away. Jane looked over at me and in a whisper said, "This place is yours." I looked over at her and smirked. "It is, why, didn't think I was a man of good standing in the world." Jane rolled her eyes at my words. "No I didn't, of course I knew you had valuable things in the underground area of the house, but this," she said, looking around. Jane has only recently become accustomed to being around people again without the urge to drink them dry. We brought her to Londonium a few times to test her being around people, but we never brought her to the bank, because there was no need. And the first time she heard of the banks was on the ship, where I explained to her how I owned a few banks that were spread out among other countries. I may have not told her the fact of how big my banks are, and how much money my banks deal with. To be honest my banks sometimes surprise me. Normally I would only deal with the underground part of the bank, making sure that the vaults were made properly, and built in the right spots, while having someone from one of my banks deal with the top half. And with no budget, some of my banks could get very godly. Julius chuckled at Jane's words. "If you knew how much money he really has, you might die of shock." Before Jane could ask another question, Thoth came back to the desk and sat down. In his hands was a piece of parchment. Setting it down on the table he said, "We have found what you were looking for. His name is Ammonius, but has no last name on record. He currently has a little over 100,000 gold in his vault as well as a large number of rare gems and diamonds," Thoth said, turning the paper around so we could see. "His last withdrawal was 4 days ago, where he took out 200 gold. Thoth added. I grabbed the paper off of his desk and went over the information on it. And like Thoth had said, it had the current state of Ammon's vault as well as his last 5 transactions. But at the bottom of the sheet was written the address or more like directions and a description of the home. The home was apparently a compound in between 2 other compound buildings with large walls all around. Looking up at Thoth, I gave him a smile and said, "This is just what I was looking for." Thoth smiled at me, and said, "I am glad I could help sir." Standing up, from my chair I say, "That will be all I will need. If I need anything else I will come back." With handshakes and a goodbye we were back out the door. The home was in a busy area close to a market, and was only a 30-minute walk from the bank. As we walked through the crowds of people, I thought back to when I used to set up my own stands in places like this, and spend hours every day selling pelts and small knickknacks that I would make or find on my travels. A part of me missed it, the adventure and the people I used to meet and help on those travels. Maybe one day I would start doing so again. After 20 more minutes of walking and thwarting a few dozen pickpockets we finally found the place. Tucked in between 2 other buildings was a 7-foot wall, with large wooden doors. Stopping in the street in front of the doors, I looked at Julius and Jane. "The odds are that they won't want to talk to us, so just let me handle this," I say, looking at both of them. They both gave me nods, so stepping up to the door, I knocked twice on the door. And nothing. We waited for a few minutes before I banged again, this time harder. But once again, nobody opened. "Maybe they aren't here," Julius said, from behind me. "Oh, they are here," I said, looking up at the large door. "I'm gonna knock again to be nice, but if they don't answer I'm going over the wall. I said, not looking back at Julius and Jane. This time when I knocked, I put much more power into it. Now when my knuckles hit the door they were loud bangs, making the large doors rattled on their hinges. Not even a second later the doors swung open, and there he stood, with dark curly hair and a goatee, was Ammonius. Are you insane? He bellowed. Don't you people know to leave us alone? We have warned you time and time again, and yet you continue to bother us. He continued, but before he could continue. Long time no see, I said, in a chipper voice, cutting off his next rant. Ammonius froze as he looked at me, his mouth hanging open, as he looked at me. You, he yelled again. I nodded my head. Yeah, how am I alive? I said, waving a hand in the air. What how? He stammered. Look, we need to talk. I said to him. So can we come in or are you going to continue yelling at us? Now Ammonius just stares at me, breaking away from looking at me. He turned to look at Jane and Julius, who were behind me. His eyes lingered on them for a moment, as he saw the color of their eyes. And then he did something that surprised me. In a blur of motion, Ammonius slammed the large doors in our faces. I was confused, and a little bewildered. Turning around I said to Julius and Jane, that went better than expected. I said with a smile. Both Julius and Jane looked at each other then back at me. In what way exactly was this better than you were expecting? Julius said in a dry tone. Well, for one, this is the Ammonius we are looking for, and second, he didn't try to kill us. 39, Ammonius. Turning back to the door, I bang again. Leave. I heard Ammonius yell from the other side of the door. Ammonius, we need to talk, can you please let us in? No, you are not welcome here, leave us be. I let out a sigh. Ammonius, if you don't let us in, I'm going to break down this door, so just let us in, all I want is to talk. I said close to the door. I knew I didn't need to yell through the thick doors for him to hear me. Listening for his response, I waited, but got nothing in response. So taking a few steps back, I prepared to kick in the door. It wasn't something I wanted to do, but I needed to talk to Ammonius. I was a little worried that people would see me kick in the door, but at the moment I didn't really care. Ammonius had the chance to let me in, but instead he would rather hide in his home. So when people see me kick in these massive doors, they were going to be very shocked, and then suspicious that a man was able to do that, because the force I was about to use could be massive, probably exploding the door into splinters. Not the best idea I have ever had, but I didn't come here to waste time. But hey, I don't live here so I won't need to deal with the consequences of people seeing me do this, Ammonius will. So taking a few steps back, I prepared for the kick. And right when I started the motions for the kick, one of the doors opened. Stopping dead in my tracks, I look up at the door. But it wasn't Ammonius, this time it was Kabe, Ammon's mate. Standing just inside the door, covered by the doorway so she was in shadow, Kabe spoke. Please come in. She said, taking a step to the side. Straightening back up, I looked at Jane and Julius, and shrugged my shoulders. Turning back I looked at Kabe. She was wearing white robes with intricate patterns, as well as a number of sparkling jewels on her. Kabe stepped to the side, allowing me to step in. Stepping in I looked around the small courtyard. The courtyard was small, with a few decorative pots scattered about, as well as a few plants. What made this courtyard different from others, was the fact that the top was heavily shaded with a woven top that only allowing enough light in so the plants can survive, and to be comfortable. Once I stepped in, Jane and Julius followed close behind. Kabe closed the massive doors with ease, then lowered a thick piece of wood to bar the door. Turning to us, Kabe said, Please forgive Ammonius, he hasn't been the same since well I'm sure you know. She said in a somber tone. I can imagine, I said, nodding my head. But we need to talk to him, I continued. He might have some information that can help us. Kabe looked at me for a moment before she finally nodded her head. Very well, follow me. She said, gesturing for us to follow her. Kabe led us into the large house, and just like the courtyard the inside was shaded, candles being the only source of light. We didn't need light to see, but when vampires see in the dark all that can be seen is black and white, not color. That's why most vampires don't just live in the dark, unless they are dull grunge idiots that are all dark and gloomy. Kabe led us to the back of the house and up some stairs, to the second floor. Most of it was open with one half a sitting area with countless pillows on the ground, and the other half, shelves of scrolls and other things that might fill someone's time. Sitting in a small pile of pillows with a scroll was Ammonius. Kabe, I thought I said to just ignore them. Ammonius said, looking away from his scroll. And I heard you, but what are we going to do, just waste away in these walls forever, Kabe said in anger. It was clear to see that this was a conversation they have had countless times before, and one that Ammonius apparently refuses to deal with. Yes Kabe, that is the plan, he said, his voice becoming louder. And for a moment the room was silent, then turning to me Ammonius said. And you, how are you still alive? You aren't one of us, you should have been dead for 1,000 years. Well yes I should be dead, but I'm not, nor will I ever be dead. Then what are you? I just shrugged my shoulders, just a guy I said. Ammonius gave me a raised eyebrow then opened his mouth to speak, but before he could I cut him off. The whole what are you, how are you alive questions were really starting to get old. Look, all I need is some help or advice, then we will be out of here so you can get back to your seclusion. Ammonius gave me a raised eyebrow. Seclusion, you think this is seclusion, this is us hiding. He snapped. I couldn't help but laugh at his words. You call this hiding? I found you in a matter of hours, this isn't hiding. And besides, who would you be hiding from? The Vultury. The Vultury could find you anywhere they wanted. I hear their tracker is quite skilled. I said with a slight chuckle to my voice. It is seclusion. Could be cut in. Turning to her I asked. Why would you go into seclusion? Yes, you lost to the Vultury, but you are still alive and the Vulture knows it. If they wanted you dead you would be. Start over again. Make a new coven, but don't act like gods the next time that you do so, I said. If there is one thing I know about the Vultury, it is that they might be a big group of asshats, but they do stick to their rules for the most part, so as long as you follow their rules you should be fine. I said. Ammonius opened his mouth to speak, but was cut off again but by Kabe. We are here because of the price we paid to survive. Gesturing to Ammonius, Kabe continued. One of Amon's abilities is a strong sense of survival, and the first time we came into contact with the Vultury in a threatening manner, Ammonius instantly knew, the only way was to either run, or to beg the Vultury to spare our coven, but things didn't go as planned. They manipulated his mind, making him betray our coven, against his will. Kabe said, her voice somber. I went still for a moment. That was something I didn't know about. In the movies, very little was said about Ammonius, other than the fact the Vultury destroyed his coven and Kabe and Ammonius were the only survivors. Neither Ammonius or Kabe said anything, but after a few moments Ammonius spoke. We did not have a choice, other than death. If we ran they would find us, if we fought they would kill us, no matter what they would have killed us, so I made a choice, and that choice was to come to the Vultury on my knees, but as soon as I was there, they manipulate my mind, bending me to their will, and as soon as my coven was gone, they set me free, to live with the fact that I was too weak to protect my coven, and that I am the one that told them where our home was. Ammonius said, his hands clenched. It actually explains a lot about Ammonius, why he never really tried to start a new coven, and why he tried to avoid everyone. He feels guilty for what he did. He betrayed those who trusted him to lead them, even though he couldn't help it, so racked with guilt, Ammonius put himself in seclusion, and away from the vampire world. Talk about a mind fuck. One day you are a god among mortals, and the next you are nothing but trash in the eyes of others. It made me feel a little bad for the guy. I thought. That is why I came here. I said, gesturing to Jane and Julius. I myself am protected from the mind manipulation that the Vultury use, but they are not, I said, pointing at Jane and Julius again. But it seems you can't help us, I said with a shrug. Turning to leave, I come to a stop when Ammonius speaks. Why do you need something to protect them? Keep them far away from the Vultury, or you will just end up losing them. Ammonius spat. Turning around I said. For two reasons. One is her. I said, pointing at Jane. Second is to help the Vultury finally put an end to the Romanian coven. Sorry I haven't posted in a few days, I haven't been feeling well, so I decided to take a small break. And like always, if there are any problems with the chapter please leave a comment and let me know. Word 1, 600. Bean. 40. Julius and his smarts. Julius POV. I would like to say our journey is going well, and I would also like to say that it wasn't. Our goal in coming to Egypt and to talk to this Ammonius, who apparently was one of the oldest vampires still alive, was to find a way for me and Jane to be mentally shielded from the Vultury member that can manipulate others' minds. But from what I know, is that it's impossible. I have delved into the scrolls Adam has in the bank and at our home for any kind of information or mention of something that could work for us, but I couldn't find anything. He even let me go through the hundreds of scrolls, or journals, that Adam himself had written about his journey through the years he wandered the earth. In one of his earlier journals, Adam wrote about his first meeting with the Vultury, and how they tried to manipulate him, but he didn't go into great detail about it, or any possibility as to why he is different, and it doesn't work on him, just that it didn't, and his mind is shielded from mental abilities. But that's nothing new about him. Over the years I have learned Adam tends to skip anything that might have to do with himself. For starters, the first scroll Adam wrote, he talked about his first memories of this world, that he woke in the woods, nude, and fully grown, but without any memories. He practically summarized the whole thing, and then skipped it, as if he knew more than he was writing, or he actually did know anything, but you would expect someone to try and find out why they woke up in the woods, with no memories about themselves. I never asked him about it. I knew if I did he would avoid the question entirely. Adam is a master at wordplay and could misdirect your attention until you forgot or you were so jumbled up in the head, that you couldn't bother to ask about the questions anymore. I guess that's a skill you can get when you were a merchant for over 1,000 years. At the moment we were in Alexandria, where this Ammonius is, meeting him for the first time, I would have never expected someone like him to be as old as he is, but I also wouldn't have guessed Adam was almost 5,000 years old. Ammonius was clearly a man with many issues stuffed away in his head. He was rash, prideful and self-centered, oh and I almost forgot untrusting. The man wanted nothing to do with us at the mere sight of Adam, and now wanted us to leave, at the mere mention of the Vultury. At the moment Ammonius and Adam were in a back-and-forth argument as to why Ammonius should help us. Blocking out the annoying bickering, I started to think. This Chelsea, who can make or break emotional ties, is a serious threat. Like Adam said, me and Jane are strong. If we were to be turned against him, it could be bad. Adam is strong, but there is only so much he is able to handle. When fighting me he is already hard-pressed. If he fought me, Jane and the rest of the Vultury, he wouldn't stand a chance. My mind swirled with thoughts of how we could combat Chelsea's powers. Her powers are mental, and affect the mind. She can make or break the emotional ties you have with someone, so how do we shield our minds and keep her from going into our minds? My thoughts came to a dead stop. Shield. Me, I might be able to block her. Without thinking twice, or bothering to tell anyone, I close my eyes. When I use my ability in new ways, it needs good mental focus, and good control over the force I use. Mental focus helps me not lose control when using the ability, and control helps me not accidentally crush something when I try to pick something up, like a cup or a scroll. But what if I condensed the force I normally use, into a bubble around me and Jane? So with that thought I visualize a round sphere in front of me, around the size of my fist, and push it all together. The power in me seemed to slowly seep out of me. Instead of the steady stream of leaving energy that I normally felt when using my power, the power needed to do basic things with my abilities made me need to feed daily instead of the every few days that Jane had before a need to feed. But unwilling to give up, I continued to pour more into the small bubble I was visualizing. And finally after a few minutes the leaving energy stopped. No matter how hard I tried to continue pushing power into it, none would enter. Slowly I opened my eyes, and noticed that while I was focused, the room had fallen silent. Adam POV. Ammonius has turned into the biggest prick I have ever met. Our verbal sparring had been going back and forth for a few minutes now, me trying to convince Ammonius to help us, and him, being a dick, and too prideful and scared to help us. Then out of nowhere he stopped talking and looked past me. Confused, I turned to look, and my jaw dropped. Julius stood dead still with his eyes shut, next to Jane, which isn't that strange or a reason for Ammonius to stop talking. What was strange and a reason for us to shut up was what was floating in front of Julius. A small clear ball was floating in front of him, at chest level. The only reason I could see it was because of the candlelight gleaming off of the orb. A moment later Julius finally opened his eyes. Julius, what is that?" I asked him. Julius looked down at the floating orb, and slowly brought one of his hands up, and grabbed the orb. "I'm not really sure, but I think it might be the answer to what we have been looking for," he said, not looking up from the orb. Short chapter today. I'm starting to get better, but I have a cold and the medicine has been making me super tired, so I haven't been able to post for the last few days. If there are any issues with the chapter please let me know. 41. Testing newfound skill. Taking a step forward, I slowly bring my hand up and poke it. Julius looks up at me. "What are you doing?" I look up at Julius. "I'm touching it." Why are you touching it?" "I wanted to see if it would pop or something." Julius looks back down at the orb. "Where my finger was in the orb. What did you do?" I asked him. "I just condensed my power into a ball," Julius said. While my finger was still in the orb, I could feel a weird tingling feeling on the tip of my finger, the same feeling you would get when you touched those electric ball lamps. I think they were called a plasma ball lamp, where when you touched it with your fingers, you would feel slight electric shocks, but this feeling was lighter, and barely noticeable. Looking back up at Julius I asked, "Do you think this will work?" Julius just shrugged his shoulders. "I don't know, I guess that if I condensed my power into a small orb it might be enough to keep them from entering our minds." "What is the meaning of this?" Ammonius said from over my shoulder. Without turning, I raise a finger and say, "One moment." I heard the scoff, but decided to ignore the prick for the moment. "Let's test it now." "Now?" Julius asked, confused. Nodding my head. "Better now than later." Julius looked over my shoulder. "What about them?" I chuckled at his words. "It won't matter, when we go to see the Vultury, your powers will be seen, so there's no point in hiding it. And if I had to guess they are going to test us and force you to show any powers you might have." Julius nodded his head. "How do you want to test it?" Julius asked. "Move the orb so it can surround your head, but make it a bit bigger so it can surround your head whole." I say, taking a step back. I watch as the orb slowly raised up then towards Julius's head, all the while it slowly expands until it is a little larger than Julius's head. It was interesting to see the orb move and expand. It was almost completely invisible, but the candle flame's flickering rays shined off the orb, like a clear soap bubble that had a mind of its own. The orb moved up and slowly, it enveloped his head. I couldn't stop the chuckle that escaped my lips, as I saw Julius now. It looked like he was wearing a small space helmet. Before Julius could ask what was so funny, Ammonius broke into the conversation again. "What is that?" he asked, stepping next to me, to see the orb surrounding Julius's head. "It's his ability," I say, looking over and down at Ammonius. "What, making bubbles?" I shook my head. "No, it's something called telekinesis." Ammonius looked at me. "And what exactly is this telekinesis?" he asked, stumbling over the unfamiliar word. "It's telekinesis, and what it is a psychic ability. It's the ability to move or manipulate objects using the power of the mind, without any physical contact. In other words, it is the ability to control and influence the physical world through the sheer force of one's thoughts," He can exert his mental energy to manipulate objects, such as making them levitate, move, or even break. But what he's doing now is he has condensed his telekinesis down and into an orb that we can place around their heads to make small mental shields. I said, looking down at him again. Ammon's eyes were wide with shock as he stared at the glimmering ball around Julius's head. "And it works?" he asked, now seeming excited. "That's what we were about to figure out before you interfered," I said, looking back up at Julius. "How does it feel around your head?" Julius let out a small chuckle. "It tingles," he said, as he let out a small laugh. "Well, I guess that's good. How is your control over it?" "Steady. I barely need to concentrate on it. It's like I'm just holding the shape of it, keeping the telekinesis energy inside of it." I nod my head, and scratch my chin. "So let's test this," I say, looking at Jane. "Let's see if he can feel anything." Jane turned to look at Julius with a devilish smile on her face. The small hint of terror on Julius' face was very amusing to see. More than once had Julius been the target to Jane's mental fire ability, and knew well how much it hurt. Looking Julius in the eyes, Jane said one simple word: pain. And nothing happened. Julius just stood there looking confused and relieved. Looking at me, he said, "I guess it works. Try a few more times. I want to see if it continues to work or if it wears down after multiple mental attacks." And so, turning to face each other again, Jane said, "Pain." And again nothing happened. "Keep going at least 10 times, if nothing happens then we should be good." "What is her ability?" Ammonius asked, pointing a finger at Jane. Jane possesses a unique power we call pain illusion. Her power allows her to create the illusion of intense physical pain in the minds of her targets, even though no actual physical harm is done. She can incapacitate and immobilize her opponents with excruciating agony. "It supposedly feels like you are being burned alive, or that's what I have been told," I said, as I continued to watch Jane and Julius test the new mind shield. "Incredible, both of them are incredible," Ammonius said as he continued to watch them as well. "You do know that Arrow will want them, don't you?" he said, not looking at me. "I do, that's why we came here. We wanted to know if you might have a way to block the Vultury from their minds, but if you two were manipulated then I'm guessing you don't." Ammonius shook his head. "No, I don't, although I wish I did. I could have possibly saved my coven if I did," he said in a somber tone. "No, you couldn't have." Ammonius looked over at me with a confused expression. "What do you mean?" "You were an example, for the rest of the covens that exist. No matter what you were doomed, the reason it was you, was because you weren't as big as the Romanian coven, who is a real threat to the Vultury's rule. You were the second biggest, with no vampires with combative abilities. They knew they could take you down, getting rid of a possible threat, while making you an example." Ammonius stared at me for a moment, before he bowed his head. "I guessed as much. The only reason they let me live was because of my ties to the other covens I had been close to. They guessed as long as I was alive the other covens wouldn't band together and fight them. Before they took on the Romanian coven, the last thing they wanted was to fight 2 wars at once, and as it turned out they were correct. All the other covens cared about was my influence here in Egypt, allowing them to make money in trade deals and insider information that I have here. They didn't care if my coven was gone, just that I lived." Just then I heard a small squeal. Turning my head I saw Julius staggering backwards. "How many was that?" I asked. "That was 7, Jane said, as she helped Julius to stabilize himself, and not fall over, as the pain washed over him. "So the shield wears down after a few mental attacks," I said, as Julius finally became stable on his feet. "Yes, but I can feel the attacks on it. After every attack a small amount of the energy that's contained in the orb leaves, but I'm sure if I replenish the energy after every attack we should be okay," he said, giving me a thumbs up. The thumbs up was something I showed him after doing it by accident when he asked to read some of my scrolls. At first he was confused by it, because all he knew it to mean was when gladiators wanted mercy. After explaining how I used it, I have begun to see him using it more and more over time. "That's good. It means no matter what you will be shielded from any mental attacks, but first we need to figure something out about the size. We don't want them to be able to see that you have that around your head, but I'm sure after some training you will figure something out," I said. Turning to Ammonius, I saw that Kabi was now standing next to him. "I guess it's time for us to leave, and let you get back to your solitude," I say, putting out a hand to shake. Ammonius slowly grabbed my hand. "Sorry for my reaction, but can you blame me? I thought you were just a regular human man all those years ago who was long dead, then out of nowhere over 1,000 years later you knock on my door," he said with a small smile. "I can now see how that might spook you. Yes, sorry about that. I used to travel a lot, but over the last few hundred years I have been enjoying the quiet life, so I haven't had the chance to come down here and run into you." Ammonius chuckled. "See, you understand, the quiet life seems to suit us, those who have seen as many years as us. Me in particular, I'm very old, too old." I couldn't stop the chuckle I let out. "How old are you, Ammonius?" I asked him. "Oh, if I remember correctly, somewhere around 3,300 years old," he said with a shrug. "My human years are slightly a blur that I don't remember." I chuckled again. "Kid, I'm 4,800 years old," I say to Ammonius. Ammon's mouth slowly opens in shock. "No, oh, you joke," he said, waving a hand in the air. No, he isn't. Julius said, as he stepped up next to me. He has kept personal journals about his travels and his life, all of which I have read, or to be more specific I have started to read, but there are thousands of them. The look of shock on Ammon's face was hysterical, and never before have I wanted a camera than now. And for my final words I couldn't help myself. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Words, 1796. 42. A place to rest, and old soldiers. Leaving Ammons we made our way back out into the crowded streets of Alexandria. By now it had already started to get darker, but the number of people walking the streets seemed to have only grown. So, leading the way, I expertly walked us through the throngs of people. So that was the Ammonius and Kabi you wrote about all those years ago, Julius asked me. Yup, I say, as I passed between a bunched-up group of people. He doesn't seem like the person you wrote him to be back then. You said he was more confident and had an aura of power about him, but now he seems to lack all of that. That's because he's not the same man from then, Julius, just like you're not the same person you were when we first met. You physically might be frozen in time, but that doesn't mean you're mentally frozen. We accumulate more experiences, become wiser, more knowledgeable, and gain a deeper understanding of the world around us, changing us through time, into completely different people than who we were. He lost his whole coven, he feels guilty that he lived, changing him through the experience. I see, Julius said, behind me as we walked. What are we going to do now, head to the Vultury? Jane asked. Not yet, we need to give Julius time to practice using his new ability so he can shield the both of you before we head that way. Jane was more persistent about wanting to go to the Vultury, and I knew why. It was for her brother Alec, but I knew without a doubt, that the Alec she knew was gone, his mind manipulated and morphed into a completely different person, a cold-hearted lapdog made to follow the orders of Arrow without hesitation or thought of his actions, the perfect vampire guard to do their dirty work. After an hour of walking, we finally arrived back at the ship. Are we staying here again? Jane complained. No, we are staying at a home I have. It's farther down the coast from here. It has some good wildlife there for the both of you to hunt, I said, stepping onto the ship. Thank everything that is good. Being stuck in that cabin was starting to make me go crazy. Jane said, raising her hands to the sky like she was praying to the gods. Once we were all on the ship was pushed away from the dock, and we started to move. As we left we all stood at the ship's railing, Jane and Julius still wearing their cloaks, watching the other ships that were leaving the harbor. After a few minutes the Alexandria lighthouse came into sight. That's incredible. Jane said as she looked at the large structure. Just wait until we go to Rome, then you will see truly massive buildings. Julius said, standing next to Jane. You have told me stories about your home, but are there truly structures as big as you said? Jane asked Julius. Yes, there is. I cut in. Both Julius and Jane turned to look at me, as I leaned both elbows on the wooden railing of the ship. There once stood a structure called the Colossus of Rhodes. It was built in Greece, right by a harbor named Rhodes. It was a massive statue of the Greek sun god, not as tall as the lighthouse, but this statue stood over 100 feet tall and had a copper crown that when the sun hit it just right, it shined bright, as if it was on fire. You could see it at great distances at sea. Really? Jane asked with excitement. Can we go and see it someday? She asked. I wish we could, but it was destroyed many years ago. Ah. She said, with a frown. But there are still many things we could go and see someday. After everything is done with the Vultury and the Romanian coven we can take a few years off to relax and explore. Like what? She asked. I call them the wonders of the world. The wonders of the known world for me, at first would have been the 7 wonders of the ancient world, which I saw most of, but like most things, almost all of them were gone, destroyed by war, or natural disasters, like earthquakes. But there were still many things for them to see. Like the horse race arena I had built, the Imperator Arena, Emperor's Arena, as it became known, was the largest structure in Rome. Of course there was plenty of other large structures, but mine was on a whole different level, and I'm sure in later years, it will be on the 7 wonders of the world list. For the next few hours, as we stood on the deck of the ship, I told both Julius and Jane about the wonders of the ancient world, and how incredible they were to see with my own eyes. Finally, after I finished telling them about the hanging garden of the Byzantines, my small villa came into view. The small villa was in the Roman fashion, built during the rule of Rome. These kinds of villas were popular with the wealthy. Compared to what I lived in back by London, this was a small palace. It was a single-story villa, square-shaped with a courtyard in the middle, with the inside an open design, that allowed the cool breeze to come in, 7 bedrooms, and a wash pool. It was perfect for me. I've had it since the start of the construction on the Gringotts Bank in Alexandria, but I haven't come back since it finished. Luckily I had employees that would come back every week to make sure it stayed clean. It also has a small group of guards here that made sure it wasn't robbed, or vandalized. Slowly the ship approached the small dock that had a path up to the villa. As the ship docked, I saw a group of people standing at the top of the bath, all men wearing swords and breastplates in the old legionaries' fashion, as well as royal purple capes, signifying them as my bank guards. Once the ship was tied to the dock, we stepped off the ship. That's strange. Julius said to my side. What is? I asked him. Not a one of them looks to be under the age 50. He said as he looked at the guards. That's because not one of them is under the age of 50. I said in response. Most of them are in their later years, some too old to continue with their duties at the bank, and don't want to retire, and a few who sustained injuries, we continue to employ, so instead of throwing them out, without a job or anywhere to go, I have the older guards come to the properties I have all over the world and guard them. It's an easy job that pays, as well as a home for them to stay. I say as we walk up the path to the guards. A few yards from the group of 10 guards, one of them steps forward. Stop, who goes? He looked to be mid-50s with salt and pepper hair, clean-shaven, around 6 feet tall, and in great shape for his age. Reaching into one of my pockets I pull out my gold card, and hold it up so he could see the symbol on the card. All the men, almost in sync, went to attention. Sir, said the man who had stepped forward to stop us. Stepping forward I put out my hand to shake his. Nice to meet you, I'm Adam. I say, as his meaty hand swallowed mine almost whole. Hello sir, I am Marcus Augusta. Said the large man. Short chapter today. Merry Christmas everyone. Please let me know if there are any problems with this chapter. It was rushed. 43. Back to Rome. 2 weeks later. At the moment we are all in the courtyard of my property, me, Julius and Jane. I was currently juggling 4 balls of hard metal. I know what you are thinking, why exactly are you juggling 4 balls of metal? Well, the reason why is because at the moment we are testing Julius's shields. It only took Julius a week to almost master his mental shielding ability. Now he was able to shield himself and Jane at the same time while also being able to use his telekinetic abilities. And now we were doing a little extracurricular work. I figured if Julius can make a mental shield, he could also make a regular shield using his telekinesis. And so far we have made big strides in this ability. At the beginning Julius was only able to make a small shield the size of a frisbee, but now he is able to make one big enough to cover himself whole. Anything bigger and his mental shield would start to weaken. Are you ready? I called out to Julius. Yeah, I'm ready. In a blur of motion, the metallic balls the size of pool balls were launched towards the still figure of Julius. Like gunshots, the metal balls smash into the nearly invisible wall. Unlike the mental shields Julius can make, which is mostly made out of the energy his ability makes, this kind of shield has a slight smoky look to it. And like the many times before, the metal orbs came to a dead stop when they hit Julius's shield, then dropped to the ground, making clunk sounds as they hit the ground. Not bad. I say, as Julius dispersed his shield. I don't think I could do much better while keeping our mental shields in place. He said as he pointed his finger at Jane, who was at the moment reading one of the scrolls I had brought on our trip. Looking at them you couldn't see the orbs that were the mental shields Julius made, unlike before where it looked like small glass space helmets that reflected light around their heads. Now it was impossible to see. Julius had it to perfection, where it was molded to your face, and right under the skin so it wouldn't reflect light. As we were taking a break under some shade, one of the guards came out of one of the doors and made his way towards us. Stopping next to where I was seated, he came to attention and held out his hand, which had a piece of paper in it. Taking the paper I dismissed him, and opened the letter. On the top of the paper was the symbol for the Roman bank head. This letter was one that I was expecting. The day after arriving her at this home, I sent a letter to the Roman bank head, and asked him to send people to watch the Vultury, and to let me know when there are large movements made by the Vultury, and it seems, there must have been something to happen. Sir, the spies I have sent out at your request have sent word to me of a large gathering of people in Vulturia, all of which they noted as being perfect beings who wear black and red cloaks. It has also been noted that in the surrounding areas there has been a large number of people going missing. Some are found, others seem to just go missing in the night. Augusta. Folding the letter back up, I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. Noting the smile, Julius asked, was that the response from the Rome Bank? I nodded my head. That it was. It seems the Vultury have started to gather their forces in preparation for the fight. Does this mean we will be leaving soon? Jane asked. Yes, we will be leaving tomorrow. And with that started the flurry of preparation for the leave. Packing our belongings we were ready by the next morning. Back in the dark cabin that was our new home for the voyage back to Rome, we all did our own thing to pass the time, which for all of us, was reading. It took 4 days to make it to the main Rome ports. Unlike many other places, Rome's ports were massive, with hundreds of ships coming in and leaving almost constantly, even after falling to the Germanic tribes and a large part of Rome falling, due to war, fire and other natural disasters. But through all of that, Rome still stood as one of the world's largest hubs for trade, with ships coming from all over to trade their goods. Standing on the deck of the ship, Jane and I looked out at the massive swarm of moving ships, while Julius packed up his belongings for when we left the ship. What do you think will happen? Jane asked me. I looked over at her. What do you mean? When we meet the Vultury, what do you think will happen? I looked back at the ships again and thought for a moment. I think the Vultury will try to do something to anger you, and make you attack them, possibly using your brother to do so. My brother, why would he help them? For all he knows I'm long dead. Jane asked, looking up at me. I'm sure he knows that you are alive. Jane stood dead still, as she processed my words. Then why is he helping them? Jane asked in a quiet angry voice. Because to him, what he's doing now doesn't seem wrong. I don't understand. It's the whole reason Julius has been training so hard with his mental shields. The Vultury has a member that can make him change your emotional ties to people, to your brother, no matter what the Vultury does, or makes him do, they are always in the right. But he's my brother, I'm sure as soon as he sees that I'm alive he will change. I shook my head. It doesn't work that way. Even if we kill the vampire that changed him, your brother will stay the same as he is now. Before we could continue the conversation, Julius came to the top deck, and approached us. I swear, this will be the last time I'm on a ship for the next 100 years, Julius complained as he approached. Well, we could have swam. I said in response. Swam, that would have been twice as terrible, swimming for days on end, constantly wet, not thanks, I would rather be on the ship that smells like sweat, shit, and other terrible things. I laughed. Well, we are almost done with this trip. I said as we all turned to look out at the port. This chapter is the last chapter, before the war with the Romanian arc starts. Word, 1200. If there are any problems or anything that needs changed please let me know. 44. Meeting the Vultury. Wow, was all my brain could think as I walked the cramped streets of Rome once again. Following behind me was Julius and Jane, both wearing their white cloaks over their faces. Julius walked at a steady pace unconcerned of his surroundings, the sights and smells something he was used to seeing. Jane on the other hand was a different story, both Alexandria and now Rome, were whole new experiences for her. A girl born in a small village north of Londinium, she had never left the village her whole life until she was saved by me and Julius. Her head turned in every direction as she absorbed her new surroundings, and smells that came with it. This is where you were born? Jane asked Julius. Yes, I was born farther to the east, but yes, Rome was my home. He said looking at her with a smile on his face. Something I've picked up on more so lately was the bond both Jane and Julius were developing. For a long time, Jane was distant from both me and Julius, her hatred for humans divided them. But ever since I strongly persuaded her into changing her views of humans they have grown close, very close. They weren't in a relationship yet, that much I knew, I would hear it, but in my little expertise in the field of love, told me it was bound to happen, and the only thing keeping them apart was the fear they felt for meeting with the Vultury, and the vampire war, that was about to be fought. They feared losing one another in the fight to come. It was in the hope that it would hurt less if they weren't in a relationship when one of them died. But I could be wrong, I haven't been in a relationship for over 5,000 years, so what do I know about it? As we were walking you could see a massive structure in the distance in front of us, and as soon as Jane saw it she had to ask, "What is that?" She asked in an awestruck tone. "That would be my horse chariot arena, the Imperator Helena Emperor's arena." I said, looking over my shoulder at her. "How incredible." She said as she looked at it. "I'm a little surprised it's still standing to be honest." "Why?" Jane asked. "Well, it's a few hundred years old now, and still in use, it's bound to be in some bad shape." I said, as I looked at the structure from a distance, trying to see if I could see any cracks. "It's actually in pretty good shape." Julius said. Turning to look at him I asked, "And how would you know?" Julius shot me a wide smile. "I get reports every new moon, anytime there is any damage I approve funds for repairs." I nodded my head, then shrugged my shoulders. In all truth I forgot about it for about 100 years. "How could you forget something like this?" Jane asked. I chuckled. "Well, when we had it built it was just a way for us to get rid of some money, by giving it to the people that needed it, that being the workers. It gave jobs to almost 2 generations of people." Jane looked at the back of my head with wide eyes. "How much gold do you have?" "Too much." Julius answered her question with a chuckle. "Too damn much." After a few more hours of walking we made it to my old villa where we spent the night, or I spent the night. Jane and Julius went off to hunt. The next morning, we headed north. Thanks to our speed, we ate up the miles. The only problem was the fact that I'm still practically a human with human needs, so every now and then we would need to stop so I could eat or get a drink, and at night I needed to sleep, so with me holding the group back, we made it to Volterra in 4 days. Long gone was the town with only one stone building with the rest being small wooden huts. Now Volterra was a large city of its time with stone buildings and homes. I haven't been here for the last 100 years or so, but over the years I had been here to check on the Vultury. I had seen the town grow. Now most of the buildings were made of stone, with clay roofing. As we walked up the steep hill road that led to the city I spoke to Jane and Julius. "Remember what I have told the both of you, they will try to anger you, make you do something with your powers, but you can't show them your powers. If you do Arrow will try and make you come to his side." I said, stopping to look at the both of them. "And let me do all the talking, the both of you just need to stay close to me, and to stay silent no matter what is said." Looking at Julius I say, "Now would be a good time to put on the mental shields." Julius nodded his head, and closed his eyes, and in a matter of seconds both of them had the shields in place. "Ready?" I asked them. Both Jane and Julius nodded their heads in the affirmative. So with a nod of my own head we continued up the cobbled road, and within half an hour we were walking the heavily populated streets of Volterra. I led Jane and Julius expertly through the streets to the Vultury's headquarters. It wasn't hard to do since it's been their headquarters since they came here. The only difference was that their headquarters has been improved greatly over the years into a small castle. Finally, after turning a corner, it came into sight, the large stone building smack dab in the middle of the city. With confident steps, I lead Julius and Jane to the large metal doors. As we approached, I could see a cloaked person standing in the shade the large building gave by the door. As we came closer, the person took a slight step forward away from the wall he was leaning against. Stopping before the steps that lead to the door, I waited for the person to speak. And like I knew they would, the person spoke first. "What do you want?" The man said in a deep gruff voice. "I'm here to see the Vultury." "What business do you have with the Vultury?" "Just tell them Adam is here, they will understand." The cloaked man stayed silent for a moment before taking a step back, and knocking on the large metal doors twice. A moment later they opened slightly, and he had a quick conversation with someone on the other side of the door. Once done, the door was closed and the awkward silence began. As we waited, I looked at the cloaked figure. He was new, or relatively new. It had been a while since I ran into any of the Vultury members, or came to check in with the Vultury. The last time was when we saved Jane, and the members there were the Vultury and their personal guards, not the freshly made vampires. At least he wasn't trying and failing to intimidate me like the vampire who was on guard duty the first time I met the Vultury. After a few more minutes, the doors opened again, this time fully, revealing a nondescript female vampire, who wore the hood of her cloak down, revealing her perfect porcelain skin and raven black hair. "Please follow me," she said, taking a step to the side to allow us entrance. Taking the steps up, we entered the half-castle. The inside was dark and gloomy, candles the only light, leaving long shadows and dark corners. The female vampire led us through a long maze of hallways, past works of art on the walls, as well as stone statues that lined some of the walls. After a few minutes of walking, we finally arrived at another pair of large metal doors. "They are waiting for you," the female vampire said as she pushed one of the doors open, with almost no effort. Without giving her a second glance, I stepped past her, and into the large throne room. The soft footsteps of Jane and Julius behind me were the only confirmation that they were following me. Stepping in, I looked around, clocking every person in the room. To one side of the throne room was the massive 6'7" figure of Felix. Next to him was a smaller man, by the name of Afton. On the other side of the room were two vampires I have never seen before. Both were also men, short and nondescript. And of course, like before, in their thrones were the Vultury heads, Arrow, Marcus, and Caius. Walking steadily to the center of the room, I looked at the three of them without an ounce of fear in me or my eyes. "Ah, if it isn't our oldest friend Adam," Arrow said, in his snarky tone. "I wouldn't say friend, we are acquaintances, nothing more, nothing less." Arrow let out a chuckle. "Why, of course Adam," he said, as he tapped one of his fingers to his gold throne. Looking over my shoulder, Arrow spoke again. "Ah, and I see you brought some friends. They are members of my own coven." "How preposterous!" Caius cut in. "In what way?" I asked. "You are no vampire." "Clearly I am not, but I am immortal like a vampire. I am as strong and as fast as a vampire. Who says I cannot have a coven like a vampire?" "Humans are fallible, which you are. It takes a vampire to run a coven without error," he snapped. I let out a chuckle. "So you call yourself infallible? If so, that is your greatest weakness. Because you do make mistakes." "In what way?" Marcus finally spoke. "Let me break it down for you Barney style," I said with a chuckle that only I would understand. "You have limited knowledge, you don't possess complete knowledge or understanding of all situations and individuals, it's impossible to. You rely on your own experiences, interpretations, and information sources, which can lead to errors in judgment. Second, subjectivity, your decisions are influenced by personal biases, beliefs, and emotions, which can cloud your judgments and prevent all of you from making objective and impartial decisions. Then my favorite is your power dynamic. Your authority and power has led all of you to become arrogant with a sense of invincibility, which clearly makes all of you overconfident and blind to your own weaknesses, making you susceptible to mistakes or miscalculations. Then there's the changing circumstances. The world is constantly evolving, and new challenges and threats can emerge that you, the Vultury, may not be fully prepared for. Your strategies and methods will become outdated or ineffective in the face of these changes. And last but not least, the external opposition. Since you have formed the Vultury, you have been fighting tooth and nail for every ounce of power you have received. But come on, how long will you keep pushing your luck before the other vampire covens get tired of your rule and oppression before they band together to take you down? The throne room was dead silent as I finished my long rant. For a long full minute not a sound was made by anyone in the throne room, while a look of bewilderment grew on the faces of the three Vultury heads. Looking at Caius I said, "If you wish I could continue." "I don't believe that will be necessary," Arrow said, raising one of his hands. After another moment of getting themselves mentally on track, after the hard facts I just dropped on their heads, Arrow spoke again. "And what brings you here, Adam?" "You know why I am here, Arrow." "Unfortunately I don't," he said, leaning back in his chair. I let out a sigh. I know you are gathering your forces, which I'm guessing is to take on the Romanian coven, and like I told you all those years ago, I'm going to help take them down. Once again, Arrow tapped a finger to his throne. And why should I allow you to go? I laughed. Like you could stop me from going. And let's be honest, Arrow, you could use every extra weapon on your side as you can get. A corner of Arrow's face rose slightly in a small smile. True. But how am I to know that your friends are strong enough to hold up in a fight? He asked, with a small smile on his lips. I smirked. The only way you will find out is on the battlefield. A sneer rose on Caius's face. This is no game, we must know the powers of those we are bringing, we can't afford any weak links. He spat. I pointed at myself. Do you consider that I am weak link? He didn't respond. I have trained them well, and I know I can trust them, and that's all that matters. Caius opened his mouth to speak again, but was cut off by Arrow's raised hand, then he turned his head to one of the nondescript vampires that was to our sides and behind us. In a blurry, he was gone, and out the large metal doors. Confused at the vampire's actions, I turned my head slightly to look at the large doors that were now slightly opened. A moment later the sounds of footsteps could be heard in the hallway. And a moment later walked in Alec, Jane's brother. Word, 2:3:30. If there are any problems with the chapter please let me know so I can fix them. 45, that hurt. Alec walked into the large room with a steady stride, his footfalls making hard thuds on the marble floor. Out of the corner of my eyes I saw Jane twitch slightly to move to her brother, but before she could make a move, she went completely still again. Looking at Julius, he gave me a slight nod of his head. Me and Julius knew that when Jane saw her brother she would react. We didn't know what she would do, but we thought it best to stop her before she even approached him, so me and Julius decided to stop her with Julius's telekinetic powers holding her in place before anything could happen. Leaving my thoughts, I looked back at Alec. I watched as he approached the seated Vultury, going up the few steps that raised the Vultury above any they were talking to. Alec stopped and stood right behind Arrow's gold and black throne. I couldn't stop the chuckle that fell from my lips. And you attempt to bait us? I said, putting both of my hands behind me. With a small grin Arrow spoke. Bait you? No, I only wish for a reunion of two lost family members. Pfft, you are not as funny as you might think, Arrow. I said, oh, I think I have my moments. Pointing a finger at Alec's emotionless face I say, maybe it would be a good reunion of two siblings, if he was still her brother. Turning his head Arrow looked at Alec then back to us. He is clearly her brother Adam. No he isn't even a shell of the same person he once was. You used your manipulation bitch to alter his mind, making him your perfect weapon, killing the old Alec. Arrow shrugged at my words. So what? We gave him a purpose, an opportunity to be a part of something bigger than he ever would have in that run-down village that was ready to kill him. You let him be a part of something bigger than himself. I said with a big laugh. What a jest. You didn't give him anything, all you did was take from him, you took him away from his sister, you took away his free will, you took away what makes him himself. I said, slowly getting louder and louder, until I was yelling at them. Not because I was mad, but to intimidate them. The Vultury have been getting bolder since I haven't been checking up with them lately, which made them only get more confident. Chuckling Arrow looked over my shoulder at Jane, who hadn't moved since Alec entered, and Julius stopped her. And you, do you have anything to say? Arrow asked. When Jane stayed still Arrow continued. No, well then, that's fine. I could see the frustration starting to creep into his movements because we refused to rise to the bait, the tapping of his finger on his throne, or the unusual amount of movements he was making. When will we be leaving? I finally asked. The room went silent for another moment before Arrow spoke again. In 2 days, once we receive the needed stock for our journey we will be leaving. I knew what he meant by stock. It was the slaves the Vultury will be using on the trip. The reason why was because while they were traveling, the number of vampires that the Vultury had in their army could wipe out entire villages. Long ago they started buying older criminals or those who surrendered in war and became slaves. The Vultury bought the slaves from some king in the Far East at a cheap price, giving the Vultury good sustenance for their army, while not emptying half a region of its human life. Of course if they wished they could just kill villages for their food, but the Vultury had already started pressuring other covens to go to ground and become shadows to the world, and to start following the rules of the Vultury. In doing so, the Vultury had to follow their own rules as well, because they knew if they forced all the coven to follow rules that they themselves neglect, it could start wars that they would rather not have. If large amounts of villages were drunk dry, that might cause problems from some king or another, and with Christianity becoming so big, it wouldn't take much for some religious king to start a holy war with vampire kind because he thinks they are the spawn of the devil. So to avoid that and to stay under the radar, the Vultury turned to another disgusting practice, slavery. Buying humans none would miss by the hundreds. The Vultury would take them like a herd of cattle on their march to war, or when they went to take down one coven or another. The only time they would do so would be when all of the Vultury were gathered together for a fight. If it was just the Vultury heads and their guards, it was unneeded. Not wanting to spend any more time here than needed, I turned to leave. Turning I saw Julius standing next to Jane with a hand on her shoulder, while giving her the use of her legs back so she could walk. Following behind me we walked calmly to the large metal doors, but in Arrow fashion he spoke again. "And who said you could leave?" he said in an apathetic tone. Stopping dead in my tracks I let out a sigh. "This bitch," I thought. Turning around, I looked back up at the Vultury heads. I could see the smile on Arrow's and Caius's faces, while Marcus just sat there looking like he wanted to be dead. But before I could get a word out, both of the nondescript vampires in the corner of the throne room moved. In blurs, both came towards me at full speed. Not needing to think about my actions, I launched myself at them as well, meeting them halfway. My speed was faster than any vampire any of them had seen, shocking all in the room, even Julius and Jane, because for the first time they had seen me go full out and using full force, which surprised them even more. During all of their training together, both Julius and Jane thought that I was an opponent that could be defeated, but that my skills in combat is what always put me above them, at what they thought was a reachable distance, but instead was something they could only dream of. Now they saw it was never just the skill difference that let me surpass them, but instead the hidden power stored in me that gave me the advantage. In a blur of speed that even the present vampires almost missed, I appeared in front of the two vampires. With both hands out, I grabbed onto their faces, bringing them to a dead stopper at least partially, because only the heads came to a stop, while their momentum carried their bodies forward, decapitating their heads from their bodies, their own speed tearing their heads off from me. Now with both heads in my hands I looked up at Arrow, but was only met with a black as night fog moving right for me. Dropping the heads I stood still. I watched the black fog surround me and circle around me, but as soon as the fog surrounded me, I started to chuckle. Because unlike what his powers might do to regular people or vampires, which was to take away all of their senses, like sight, touch, sound and smell, his powers didn't affect me. Instead it was like semi-black smoke that swirled around me. Yes, it was thick smoke, but I could still see through most of it. As the black fog swirled around me I waited for something to happen, and like I thought, a massive foot appeared through the fog. Reacting on instinct, I grabbed the foot before it could hit me, and pulled the owner of the foot into the smoke with me. As I pulled them into the smoke I saw that it was Felix. "Well, hello there, big guy," I said, as I grabbed onto the collar of his clothes and launched him into the air and straight towards a wall. As he hit the wall the stone wall shook and a few chunks fell as he fell to the ground in clear pain. As he hit the wall the black smoke retreated back into Alex's hands. Turning I checked on Jane and Julius and saw that they were both still standing by the door. So turning back to the Vultury heads, "If I can deal with your guards then trust me when I say my 2 coven members are more than enough for anyone." Arrow let out a laugh. "But you are forgetting one," he said, and at that same moment a hand grabbed me from behind. A hand went around my back and grabbed onto my chin and pulled me back, and before I knew it I could feel teeth sinking into the flesh of my neck. Right. So yeah, the MC was finally bitten by a vampire. I'm sure you are wondering how this vampire was able to get close to the MC and bite him. Well, the vampire that bit him is Afton. He is the mate of mind manipulation vampire. His ability is psychic invisibility, so he can go invisible to others by altering if others can see him or not. Now in the book and movies it's a mental ability which Julius's shield should have been able to neglect and they should have seen him get close to the MC, but in this world I made it to where his ability is just self-invisibility, not an ability that needed to enter your mind to work so Julius and Jane couldn't see him. The reason I did it now was because I wanted him to get his powers before fighting the Romanian coven. Guess what his power will be here? Word 1, 746, power. Third person POV. As the teeth bit into Adam flesh a small splatter of blood entered the vampire's mouth, before he was ripped away from Adam by Julius's powers. As the vampire was ripped from Adam, the vampire's teeth removed a chunk from Adam's neck, while the hand that had grabbed onto Adam's face twisted Adam's head into a strange angle, staggering Adam. Adam stood in place for a moment as blood ran steadily down his neck. But before the eyes of the Vultury, they watched as the gushing wound knitted itself together in seconds. Then with a crack Adam's head wiped forward and back into a proper position, but he didn't move, he just stood there as still as the dead. The vampire that bit Adam floated in the air by Julius, writhing and grunting midair in pain. Before anyone knew what was happening, the floating vampire started to flake into specks of dust. First slowly but in seconds the limbs started falling to the ground and exploding into a sparkling dust. And after 5 seconds the torso was gone and soon followed the head. The sparkling dust floated into the air causing the little light that filled the room to sparkle off the partials that floated in the air. What happened to the vampire took everyone's attention away from Adam who still had yet to move. Adam POV. System alert. System alert. Cell mutation detected by invasive substance checking mutation properties. Properties detected. This cell mutation will cause death, cell crystallization, cell reform, cell restructuring into peak abilities, dietary change to a blood-based diet where cells receive substance from said blood. Error, could not be found. Host death must be avoided, cleansing invasive substances from host error. Error, could not be cleansed from the host's body. All other invasive changes have been cleansed from the host's body through system cell interference, closing off cells to mutation of invasive properties. Error, unknown has been detected in the host's brain and cells unable to cleanse, error, from host's body. Running diagnostics brain frequency has altered, non-life threatening, or invasive to host acceptance granted to error will be added to the system archive. What the fuck just happened? I thought as I felt a new something coursing through me. Turning my head I looked at Julius and Jane to make sure they were okay. As I looked at them I could see small sparkling specks floating through the room. It wasn't very hard to figure out what that was when I noticed the pile of sparkling dust at Julius's feet. Did you ground him to dust? How long was I out? I asked him, momentarily forgetting about the Vultury heads who were still in their thrones. I didn't, he just fell apart. Julius said. What? I asked, confused. He just appeared out of nowhere before I could react and bit you. He said. I pulled him off you in less than a second, but when I pulled him off of you he took a chunk of you with him, then in a matter of seconds he was, well, dust. Bringing my hand up I touched the side of my neck where I could feel the warm blood. My blood? I thought. I had never had a vampire drink my blood before, so had no idea what would happen if one drank my blood until now. My guess is the fact of the healing ability that is in me, from the cells from the skin the vampire tore away, along as in the blood the vampire consumed. My healing ability entering a dead being could only spell bad shit happening. Crack. Turning my head I saw Felix standing to his feet, making cracking sounds as he healed from him hitting the wall. Him making a sound reminded me of the Vultury who sat in their thrones and observed our actions, and what had happened. Turning my head I looked at them with a cold expression on my face, pissed at their actions. When that strange feeling started to make its presence known again. Like a tingling zap, the feeling shot from the tips of my toes to my skull, while a purple light started to glow from me. At the moment I couldn't tell where from, but somewhere I couldn't see. The purple light that came from me shined off the flakes of vampire that still floated in the air, causing the room to take on a purple hue. Fascinating. Arrow said with a deranged smile on his face as he watched me. But before Arrow could continue to enjoy the sight, a semi-clear purple shockwave escaped from me. Like a wave, the purple hue shot from me and into the world, causing the throne room to shake from the force of the shockwave, causing cracks to form on the walls of the room and floor, along with throwing everyone in the room back. The three Vultury heads were thrown through their thrones and back to land next to Alec, while Felix was thrown into the wall again. Thankfully Julius managed to throw up a shield before the shockwave hit him and Jane, while I on the other hand was burning alive. The feeling of fire mixed with lightning coursed through me. But in the middle of my torture another pulse shot out again, doing more damage to the room. Host. Error has been identified. Molecular cell mutation scanning. Mutation identified. Mutation aura manipulation abilities unknown found. Cells have become aura charged, allowing the host to manipulate one's own aura. Mutation acceptable. Now I would have heard the system say that if I wasn't in agonizing pain at the moment. Because at the moment there was nothing that filled my head but pain. After a few moments my pain reached an unbearable point of agony. I let out a blood-curtailing scream. And with one final shock wave of purple aura, that caused chunks to fall from the ceiling, it all came to an abrupt stop. Falling to my knees, I took deep breaths as I pushed the remaining twitches of pain to the back of my mind for later. Adam, I heard someone yell from behind me. I think it was Jane. But I was too tired to move at the moment to check. A second later I felt a hand grab onto my shoulder. Adam, are you all right? Julius asked. But I couldn't answer him at the moment. My body felt too tired to answer at the moment. Come on, we need to get him out of here. Julius said to Jane. Be careful not to touch his blood, you saw what it did to that other guy. Julius added to Jane. Slowly they lifted me up, Julius putting one of my arms around his neck to carry me out while Jane led the way out. As I was partially carried/dragged out, I thought about what the fuck just happened. Checking the interface I saw my system had a message on it. Slowly reading it, my jaw dropped. I got a superpower. I mentally yelled in excitement. Aura manipulation. So let me go over some stuff that might be confusing. He is still human. The system purged the venom from his system but was unable to purge the power aspect of the venom. Arrow is super deranged and has some serious mental issues. He has a problem with anyone or any group that might be stronger than the Vultury. That's why he had his guards attack, because in his deranged mind he thought none could beat his strongest. Adam took them on so Julius and Jane wouldn't have to show their powers to the Vultury, but as shown Julius was forced to show his powers, which may cause problems with Arrow in later years. Adam is still going to fight with the Vultury to take down the Romanian Coven. But in this chapter, Julius and Jane thought it was a good idea to get Adam away from the Vultury. The reason Adam is joining with the Vultury to fight the Romanian Coven was because to him it's a way to clean some of the blood of the villagers off his hands. He knows that the Vultury will win the fight, and we must also remember that the Vultury don't have Jane anymore, so the fight might not turn out the same as the old world. If you have any more questions of things you don't understand, please comment and I will try to reply to them and help. Word 1/4/25. And Happy New Year. If there are any problems with the chapter please let me know and I will correct them soon. 47. Retribution. Wait, I said to Julius who was still guiding me outside. What, are you okay? He asked in a worried tone. Yeah, I'm fine. I said, standing on my own feet again. What's wrong? Jane asked. Nothing's wrong, there's just one more thing I've gotta do. I said. What else is there to do, Adam? Julius asked, annoyed. Smirking, I told him. That's my business, you and Jane should head to the regroup area I showed the both of you, I'll be there soon. But, nothing, I just remembered I told Arrow something a while ago, and it seems I have to remind him, that both of you keep out of sight and move fast, if anyone tries to stop you use your powers. I told them, turning around to head back to the Vultury's throne room. As I walked back through the hallway I heard their fast footsteps as they ran full speed through the halls and out of here. With a steady stride I walked back into the large room, making sure to avoid the pile of vamp dust on the floor. As I came in I could see the Vultury heads just starting to get their feet back under them, and standing up. Small crack lines ran along their faces from the sheer force the waves hit them with. Felix on the other hand wasn't moving. Looking at him I could see that part of his head was missing, looking up I saw what did the damage. It was a touch holder that was embedded into the wall, he must have shot back and hit his head against it. Oh well, they will put him back together once I'm done here. Looking back at the Vultury leaders a small smile spread across my face. I told you Arrow, I told all of you if you fucked with me I would tear you to pieces, didn't I? I yelled to them as I slowly made my way closer to them. None of them answered as I went up the steps and past their broken thrones. I mean really, is it that hard to get through your skulls that I'm stronger than you? I told you I'm much older than all of you combined, and yet you still test my patience, by testing me and my patience, hoping I would die so you could take my members from me. I said, standing only a few feet from them now. Well let me tell you this, either of them could have taken all of you down with as much ease as I did, but they wouldn't have held back, because they don't care if you lived or not, and to tell you the truth I'm starting to feel the same. The only reason you are still alive now is because I didn't want to take your role as the leader of the vampire race all those years ago, but to tell you the truth I'm starting to think differently. I could kill all of you then lead the vampire race for a few hundred years before I pick someone to take my place then I go on my merry way. The look of shock on their faces was hilarious and almost made me laugh at the sight, but at the moment I needed to keep the cold expression on my face, to really drive home the fear I was putting into them. But I'm not quite at the point where I want to spend hundreds of years doing that, I said. A look of relief shone on their faces, but not for long. But that doesn't mean you aren't going to pay for what you did, I said, and let an evil smile appear on my face. Marcus tried to say, before I grabbed him by his neck, before he could react or even see my move. Grabbing his neck, I kicked one of his knees as hard as possible, breaking the leg backwards and in half at the knee, causing him to let out a scream of pain, and to drop down on his one remaining knee, putting him at the perfect height for me to twist his head around, and off his shoulders. Now holding the head by the hair, I raised it to face Caius and Arrow, who were both wide-eyed in shock. Just then Alec, who I had forgotten, lunged at me hoping to distract me long enough to let the other two Vultury heads time to escape. Because as soon as he lunged, Caius and Arrow took off for the door. As soon as Alec was in range, I twisted my body around and kicked Alec in the side, launching him hard into one of the pillars that stood behind the Vultury's thrones. As soon as Alec was kicked, I ran full speed past the Vultury heads to the large metal doors, and stopped in their way. Both Arrow and Caius came to skidding halts in front of me, and with the evil smile still on my face, I used Arrow's own words. And who said you could leave? Both Caius and Arrow were now wide-eyed in fear, which only made my smile widen even more. And in a flash, I punched Arrow in the chest, launching him backwards, then I twisted around and grabbed Caius by his bright gold locks. You were the most annoying, I said to him as I pulled his head back, and grabbed his chin then pulled his hair as hard as I could, causing Caius to open his mouth in a cry of pain. Taking the opening, I let go of his hair and chin and shoved my hands into his mouth, grabbing the top row with one hand and the bottom with the other. I then pulled in separate directions with a burst of strength ripped the top of his head off above his mouth. You killed them. I heard Arrow yell from where he had fallen. Turning to look at him, I let out a chuckle. No I didn't, they are just fine, you can put them back together when I'm done with you, I said, slowly walking to his prone position. How could I do that if you rip my head off? Arrow snarled at me. Simple, I don't rip your head off, I said with a chuckle. A look of confusion crossed Arrow's face before I made my move. Grabbing one of his legs, I brought it up then pulled it in the opposite direction than it was supposed to bend and broke it off. A scream filled the room as I pulled his leg off. I told you Arrow, I told you not to test me, and what did you do? I asked the still screaming Arrow, but didn't get a response. That's right, you tested me, and this is the price for doing so, I said, grabbing the other leg and doing the same thing. This time he let out a higher pitched scream. Painful isn't it? I asked him, but again didn't get a response to the question. Yeah, I made it quick for the other two, but I wanted to make sure you really got the point this time. Stepping to his side, I crouched down to get close to his face. Now, when we go with you to take care of the Romanians, I better not even see any of you looking in my direction or I won't hesitate to kill all of you, and I mean kill. Understood? I asked. Arrow nodded his head quickly. Good, I said with a smile, then looking down I saw Arrow's arm. Oh wait, I forgot one, I said with a small laugh, then broke Arrow's arm off. Through his screams I told him, you only need one. And with a chuckle I tossed the arm over my shoulder. And with a see you around I walked out of the room, where all that could be heard was Aro's cries of pain. As I neared the exit of the Vulturous base, I came across the female vampire that had led us through the base earlier, except it seems she tried to stop Julius and Jane, because at the moment she was embedded into the stone wall, with a sword sticking out of her brain. Talk about the wrong people to try and stop, one who can mentally burn you alive and the other can literally destroy you with a wave of his hands, I said aloud to myself as I walked past the new artwork Julius and Jane had left for the Vultury. Opening the large door to the outside world, I saw it was almost dusk. Taking a step out, I stepped on another body. I instantly knew who it was. It was the decapitated body of the guard that had stood by the door earlier. Ouch, I hope they put you back together, you seemed like a cool dude, I said with a chuckle as I stepped over him, and down the steps into the small city. One more chapter then the battle begins. Word 1, 520. If there are any problems with the chapter please let me know. 48. My bad. The MC's power isn't going to be the regular aura manipulation. If I gave him full aura abilities he would be way too OP, so his powers won't be too insane. 1. There isn't going to be different colored aura abilities he can use, just the one type of energy. 2. He will run out of aura energy. The way I imagine it is when he was bitten and the venom got into his body, the power aspect of the vampire venom wasn't able to be taken out of the MC's blood, and it genetically changed the MC's cells to be able to consume aura energy through his skin, where it is then stored in the MC's cells until they are full, but when he uses the energy he will need to wait for it to refill. He will have a lot of energy, but if he does constant shock waves he will run out of aura energy. 3. He won't be able to fly or boost his own strength or speed, he is already insanely fast and strong, if I give him the ability to boost all of that he will be too OP. Running at full speed through the town, I couldn't stop the smile that spread across my face. Never before had I felt more alive than at the moment, not at the fact that I just beat the ever-living shit out of the Vultury heads, but it was just a feeling that ran through me like that feeling you get as a kid when it's a few days from a holiday or your birthday, like I was overflowing with a weird type of energy. As I ran, I opened my interface and played some feel-good tunes. Scrolling through my own playlist I settled on Blame from a band called B.B. Cooper. At this point I was reaching the end of the town, so with a smile on my face and good music blasting in my head, I ran full out, the feeling of air rushing past my ears and through my hair felt magical. As I ran, I noticed the purple glow had appeared again, causing me to come to a complete stop as I looked down at myself. I'm glowing, I thought as I looked down at a light purple hue that seemed to radiate from me. It's the same glow as when I was in the Vultury's throne room. I thought as I watched the purple hue. Remembering the shockwaves I produced, I stuck one of my hands out, and mentally willed the energy out of my palm, and promptly got launched off my feet as a massive wave of purple left my hand. It launched me 20 feet backwards and straight into a tree. The crack, boom of me hitting the tree could probably be heard from miles away. The impact broke a few parts of my spine, along with some of my ribs, as the tree morphed and broke, at my impact. Slowly sitting up I let out a groan, while I felt the pops and cracks, all over my body as the broken bones healed themselves back together. Finally, after a minute to reorient myself, I looked at the carnage the shock wave produced. In front of me, what was once thick forest, was now what looked to me like a war zone. With trees uprooted and fallen for 100 feet in front of me and 15 feet wide, I couldn't help but look at it all stunned. My bad, I said in astonishment. Then bringing my hands up to my face, I looked at the same hands I have seen millions of times before, but unlike before, now they seemed so much more deadlier. Standing back up to my feet, I decided not to try a shock wave again, and instead to try and control the energy. So like before I put out my right hand and willed the energy to slowly creep from my palm, and before my eyes, a small ball of purple slowly crept out. But unlike the orb Julius' fist made to make his mind shield, this orb looked unstable and like choppy rippling water. Not wanting it to get too unstable and blow me up, I willed the orb tighter, and on mental command, the orb shrunk down and into what looked like a purple see-through bowling ball. Wow, I said, in excitement. Thinking of what I should do now, I pondered on this orb's utility. Then remembering something I read in a book, I thought, maybe I can make it into a weapon. I had my sword but I didn't fully trust it, it was a metal, and all it would take is one nick of the ball and me not noticing and swing and hit a vampire for it to break. Which kinda hurt to think about. I learned blacksmithing for years to make one blade and now to think of it as a faulty object hurts. So concentrating, I imagined a short sword. Slowly the orb morphed and straightened itself out, into something that resembled a short sword. That is if short swords were a see-through glowing purple. Moving my hand forward I grabbed the handle of the sword and weighed it in my hand. I can't even feel the weight. I thought as I swung the sword. Looking around I saw a felled tree, so moving over to the remaining stump, I swung the sword into it. Thunk. What the hell? I said out loud to myself. The aura sword didn't do anything to the stump but scratch a piece of bark. Looking at the blade I saw that the edge was rounded instead of sharp like a normal sword. Oh, I just thought of a sword, not a sharp sword. Concentrating I willed the edge to be sharp instead of rounded. And slowly I watched as the edge tapered to a sharp edge. With a smile of success on my face I tried again. Crack, bunk. This time the sword managed to cut into the wood about an inch. I thought it would be better. I said as I looked at the aura sword. As I was looking at the sword it started to flicker and waver. But before I could will it to be stable again, the sword evaporated from my grip. What the hell, I thought as I watched it deteriorate. Confused at what just happened I tried to will back the sword but couldn't. Closing my eyes, and concentrating on the image of a short sword again, I tried one more time. But again got nothing. Breathing hard I wondered, maybe I can only use so much at once. Looking over at the forest I accidentally destroyed I mumbled, probably used up all the energy on that blast. But needing to get back to Julius and Jane, I moved in the direction I told them to meet me at. Running through the woods again, my brain was running rampant with different ideas of how I could use my new ability. After a few more minutes of running, I came to the old abandoned campsite we used for our regrouping area. Looking around I couldn't see any signs of Jane or Julius. Just when I was about to start looking I heard a creak from above me. Looking up, I saw Jane and Julius sitting on a tree branch a few dozen feet above me, in the thick tree limbs of a tree. "Oh, looky there, if it isn't two lovebirds sitting in a tree," I said jokingly to them. The face Jane made it clear that if she had blood, it would have been a blush. "Hey old man, don't be petty that we can actually find love, while you stick to one-night stands with a different woman every time." Julius shot back. "You know, to some that could be considered quite the accomplishment and not the slur of character you intend it to be," I said back with a chuckle. Stepping out of the way, I watched as Jane and Julius dropped down from the tree branches, and back down to earth. Standing up from his crouch, Julius was the first to speak. "So what happened? Why did you go back?" Like I said, I needed to remind Arrow of something I told him about many years ago. "And that would be?" Julius pressed. "That if you mess with me, I'll really make you regret it." "And what of my brother?" Jane asked, as she stepped to the side of Julius. I let out a small sigh, and looked her in the eyes. "Jane, I am sorry but your brother is gone." I watched for any emotion on her face or any sign she might attack me out of anger. But nothing, she did nothing, didn't make a move, or was there a single twitch of her face to show her emotions, just a blank mask. So I continued. "When she gets in your head, and she changes you, it can't be fixed. Even if I killed her, he would stay the same, and if I somehow got her to fix him, the damage done to his brain, well it wouldn't be pretty." All the while Jane stayed silent, and listened to my words. But once I was done speaking, Jane finally did. "In the Vultury's throne room, you said he was already dead, is that true?" I nodded my head. "Yes, did you see his eyes?" I asked Jane. She nodded her head. "So you saw how they were glassed over, lifeless?" Again she nodded. "Those aren't the eyes of the living, they are the eyes of the dead, no emotion, no feelings, just nothing." We fell silent at my words. "Can you promise me something?" Jane asked softly. "Of course," I said. "After this fight with the Romanian coven, kill him." "Your brother?" I asked. "Yes, kill him, because I know he would rather be dead than be some puppet for those people," she said with anger in her voice. I nodded my head. "I can do that." Even as my brain ran through the problem of me killing Alec would bring me with the Vultury. But I had a feeling after what I did to them today, they wouldn't have much of a problem. Kinda had to rush this one, so please let me know if there are any issues. And heads up, the next chapter will be coming tomorrow. The first half will have the MC exploring his powers a bit more, and the second half will start the journey to war. So the chapter after the fight will begin, and we can finally move on with the story. And by the way, thank you all for the support you have given me. If it wasn't for all of you I would have stopped writing a long time ago, because it has been a real challenge to write this with my busy life, so from the bottom of my heart I thank you. Bean. Word 1949, and so it begins. After starting a fire, and putting a slice of meat from one of the deers Julius and Jane drank from, on a stick to cook over the fire, we sat in silence, listening to the crack and pop of the small fire. After a few good minutes of cooking in the flames, I pulled out the kebab and started to blow cool air onto it so I couldn't hurt myself. "Wouldn't you just heal if you burned your mouth?" Jane asked. "Of course I would, but that doesn't mean I want to burn my mouth. I might heal from it, but I can still feel the pain," I said, letting the deer kebab cool off. She slowly nodded her head. Taking a bite from the still smoking piece of deer meat, I looked up at the night sky through the trees above. As I was watching the beautiful night sky, Julius asked, "Did you find anything out about your power?" I shrugged my shoulders. "Sort of. What did you find out?" Julius asked. While taking a bite of the deer meat, I raised my left hand, and slowly let the aura energy leave my hand, to morph itself into a small ball. "That's it?" Julius asked. "What happened to the whole massive waves you were making back in the throne room?" he asked. I stared at him, and raised an eyebrow, then released the energy I was keeping in a ball. The orb exploded into a large wave of purple force, right into a tree a couple of feet away from us. The force from the small billiard-sized ball of aura energy was enough to blow part of the tree facing us off, while also causing it to break in half and fall over away from us. I raised my other brow and asked, "You were saying?" Both Julius and Jane stared open-mouthed at the carnage the small aura ball could cause. "Is that all?" Jane asked excitedly. "Nope," I said with a smile. Raising my hand again, I imagined the short sword again. As the sword morphed itself into shape, Jane and Julius watched in amazement as the energy slowly took the shape of a sword. The problem is, it's not that sharp, I said in a moody tone. I can only make it so sharp. I continued before we fell silent again. After a few moments of silence Julius spoke. Your sword is sharp, right, the real one, you always refuse to use it because of how sharp it is, and you are afraid that if you use it it could break. Julius asked. Yeah, it's insanely sharp, but I'm always afraid to use it because of how old it is, and all it would take is one small nick to break the blade in battle. I said. What if you did what I do with my mind shields, but a little different, put it so close to the blade and edge that it takes on the edge's sharpness itself, so instead of the blade cutting, it will be that energy you can use. Julius said. Now my eyes went wide. I'm such an imbecile, I thought, while mentally shaking my forehead. Going to my pack, we had stashed here, I opened a rolled woven blanket, and pulled out my sword. For it being nearly 2,000 years old, it's still in pristine condition from the constant care I give the blade. Maybe that's why I'm so reluctant to use it. When you spend years learning something just to make one item, then you make it, then you practically fall in love with it. Kinda like cars, you buy a nice fancy car for yourself, to drive, but it ends up as your most prized possession and it just ends up sitting in the garage as something to look at. We all have that one family member with an old car in the garage that they never drive but love to stare at. Now with the blade I return to the fire and sit down. Right here goes nothing, I say, before I slowly released the energy, imagining the aura surrounding the blade. As the purple energy slowly crept from my hand and onto the blade, I watched as it morphed to the blade, slowly taking on its shape perfectly. But it didn't feel right, so slowly I pushed the energy tighter around the blade until the purple hue of the energy started to creep into the blade itself, until finally I couldn't push out any more energy into the blade. Looking at the now glowing blade in my hands I couldn't help the childish laugh that escaped my lips. Standing to my feet, I walked to one of the nearby trees, maybe 5 feet in diameter, and quite tall. Now with the perfect testing object in front of me I swung the blade, and with an almost silent ching the blade cut through the thick tree like a hot knife through butter, causing the once large and alive tree to fall over with a crash. I stared down at the slightly glowing blade and thought, I'm a Jedi. Incredible. Julius shouted. I know. I said back excitedly. With that, you could be unstoppable. Julius said. But just then the glow that was emanating from the blade slowly started to dim. Oh right. I said as I watched the light leave the blade. Must not have given it enough time to recharge. I thought. What happened? Julius asked, as he approached me. I think I can only hold so much energy at once. I said, turning the sword in my hands. I used up quite a lot on the way over here, so I probably haven't recharged yet. That might be a problem. Do you think it's like my power where you just need to practice with it to build up your power with it? Julius asked. I don't know, possibly. I said. Well, I guess I can practice while we wait for the Vultury to be ready, I said, walking back to my pack to put the sword back with my pack. For the next week I continuously practiced with my ability, and let me tell you, while my ability has massive destruction capabilities when I use it for shock waves, or as I found out, small shock bullets, where I create a small aura energy ball the size of a gumball, and launch it at something, as soon as it hits its target it will explode with a force akin to a stick of dynamite. Or I can push all the energy out at once and cause one massive wave. What we also found out was how much energy I can use. I can do 7 full-sized and consecutive shock waves straight, before needing to wait 15 minutes to recharge. With my sword I learned that I didn't need to completely cover the blade in my aura energy, but instead just keep the energy on the sharp edges of the blade, which made the energy usage practically unnoticeable. On the 8th day of our training, I heard the fast approaching sound of footfalls. Stopping my aura blade training, I turned in the direction of the footsteps and prepared myself for a possibly hostile enemy approaching. I wasn't the only one to notice either. Both Jane and Julius stopped the practice fight they were currently in to also turn towards the oncoming noise. After another moment, a middle-aged man with dark brown hair and crimson eyes ran out of the woods and into the clearing of tree stumps I had made while practicing with my aura sword. The sight of the clearing full of fallen trees and trunks made the vampire come to a complete halt, as his eyes roamed the small sea of fallen trees. The vampire was about 100 yards from where we stood. As he did so, I saw that the vampire was wearing the red and black cloak of the Vultury. So wanting to know if he brought news from the Vultury, I raised a hand then called out to him. Can we help you? As soon as I spoke, the vampire's head shot in my direction, but the sight of me with no shirt on made him pause again, and I don't blame him. Julius likes to use the word barbarian to describe the look I tend to take on. Let me explain. I have a bad habit of forgetting to cut my hair, and well, it can get pretty long before it starts to become an annoyance to be where I then cut it. At the moment my hair hung halfway down my back, while on the temple area I had braided the hair in long braids that fell down onto my chest. And since I had been training, I took off my tunic so I wouldn't get too hot. So at the moment the vampire was looking at a large 6 feet 3 inches man with the best physique he had ever seen holding a glowing sword. Yeah. But after a moment to reset his mind, the vampire zoomed to stand in front of us. How did you find us? I asked the vampire as soon as he stopped in front of me. I can track, that's my ability. The vampire stammered out. What do you want? I asked him. I was sent by the Vultury to let you know we will be leaving tomorrow at dusk. He said. I nodded my head and a smile spread across my face. And so it begins. Word 1608. 50. The battle. 15 days later. Well, this sucks, I thought as I walked with my pack through a muddy field. Since the start of the trip it's been nothing but rain and mud the whole way. Thankfully today it was just cloudy instead of pouring rain, making the whole trip one miserable mess for me. At the moment, me, Julius and Jane were about half a mile in front of the Vultury forces, because I thought it better to just keep them away from them. The smell of blood from the blood feasts the Vultury have every few days was intense, and even a mile away put Jane and Julius to a test of their willpower. We had already had a run-in with a group of vampires when we first passed by a town almost a week ago. Instead of fighting or trying to hide, they decided to retreat and probably give word to the Romanian heads. Speaking of the Vultury army, I was a bit miffed at it. In total the Vultury only had 500 fighters. The 3 ruling heads, their guards, which were 10 of their strongest fighters, and the rest were vampires with slightly stronger abilities. Which for a vampire army is very respectable, but from what I know of the Romanian coven, is that they weren't on top because of their good looks, it's because of their sheer numbers. The Romanian coven probably has at most 1,000 vampires on their side. And even though we might have some stronger than normal vampires on our side, that won't matter when that stronger vampire is fighting 3 vampires at once. As we were walking, I saw a small group of vampires blurring in our direction as they came over a rise of a small hill. From the red and black colors in their blur, I could tell it was the scouts that the Vultury had sent out to look for the Romanian forces in front of the Vultury army. Watching them pass by us, I looked at Jane and Julius and said, I guess they found the Romanian coven. I said, looking back at the small hill the scouts had come from. A small smile appeared on my face. Let's go see what we can see. I told Jane and Julius, before blurring to the top of the hill to look around. As soon as I came to a stop I looked, and instantly saw what the scouts had seen. In the distance, maybe 5 miles away, was a mass of figures moving in our direction. Is that them? Julius asked me. I think so, the sun isn't out, so I can't tell. I said, looking at the moving mass. It has to be, who else would be out here with an army? Jane said to my left. Shrugging my shoulders I said, let's wait here for the Vultury to arrive. Since the start of the journey, the Vultury heads have been trying to avoid me. To be fair, I can't blame them, it's not every day someone rips you apart. As we waited for the Vultury's army to arrive at the hill, me, Jane and Julius continued to watch the approaching army. From the look of it, there were no less than 2,000 in the group, and if it was the Romanian coven, then we might have an issue. Because that's an almost 4-to-1 advantage the Romanian coven will have on us. About 10 minutes later the front line of the Vultury's vampires finally reached the hill we were sitting at while we watched the armies approach. As we sat I could hear the whispered conversations of some of the vampires. It's them, I overheard the scouts telling Arrow of their numbers, there is no way we can win. One of them said. So it is the Romanian coven, I thought. Look at that, if that is the Romanian coven's army, we might as well turn back and run. Another said. And I agreed, if this was the Romanian army we might be screwed. But there was still a chance. With Alec, Julius, Jane, and myself, we could do large amounts of damage to the army on our own. Just as long as we don't get bogged down in vampires trying to kill us, I should be fine on my own, with my speed, strength, and inability to die. Julius should also be fine, since if anyone gets too close he can wave his hand and launch them into orbit. What really worried me was Jane. Jane was technically the weakest member of our trio. Her ability may be strong and she can use her powers on more than one person at once, but it does have its limits. I looked it up, she is limited in range and number of people she can use her powers on at once. Her limit is 20 vampires that she could immobilize at once, giving others time to kill them, while Jane's power keeps them from fighting back. Her weak link is that she tends to rely on her powers more than her physical fighting skills, which might be problematic. Turning to look at Julius and Jane I spoke. When we fight, Jane, you need to stay close to Julius. That is what I was thinking. Julius said. I saw a small frown appear on Jane's face, so before she could protest my decision, I spoke. Jane, you are a good fighter, but you aren't the best, and in this fight we are going to be massively outnumbered, 4-to-1, and me and Julius can't try and protect you while we also fight the Romanian coven, but if you stick with Julius, he should be able to protect you without much trouble. I said, looking her in the eyes. Jane nodded her head. I understand, and besides, me and Julius have come up with some good attacks, we should be able to hold our own. I nodded my head at her words. Good. Just then I heard the noise behind us starting to get louder. Turning my head, I could see the Vultury heads making their way through the crowds of vampires, until they were standing in front of the army, and a few feet from me. Looking over at them I couldn't stop a smirk from appearing on my face. They still refused to even acknowledge my existence. My brother and sisters. Arrow said in a raised voice to quiet the mass of Vultury vampires. Today is the day we take what is ours, what has always been ours. He shouted. But Arrow didn't get the sounds of affirmation he was expecting, because unlike when they took down the Egyptian coven which only has 200 members, now they were going up against a true threat of power. And this just showed Arrow's delusional mind. For him to believe that his members would be willing to dive headfirst into what he thought was an all but certain victory, but in reality was a death sentence. Which made me wonder how they managed to win the first time. Did I change the world to the point the Romanian coven accidentally ended up with more vampires than in the original world, or did the Vultury have less members than they were originally supposed to have? Or was this how it played out in the real Twilight world, and the Vultury actually won with this low of numbers, which was hard to believe, but stranger things have happened. Unaware of the lack of reaction, Arrow spoke again. And we will take the role of the ruling coven of the world. He shouted. This time as I watched the Vultury's army of vampires, I saw a glassy look come over their eyes for a split second, before a cheer rose from the crowd in an approving shout for Arrow's words. It's Chelsea, she's here. I thought as I watched their faces. I wasn't sure if she had come with the army or not, because the wives weren't here, and if I remembered correctly, she was normally with the wives. I was glad I made Julius keep the mind shields in place throughout the trip just in case. I wasn't sure if the Vultury might have a mind reader in the group or another psychic that can do things to our minds, so I decided it would be better to be safe than sorry, and from the look of it, it was a good decision. By now the Romanian coven army was close enough to see them clearly, and I was a bit shocked at what I saw. Mixed into the group were what looked like kids and young adults, no older than 10 years old, as well as people that looked like regular villagers. That's it, most of these people look like newborns. When that group saw us pass by that town, they probably told the Romanian coven heads, and probably in a panic they started making a newborn army. I thought in shock. They even turned the kids. I thought, with a spike of anger that shot through me. As Arrow continued his speech, I turned to Jane and Julius. The both of you need to be extra careful, this isn't going to be easy. From the look of it, most of those vampires down there are newborn, so they will be a lot stronger than you, and faster. They won't know how to fight, so that will be to your advantage if you have to fight them hand to hand, but try to avoid it. I said to them, turning to Julius, I continued. And Julius, make sure not to lose control of your mind shields. I'm certain, Chelsea is here, and all it will take is a moment for her to enter your mind, so don't overdo yourself, if you need to fall back, and recharge yourself. Julius nodded at my words. By now, only a mile separated the two armies from each other. Running back to behind the army, we dropped off our packs, and prepared ourselves for the battle. Pulling out the sword from my pack, I looked it over for any signs of damage or marks, while Julius and Jane took off the cloaks they were wearing to give them better movement. Once done getting ready, we went back to the front of the army, where Arrow was just finishing his speech. Now, don't be afraid of this battle, for we shall win with our overwhelming strength, and stand victorious over our fallen foes. And with a shout, Arrow raised a hand into the air, while his army of brainwashed vampires cheered him on. Turning to look at Jane and Julius, I gave them a nod. Remember, stick together, and watch each other's backs. We will at 'em, Julius said, as he gave my shoulder a pat. Turning away from them, I opened my interface and scrolled through my music list until I found the folder I had prepared just for this moment, War Music. Clicking on the folder, the first song to play was one from Doom, Rip and Tear. Just then, I heard a shout from the Romanian army. Turning to look, I saw a massive group of blurring figures heading right for us. And an evil smile covered my face as the head-banging music filled my head. Word count, word count, word count, word count, word count, word count, word count. JK, I'm gonna do the whole fight in one chapter, so I hope you enjoy it. As soon as the Romanian coven started to charge, so did the Vultury. Running full speed to the front of the Vultury's forces, I raised my hand, and pushed out a medium-sized energy orb. 10 feet from the Romanian coven I let it loose. The shockwave hit the front line with force, sending all that was in front of me, 5 feet across and 10 feet back. 50 vampires were shot backwards, with broken and separated limbs, from the force of running full speed into my shockwave. The opening I made allowed me to run straight into the heart of their forces. With my blade flashing a bright purple, I twirled through the vampires, cutting off heads and limbs with every swing, occasionally letting off a shock wave or two to allow me some room, and not to be completely surrounded. As I was fighting, I saw out of the corner of my eye, Jane and Julius. At the moment, Julius had a handful of vampires in the air, floating around him and Jane. He was using the floating bodies as weapons to hit the vampires that were downed by Jane's mental fire power, using the bodies like hammers to crash down into the heads of the downed vampires. Having to take my eyes away from them to avoid the hand of a vampire that got too close, I delved back into the fight once again. At the moment the fight wasn't going in the Vultury's favor. Even with me, Jane, Julius and Alex's powers, we were still losing too many of our own forces to the power of the newborns, while the Vultury head stayed on the hill looking down at the fight, with a few of their personal guards still standing guard by them, while the rest fought with Alec. Needing to give the Vultury's forces the upper hand, I turned in Julius's direction and shouted, "I'm going all out." That was the wording we set up for when I push out all of my energy at once to make the big shockwaves. But I needed to go farther into the Romanians' army, and away from the Vultury's forces. So with a plan in mind, I zoomed through the army, cutting down any that got in my way. I had to cut down a few kids on the way, but at the moment I didn't have time to think about the fact that I just cut a little kid's head off of his shoulders, and I just focused on the plan I had in my mind. Finally on the other side of the army from the front line, and deep inside the Romanian army by myself. Now surrounded on all sides by newborn vampires that could smell my blood, I was hard-pressed to deflect and avoid all the oncoming attacks. Making a small opening for myself, I used the second of time I had made myself, to crouch down, and push the energy from my body all at once. Third POV. Like the explosion of a modern-day bomb, a purple hue swept the battlefield, throwing all within a 30-foot radius from the explosion back and into each other with such forces, that it killed almost 100 vampires from the force of being knocked back and into other vampires. Within 50 to 60 feet, all vampires were knocked from their feet, to tumble on the ground. Farther from that, all the force did, was push them forward, and the stumble, giving a few of the Vultury vampires the upper hand, to attack their now stumbling opponents. First POV. Standing from my crouched position, I looked around myself at the carnage my aura shockwave caused, and once again was amazed at the destruction my powers caused. As I looked around, I saw Julius taking the opportunity to attack the downed vampires, by using his power to levitate groups of downed vampires, then slamming them together mid-air, until they were beating themselves to pieces with each other's bodies. While Jane used her powers to make the rising vampires to fall back to the ground in pain with her power. Seeing a black mist making its way through a large group of vampires, I looked over to see Alex mist taking away vampires' senses while the Vultury guards that were with him, tore the heads off the senseless vampires. Hearing fast approaching feet from behind me, I twirled around, and dodged the hand that tried to claw at me with the long nails of the hand. As I dodged I got a good look at who it was that attacked and smiled an evil smile at who it was, because it was none other than Vladimir, with his almost white blonde hair and crimson eyes. Well, looky here, if it isn't one of the Romanian coven heads. I said, pointing my sword at him. I've heard of you, the human god. He spat. You are no god, if you were then you could have saved those innocent villagers you tried to save. I ground my teeth together at his words. I never said I was a god, and I might not have been able to save that village, but I will avenge them and wash their blood from my hands, with the death of you and the rest of the Romanian coven. I said, before I charged Vladimir at full speed. The speed of my movement sent Vladimir's survival instincts haywire, and made Vladimir backpedal in an attempt to avoid my attack. But he was just too slow. Like a wraith of death, I came out of my blurred run swinging my sword vertically down, and into his head. With a crack my sword split Vladimir down the middle and into two separate hulls. The sight of his shocked face before I cut him in two would be something I would remember and enjoy for the rest of time. Turning back to the fight, I watched as the Vultury slowly gained the upper hand in the fight. But looking back at Alex's fight, I saw one of the other Romanian heads Stoffen in a hand-to-hand fight with Alec, while the rest of the Vultury guards that were there to protect Alec, fought the Romanian head's own guards. The Romanians were clearly the better fighters, with the average Romanian guard being over 800 or 900 years old, and the Vultury guards on average being 600 to 700 years old. The Vultury guards didn't stand much of a chance. Just then the memory of Jane's words flashes through my mind. Kill him, because I know he would rather be dead than some puppet. If I let the Romanian coven kill him, I could avoid the problem of the Vultury being angry with me for killing their biggest asset, but how to make sure he stays dead? Reaching into a pouch I had at my waist, I pulled out a small round clay ball with a fabric fuse coming from the top. In all it was smaller than a baseball. On the inside was a flammable oil. It wasn't big enough to be compared to a Molotov cocktail, but enough to catch their clothes on fire. Waiting for the right moment, I pulled a flint from the same pouch, and watched the fight, while making sure no vampires were coming from behind me. Not seeing anything I looked back, and continued to watch. For being a fraction of the age of Stefan, Alec was putting up one hell of a fight. But just like Jane, Alec clearly practiced with his powers more than he ever did with hand-to-hand, because every time Alec tried to make distance to use his powers, Stefan was right behind him constantly attacking, and not letting Alec use his powers. Back and forth the fight continued until finally Alec made a mistake, and paid the price. Taking the opening Alec didn't cover, Stefan got a hold of his arm and twisted it until it broke. As soon as I saw that Stefan had taken the upper hand of the fight, I hit the flint together close to the fabric fuse, until it finally caught. Looking up, I watched as Alec's head was ripped from his head. Standing up, I pulled my arm back, and with as much straight as I could put into it, I threw the small clay container at Alec's now headless body. I watched as my mini Molotov flew through the air, to hit Alec's still falling body in the chest. As soon as the clay burst open, the oil hit the fiery fuse, and a ball of fire burst out over Alec's body. There, I said as I watched the body burn, turning my gaze to Stefan who was backing away from the now burning body of Alec with a confused look. Now it's your turn, I said to myself, as I blurred full speed in his direction. He didn't even see as I blurred to his side, and sliced his head off right above the mouth. And before his body could fall to the ground I pushed his body into the burning body of Alec, to hopefully add fuel to the fire. Now with the Romanian coven leaders dead and Alec gone, Now all I needed to focus on was the last remaining vampires. Looking around I watched the fighting. Jane and Julius were working in perfect cohesion, as Jane made the vampires in front of her fall in pain, while Julius picked them up and tore them apart. So deciding they didn't need my help, I turned to help the Vultury's guards who were still fighting the Romanian guards. In a blur, I ran in between each of the guards killing or maiming the Romanian vampires. Once the Vultury guards had the upper hand, I turned on the remaining Romanian vampires, which were only a few hundred. At the moment they still outnumbered us, especially since we had lost almost half of our forces, but those who remained were the strongest the Vultury had. So in a blur I ran at the still fighting vampires, and started shooting off aura bullets at the backs of the Romanian vampires, taking out 2 or 3 vampires out with each shot. Then as I ran out of energy, so I entered the melee and started causing havoc, cutting AMD slices off any limbs in my way, not noticing if they were women, man, or vampiric child. I swung with abandon, as I lost myself in the fight, and the heavy metal music that still filled my head. After what felt like only minutes, I ran out of bodies to cut. Finally breaking from my trance, I looked around, at the hundreds of bodies that littered the ground. Holy shit, we did it. But I thought to myself as I looked out at the battlefield. Opening my interface, I turned the volume of the music down, and looked around for Julius and Jane. I saw them killing off the last of the vampires, who were still alive on their half of the battlefield. As I watched Julius break one of them in half, I couldn't help but let a smile dawn my face. We did it, and all in one piece. I thought as I saw them, but then I looked around to count our own numbers. And I was a little surprised, because all that remained was 20 of us in total. With me, Jane and Julius, the 3 Vultury heads, the 7 remaining guards, and 8 surviving regular vampires. Shit, I said out loud as I saw how close the battle was for the Vultury. But we did it, we won, and now I can move on with my immortal life, and put this part of my life behind me. Well, there we go, the first arc of the story is over, and now I can start doing some cool shit with the MC, because we are starting to come to the part of history the MC knows, and will be able to actually be a part of history. And by the way, I'm super tired, so I can't make any promises that I caught all of the mistakes in my check reads. So if there was anything wrong please let me know. Bean, word 4002.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.